Chapter 424. There were two people in the Westeros that Dany could not see through. The first one was Stannis. Everyone said that he was resilient, upright, fair, responsible, and adhered to his duties as a minister and a ruler. After a few days of contact, Dany found that the guy was indeed stubborn, inflexible, and determined. He had a bottom line compared to most of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. More importantly, Erlu had fallen to such a state, but many nobles were still loyal to him. The nobles of Stormlands, the nobles of Riverbend, and the vassals of Dragonstone Island. The most classic example was Davos, the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight could be said to be the last knight with true chivalry after Aerys. During Robert's reign, among the rotten Westeros knights, the Onion Knight was the only shining point. Loyal, fearless, trustworthy, sincere, wise, loyal, dedicated, then, the Onion Knight was completely loyal to Stannis. This did not mean that Erlu was like the Onion Knight and had chivalry. But at the very least, Erlu had some qualities that made him charismatic. But Erlu killed his brother, and Erlu sacrificed Lalo. Facing the Dragon Queen, who rode alone to the wall, the shadow in his heart began to stir. Actually, just killing his brother alone would never be enough to clear his name. Erlu seemed to have a split personality, which Dany could not figure out. The other man was shrouded in a layer of mist, a half-man. It was Varys, the eight-clawed spider. Dany did not know what he wanted or what he wanted. According to the plot of the last season of Game of Thrones, Varys wanted peace. He always stood on the side of the Westeros and maintained the stability of the Seven Kingdoms by himself. When the Mad King went mad, he betrayed him and joined Robert, who brought peace to the Seven Kingdoms. When Robert declined, he joined Lannister. When he saw that Joffrey and Cersei were even crazier than the Mad King, he joined Dany and Lys. Then, when he saw Dany Rhys burning the Westeros nobles who were unwilling to surrender with her dragon flames, he discovered that she had also awakened the mad blood and was unfit to ascend the Iron Throne and become the king of the Seven Kingdoms. After that, he planned to work with Snowball to get rid of the queen and help Snowball ascend to the throne. In the end, he died. As a traitor to Dany, Rhys died under the dragon flames. Varys' death became another example of Dany Lilith's brutality. At the same time, the dead Varys was almost whitewashed as a saint in Journey to Power. In his eyes there was no king, only the interests of the people. Whoever was good to the people, whoever could make the Seven Kingdoms better, he would support that person. In fact, Varys became the vanguard of weakening the monarchy, denying the divine right of kings, and advocating democracy and equality. What the fuck? According to Dany's thoughts, the plot of Journey to Power was too different from the real world. The plot could not be trusted, but the character's personality should not have changed and could be used as a reference. Then, could Varys' personality be used as a reference in Journey to Power? Unfortunately, she could not do it. Firstly, Varys was a foreigner. He was a Lys who grew up in the Free Cities. Why would he care about the life and death of the Westeros? Could it be that the Westeros were the center of the world, the lighthouse of civilization? In terms of technological level, cultural development, historical background, and political system, the Westeros were not as good as Volantis or Braavos. What center of civilization? That did not make sense. Secondly, Varys had once instigated the relationship between Rhaegar and Aerys, causing Aerys to be suspicious of the crown prince. At that time, there were indeed nobles who secretly discussed launching the Great Council, planning to let the increasingly crazy Aerys retire early, but Rhaegar refused. Varys' instigation forced the wise and powerful Prince Rhaegar to stay away from the court, unable to participate in the politics of the King's Landing. The country was falling apart day by day, and Targaryen's rule was in danger. Finally, when it came to dealing with Viserys and Daenerys, Varys did not act like a loyal Targaryen minister at all. A truly loyal minister would be like Sir William Darry, raising the princess and the prince well, giving them a peaceful and prosperous life, teaching them etiquette, reason, knowledge, and martial skills. Instead of raising them half-dead like wild dogs, while sending messages to Robert to arrange for assassins to assassinate the siblings, he secretly arranged for people to rescue them before the assassins arrived. Back and forth like this, unsurprisingly, the once gentle second brother went crazy, and the once lively and lovely little princess became autistic. Well, Danny's second brother, Viserys, was once a sensible and refined young man who cared for his sister and was well educated and reasonable. The former instructor of the Red Keep, Sir William Derry, raised the prince so well that he was almost a second Rhaegar. But no matter how good a person was, being hunted from the age of 13 until the age of 23 would awaken the family's mad blood. Finally, looking at the Westeros now, were they better than the time of Aerys? Obviously not. Ethics collapsed, the economy withered, the government was paralyzed, and the people had no way to make a living. The Westeros today were a few hundred streets worse than the time of the Mad King. It was still the same old saying, no matter how mad the Mad King was, he would not torture the country or the people. He was also very diligent and thrifty. The national treasury was abundant, and every family had surplus food. "You have warned me many times that Varys cannot be trusted," Dany said. Old Ymont nodded and sighed. "Although I was at the Great Wall, I have been paying attention to the King's Landing. If not for Varys's slanderous words in front of your father, the spring of error would not have happened." "Then do you think little Griffin is Aegon?" Dany asked again. Ymont hesitated at first, then his expression became certain. "There is at least an 80% chance that Aegon is real, and he is even the legendary child of prophecy." Old master, are you not acclimatized?" "Your brain." "No, Astapor's climate is warm, not much different from the old town. It is very suitable for an old man like me to retire." Ymont shook his head, and told her about how Liga had written to him and told him that Aegon was born on an alien planet. If the prophecy is true, then there must be someone of Liga's bloodline who survived. "I am guessing that he is Aegon," the old scholar concluded solemnly. Dany looked at him strangely. The old man had guessed correctly. Liga did have a posthumous child, and his bloodline was indeed the child of prophecy. But he was not little Griffin, but Jon Snow from the Great Wall. "Old master, let me ask you something?" Dany thought for a while, and decided to give a little spoiler, in case the old man really poured his heart out to the unknown little Griffin. "You really think Liga kidnapped Lyanna?" she asked. "That counts as abduction." Old Ymont's expression changed, and he said hesitantly, with Liga's character, "I did not believe that he would do that, but this is the truth, and everyone knows it." Dany shook her head and said, "Liga is handsome, noble, melancholy, gentle, and powerful in martial arts. He can play the piano, sing, recite poems, and paint. There is no girl in the 7 kingdoms who does not love him. Lyanna is a little girl from the north who has never seen the world. How can she resist the temptation of a man of the highest quality? If Liga is really interested in a woman, why would he need to snatch her? My second brother Viserys, at his craziest, would only use his good looks and those flowery words that no one would believe to trick a woman's body. Forcing a woman is too low class. How can Liga do something like that?" "Could it be that they are in love with each other?" Ymont said in a low voice. "Let me ask you again, how long has Liga and Lyanna been together?" Dany said. "Almost a year has passed since he abducted Lyanna and appeared in front of the world again." After Ymont finished speaking, he was stunned, and a complicated expression of shock and absurdity gradually appeared on his face. After a long while, he said in a dry voice, "Are you saying that they might have an illegitimate child?" Dany shrugged, and said with an indifferent smile, "A man and a woman alone together for a year, they can't just look at the stars and the moon every day, can they? Actually, I am very puzzled as to why no one in the 7 kingdoms has ever suspected the illegitimate child. Could it be that you have all been brainwashed by the 3-eyed crow?" Old Yimont came to a sudden realization. This is really possible. If the illegitimate child is the child of prophecy, the three-eyed crow might have really sealed off the news about him to protect the identity of the child of prophecy. When Danny saw the old man's expression that said, "It's not that we are too stupid, it's all the three-eyed crow's fault for distorting our minds," the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Let alone the three-eyed crow, even if 10 true gods worked together, they would not be able to influence the minds of millions of Westeros, she said in annoyance. Then why didn't we think about the illegitimate child? It can't be that we are all idiots, right? Old Yimont retorted. We are all idiots. Danny wanted to say this. The old man's expression turned grave, and he said in a deep voice, "The more I think about it, the more I feel that something is amiss. There are too many loopholes. There should have been 3 white knights by Liga's side, White Bull Giro Hyder, Dawn Divine Sword Arthur Dane, and Helen Castle's Sir Oswyr Hone. But when he appeared at King's Landing, he was alone, and he left the white knights in Dorne's blissful tower to look after them." His expression changed drastically, and he spat out a name in disbelief. Lyanna? Liga asked the 3 white knights to look after Lyanna, but why? And I'd Stark. He brought people to Blissful Tower to look for his sister, but he only brought back Lyanna's corpse. All the white knights died in battle, and I'd kept silent about the battle. How did Lyanna die? Yimont slowly closed his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he slowly opened them again. A look of disbelief flashed across his blue eyes, and his lips trembled as he said, "Jon Snow. When I'd returned from Dorne, other than Lyanna's corpse, he also brought back an illegitimate child. Lyanna died in childbirth, and the child is Liga's. 7 levels of hell." The old man held his head and moaned softly. "No wonder, I feel an inexplicable sense of closeness to Jon. No wonder, Jon's birth mother has always been a mystery, and I'd Stark never mentioned that woman, and did not even mention her name to Jon. This is not normal, it is not logical. Why didn't we suspect it before? A handsome man and an adult woman have been together for a year, both of them are healthy, and both of them desire each other. What can they do? What can they do? Giving birth to an illegitimate child is a matter of course. Why didn't anyone think of it before? Three-eyed crow, blind in River 1. It's all him, he's the one who's controlling everything in the dark," Old Yimont said through gritted teeth. Old Yimont's reaction shocked Danny greatly. She did not expect that the old man would instantly discover the truth with just a few hints, and she did not even give any more hints. It was completely based on the old man's wisdom and experience. Could it be that the old man's IQ soared after he left the Westeros? "Danny, did you already know about Jon's identity?" Old Yimont suddenly raised his head and stared at Danny. Chapter 425. "Danny, did you already know about it?" Yimont's eyes lit up and he looked at Danny. "Know what? I don't know anything." Danny had to deny it, of course. She still remembered how she taught Jon how to become a shadow-binding soldier, and every time they went on an adventure, she would let Jon take the lead, and he would be accompanied by the dragon faction's most loyal minister, Sir Elisa. She also dug many holes in the Great Wall. Night Watchers couldn't participate in the Seven Kingdoms politics, and she also praised the Night Watchers' glory to the point that they would be crushed if they fell. She also reinforced the belief that if one wore black clothes, he would be a Night Watcher forever. The Night Watchers' power couldn't be used for private purposes, and they couldn't fight for power for some people or some kings. She also destroyed the Child of Prophecy's sanctity and cut off the Child of Prophecy's ability to summon heroes, unless it was to defend the Great Wall and fight against the deviant ghosts. There were many more holes, and Danny would look for every opportunity to dig holes. There were so many holes that she couldn't remember them all. This was why she couldn't admit that she already knew about Jon's identity. "Since I entered Dorne, the three-eyed crow controlled my thoughts and twisted my will. So, what could I possibly know? I almost couldn't come back, and it was you who kept reminding me to leave the Great Wall. Did you forget? I even neglected the most basic safety, and I was rash. It was the three-eyed crow who controlled me. At that time, I didn't even have the most basic rationality, and I couldn't control what I said or did. How could I deduce John's identity with the rich experience and profound wisdom you accumulated over 100 years? Danny's words were reasonable, and her voice was filled with grievances. When Yimon heard this, he felt guilty. Danny's thoughts were controlled by the three-eyed crow, and even an old man like him had his vision obstructed by a layer of fog for more than 10 years. If he hadn't left the Westeros and escaped the three-eyed crow's range of control, he wouldn't have been able to deduce John's identity. Everything was the three-eyed crow's fault. That damned Blinden River one. As expected, illegitimate children were naturally despicable. Oh, that might not be the case. Jon Snow is also an illegitimate child. Except for his love for Stark, he was a good young man. At the same time, at the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Commander Tower, Jon Snow, the new Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, shuddered and withdrew from the crow spirit state. Achoo, achoo! Jon blew his nose and murmured, I can't sneak out in the middle of the night to fool around with Jacqueline anymore. Now that I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, I should lead by example. I can't. Well, Mole Village has prospered a lot lately, and a lot of prostitutes and peasant women who couldn't get along in Hearthstone and Carho have come to Mole Village to make a living. The Queen kept her word and gave the Night Watchman silver deer every month. The money was all spent in the Mole Village. Moreover, the Queen had said that a man's normal physiological behavior was not a big mistake. After all, the long night is coming, and the men of the Night Watchers are going to fight for their lives. A little mistake is not a mistake. After murmuring like this, Jon felt at ease again. At most, he would reduce the frequency of his dates with Jacqueline. Jon sat behind the desk and said to the empty chair opposite him, Lord Mormont, please help me tell Jacqueline that I won't be going to the top of the Great Wall to meet her tonight. I have a cold. Jon, you've been led astray. Jon, you've grown up. You're a man now. Jon blushed and said helplessly, I don't want to either. It's Jacqueline. She said that if I don't go to her, she'll come and steal from me in the middle of the night. Liar, liar. Think about it. You really want her. I saw it and heard it. You still want Vayne. No, no, I don't want Vayne, Jon quickly denied. Think about it. You used my body to peek at her bathing and watch her do herself. You want to go, stop it. Jon's face was as red as monkey's butt. He quickly changed the topic. Corn, Lord Mormont, do you want corn? Corn. There was no one in the office of the commander's tower except for Jon. But someone responded to him. In the identity of the former commander-in-chief, Dio Mormont, he responded to him. Flap, flap, flap. A big black crow flew up from the back of the chair and flapped its wings around Jon, cawing, Jon, corn, corn. If any night watcher walked into this stone room, they would be able to recognize the big black crow at a glance. It was the pet crow that Commander Mormont had domesticated for many years. It could speak human language, understand human language, and communicate with people. It was a very smart crow. Everyone knew that Elder Bear was inseparable from the crow. He would take it with him wherever he went. Elder Bear also put the crow on his shoulder when he led 300 rangers on an expedition to the frontier. In Castle Castle, when Elder Bear was killed by the Night Watchers who violated the guests' rights, the crow was on the roof beam. Then, the crow followed Sam and Gilly all the way to the wall. When it saw Black Hand send Sam into the stone cave, it flew to the Long Night Keep, found Sam again, and returned to Dark Castle with him. The crow also saw the Dragon Queen, but the Dragon Queen's attention was never on a normal crow. After that, the crow stayed in the crow's nest until the Dragon Queen left. Stannis and the red-robed woman moved out of the commander's tower and went to the king's tower where the queen used to live. The crow then returned to its old home. Until now, when the new commander moved in. John immediately opened the drawer and took out a handful of golden corn. He handed it to the red-eyed crow and said, "Lord Mormont, after you send a message to Jedgerit, please go to the haunted forest again and see if you can find Tormund, the giant's nemesis. Tell him that Targaryen is a man of his word." The Dragon Queen was a woman of her words. As soon as she left the wall, she started to fulfill her promise. At this time, the Queen's White Knight, Sir Geraldine, was leading a fleet from Braavos. 80 ships, tens of thousands of tons of supplies, enough for 100,000 barbarians to eat for a few years. John said a lot. He was not worried that the crow would not remember, because he knew that this was not a normal crow. In the depths of the crow's soul, there was the figure of Jiro Mormont. He also found it by accident, although the legendary demigod Tam's secret manual that the Dragon Queen gave him was a bit of a cheat. The meditation technique of Tam's master was very authentic. Just like the complete reality chi cultivation technique in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, compared to the 9-yin manual, a 9-yang manual, and a Xiantian technique, there was a huge gap. But no one could deny that the complete reality chi cultivation technique was an authentic Taoist, and was most suitable for foundation establishment. It was the same for Tam's meditation technique. Compared to the Great Wizard's inheritance and the Green Prophet's inheritance, its level was a bit low, but there were no side effects. It was the purest shadow binding meditation technique. Otherwise, Tam would not have become a big shot in Volantis at such a young age. Yes, Tam's role was similar to Mayu, and Kuei she was one of the 5 unique. The Great Wizard, the Green Prophet, Melisandre were similar to Duguchobai, Shuju, the 9-yang manual was written by Shuju, and Huang Shang, the author of the 9-yin manual. After John practiced the meditation technique of Tam's master, he improved at lightning speed. How could it not be? He was the child of prophecy, and there was no doubt about his talent. After mastering the technique of White Spirit Wolf, John began to look for a second animal companion. It would be best if it was a flying eagle. Perhaps it could fly to Winterfell, visit his hometown, visit his father in the tomb, he thought. He had not found the eagle, but he saw Mormont's raven. It could talk and fly. This big black crow was not inferior to the goshawk. Then, his soul entered the raven, and he was shocked to find old Mormont's figure in the depths of his soul. Old Bear was also a shapeshifter. John was shocked at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was reasonable. Mormont and Stark were both from the Northern Territory. They had pure ancestral blood and had believed in the old gods for thousands of years. Why couldn't he be a shapeshifter? Thinking about it this way, the close relationship between Old Bear and the big black crow was understandable. The raven was his animal companion after all. As for the reason why Old Bear hid his shapeshifter identity, John could also understand. If White Spirit was not too conspicuous, and if the savages knew that he was a wolf spirit, he would also want to hide his shapeshifter identity. In fact, he had never publicly admitted that he was a wolf spirit. He was a shadow-binding knight, so it was not a lie. Unlike the 6 forms Valamir, who suppressed Oriel's soul in the goshawk, John did not destroy Old Bear's will. Instead, he kept narrating Old Bear's life through mental waves, showing his thoughts to Old Bear. Old Bear's dissipating humanity actually stabilized, and the dissipation speed became extremely slow. Perhaps one day in the future Big Bear could see his father again. Father Crow. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. John came back to his senses and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me." It was Sam's voice. "Come in." John waved his hand, and the big black crow cawed and flew out of the window. "John, why have you been staying in the command tower recently instead of going down to practice martial arts with the night watchers? Galen wanted to come up to you several times, but because of your identity as the commander, I stopped him." Sam looked at his little friend worriedly and said sincerely, "I don't think you're putting on airs now that you've become the commander-in-chief." John's pale face turned even paler. Sorry, I'm a little busy. Sir Geraldane's fleet will arrive at the East Sea in about half a month. There's a lot of supplies, No, are you hiding something from me? Fat Sam interrupted him, looked at him carefully for a while, and said in surprise, Your face is so pale. Are you sick? Do you want to find Dr. Peristan? My face. John's heart sank. He rubbed his cheeks, and his expression was uncertain. I'm a little afraid of light. The sun stings my face, so I don't want to go downstairs during the day, he said in a low voice. Afraid of light? Why? Sam was puzzled. It seems to be binding. John's eyes flashed, and he changed his words. There's a problem with my magic cultivation. Why did the Shadow Binder wear a mask? To be mysterious? The Shadow Children of Yashya were not just for show. Yashya in the Far East had been in the shadows for thousands of years, and it had almost never seen the sun. Without the sun, there was no way to grow food. In fact, the Yashya residents not only bought food from the sea, but also brought in fresh water from the outside. The water in Yashya was black, and it shone with a light green phosphorescence. It had powerful magic radiation, and it was a curse to ordinary people. A shadow binder born in such an environment would definitely have an allergic reaction to the normal world. Chapter 426. John needed a mask. After understanding John's predicament, Sam suggested the same thing. Do you know Captain Morona of the Wildling Camp? She's a witch warrior and wears a white weirwood mask all day long. She's also known as the White Mask. John, you can learn from her. Sam said. Mask, I know about masks. John covered his face and sighed. How could he not know about masks? The legendary demigod Tam had already mentioned this in his diary. After becoming a shadow-binding knight, he had to prepare a mask as soon as possible. However, it didn't mean that shadow-binding knights couldn't see sunlight. Wasn't Melisandre also a shadow-binding knight? When had she ever been afraid of sunlight? Shadow-binding knights controlled the power of shadow and fire. If they could learn a high-level fire spell and develop it to a certain level, shadow-binding knights would no longer be afraid of sunlight. However, the legendary demigod Tam had also said that most shadow-binding knights wouldn't spend too much effort on fire. A person's time and energy were limited. The mysterious and powerful shadow and blood spells were the main focus of a shadow-binding knight. Of course, John didn't need to worry about this. He wasn't interested in blood spells. Switching to fire spells was a good choice for him. The Dragon Queen had even given him Master Lisbon's Legacy spell card. According to the Dragon Queen, Lisbon was also a legendary figure known as the Western Overlord. Together with Master Kuei-shi of the Far East, they were the two most powerful great wizards in the world. His legacy must be very good. At the very least, even the Dragon Queen majored in fire manipulation. John had originally planned to work hard on fire manipulation, but for some reason, Melisandre had also come to him recently. Melisandre had basically said that she could help him train in fire magic. John was immediately tempted and asked how he could help him. Then, Melisandre's warm and white body leaned over. Her seductive eyes were like silk, and her fragrant lips opened for a kiss. John was mesmerized for a moment, but he managed to control himself in the end. First, everyone knew that the red-robed lady was Stannis's woman, and Stannis lived in the king's tower next door. John cherished his life. Secondly, the red-haired girl, Yrgrat, had been having an affair with him recently. The two of them were very passionate, and John didn't want to make her a cuckold. Finally, he had long known that Melisandre was a shadow-binding knight. Now that he had become a shadow-binding knight, he understood the consequences of having sex with a shadow-binding knight. As if she could see John's hesitation, the red-robed woman spoke frankly, "Recently, I saw your figure in the flame. You will play an important role in the Long Night War. I want to help you." However, John still firmly refused. The deeds recorded in the diary of the legendary demigod level Tam were even more terrifying than the ghost stories that Grandma had told back then. Thinking of those magic experiments that scared him so much that he couldn't sleep, John didn't dare to be hard even if the red-robed woman took off her clothes. Melisandre only told half of the truth. The Great Wall contained powerful magic power, and her magic power had been growing faster and faster recently. However, the stronger her magic power, the more she saw John's figure in the flames. This made her confused. Who was the real child of prophecy? Helping John was just a matter of convenience. She often helped Erlu replenish magic power, so she was already familiar with it. Yes, she could also change her taste. John was fresh and tender. More importantly, she planned to use blood magic to figure out John's background. This was also the reason why John rarely went downstairs recently. He didn't want to have too much to do with the red-robed woman. Of course, he couldn't say this to Sam. Look at this. John took out the Veleglia steel magic card and handed it to Sam across the table. This is a magic card that Her Majesty Dani Alice gave me. It came from Master Lisbon. I've been practicing this magic recently. Ah, tile steel! Fatty exclaimed as soon as he held it in his hand. The Tars also had tile steel swords, and Fatty had seen them many times. Hey, did Dragon Queen learn her fire witchcraft from this? Sam heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was worried about John not only because he lived alone and became estranged from his friends. Recently, there were many rumors about John in Dark Castle. Spirit wolf, shapeshifter, wizard, blood magic, evil witchcraft. The black-robed brothers were afraid of their commander-in-chief. Fat Sam looked at his friend with concern and advised, John, you should tell everyone that you're practicing the fire magic that Dragon Queen taught you. It's the most effective fire witchcraft against deviant ghosts. John's eyes flashed and he shook his head. No need. I can use fire magic sooner or later. Everyone can see it. If I say it myself, how can it be more effective and convincing than if you help me spread the word of this accident? Fire mages were indeed more reputable than shadowbinders and spirit wolves. Moreover, Dragon Queen, who had a high reputation among the Night Watchers and barbarians, was also a fire mage. John apologized to Fat Sam in his mind. Fat Sam didn't know what his friend was thinking. His face reddened and he decided to tell the truth. There's been a lot of bad rumors about you lately. You're arrogant, you look down on your brothers, and you're secretly practicing evil witchcraft. John, you have to explain it to everyone and clear up the misunderstanding. The commander-in-chief's eyes flashed coldly. It's Slint who's talking bad about me, isn't it? You know? Sam was shocked. I'm not deaf or scared. John lowered his eyes. How many eyes does Duke Bloodcrow have? 1,000 plus 1. How many eyes does Commander-in-Chief John have? 1 pair, 1 pair, and 1 pair. There was no secret in Dark Castle that could be hidden from him. Sam said, and Sir Elisa, John interrupted him. Sir Elisa is Her Majesty Dani Rise's man, and he's only supporting Slint. Yes, Sir Elisa is different from Count Slint. Sam's small gray eyes flashed with understanding. One had a strong backer, and although he was a bit talkative, he was still so brave in battle. Sir Elisa, I don't want to be so brave. The other had no backer, liked to talk big, and had a blood feud with Stark. John smiled faintly. When Commander-in-Chief Mormont was still alive, he planned to send a group of night watchmen to Greyguard Castle. Sam, go and inform Sir Gino Slint to pick 15 men from the Night's Watch and 15 savages. Tomorrow morning, he'll be the Commander-in-Chief of Greyguard Castle. As for Sir Elisa, he was originally serving at Eastwatch. Let him return to Eastwatch and take care of the savages' southern affairs. Greystone Castle had been abandoned for many years. The buildings had basically collapsed and were almost in ruins. It was the worst of the 19 castles, and John had deliberately misinterpreted Old Bear's orders. Old Bear did want to send people to Greystone Castle at first, but after discovering that it was impossible to live there, he immediately changed his plans. He changed Greystone Castle to Stonegate Village next door. One more thing, the City of Knowledge sent a letter. The professors denied Professor Pereston's identity and insisted that the Great Wall was lying. There were no deviant ghosts and no long night. They even scolded us for going against the neutral position of the Night Watchmen and becoming Dragon Queen's lackeys. Sam said as he wriggled, and took out a letter from his pocket. Damn it! John cursed as soon as he read the first few pages. It was no wonder he was angry. The City of Knowledge had scolded the Night Watchmen for lying. They had cursed the Commander-in-Chief John as a despicable and greedy bastard. In order to get the 7 countries' help, he had lied about deviant ghosts. What did Professor Perestan say? John threw the letter on the table and said with a gloomy face. He was very calm. Even when the City of Knowledge called him a liar, he didn't get angry. Instead, he had an "I knew it" expression. Sam said strangely. John's mouth twitched. He was originally a member of the City of Knowledge. Of course, he understood the City of Knowledge's behavior. I'm asking, what does the professor plan to do? Her Majesty Danny Alice has sent a letter. Dragonstone Island is working overtime to mine dragon crystal weapons. In at most 2 months, there will be countless dragon crystal arrowheads and dragon crystal short swords shipped by Sir Sitiga of Crab Island. With weapons, we need people who can use them. Not only do we need new recruits, we need knights with excellent martial arts and officers with a knightly background to lead the barbarians. We also need armor, war horses, blacksmiths, craftsmen. Dragonstone Island is barren and can't provide those things. Her Majesty Danny Alice has already exceeded her responsibilities. Now, the Great Wall needs the support of the nobles of the 7 countries. Fatty said, the professor asked me to go to the City of Knowledge. He said that words are like the wind. Even the wind can't wake up a sheep that is pretending to be asleep. Only true deviant ghosts and ghouls can wake them up, just like his own experience. Okay. John nodded lightly and said, the reason why we spent so much effort to capture deviant ghosts is to let the nobles, the City of Knowledge, the Iron Throne, the Church and the common people see it with their own eyes, to let them know that the long night is coming. After thinking for a while, John added, I will appoint Darion as the new Wave Raven and let him accompany you to the south. The nobles' reaction is still uncertain. We have to be more diligent and recruit more brothers. The Night Watchers were called Ravens because of their black clothes. The Night Watchers who were in charge of recruiting new members were called Wave Ravens. The Wave Ravens didn't need to be stationed at the Great Wall. They wandered around the 7 countries and brought the resources, money and prisoners given by the feudal lords to the Great Wall. The most famous Wave Raven was Yoren, the Night Watcher who saved Aria at the King's Landing. In fact, old Yamant was also a Wave Raven now. Yamant went home with his great-granddaughter to retire, but he still belonged to the Night Watchers in name. He just changed from a scholar to a Wave Raven. The Wave Raven Yamant was in charge of collecting dragon crystal weapons. He didn't work for a day, but he completed the task well. Which deviant ghost should I bring to the south? A small deviant ghost or a big deviant ghost with its limbs cut off? Sam asked. The big deviant ghost, of course, John said without thinking. John, have you thought about it? The big deviant ghost can resurrect the dead. It might resurrect the same person as it walks, Sam said seriously. Then kill it. Kill it with dragon crystal weapons. The corpse ghosts it resurrects will become dead again, John said. What am I going to show the City of Knowledge after killing it? Sam said with a straight face. John was also stunned. Why don't we bring both deviant ghosts? I'll ask Melisandre if she can make a magic seal to seal the deviant ghost's abilities. Sam nodded and asked again, when do I leave? When White Knight Dragon Queen arrives, I'll go south with the barbarians, or... John immediately said, the sooner the better. Prepare your luggage tomorrow and leave the day after tomorrow. Go to the East Sea Watch first and ask Carter Parker to arrange a ship to send you to Bravos. Then, hire a fast ship from Bravos to the Old Town. But, if I bring deviant ghosts and corpse ghosts, will they allow me to board the ship? Sam hesitated. We have money, John reminded him. He waved his hand and said generously, 5,000 gold radiance coins for travel expenses. It's enough for you to stay in the first-class cabin and drink Chinting Island's golden wine every day. We can lock the deviant ghosts in a box. There's no need to be so extravagant, Fatty laughed. An obscure light flashed in John's eyes. He said in a low voice, Take Jilly with you too. Chapter 427. That's how it is. It's so sudden and legendary that even I don't know what to do. Varys, whether it's true or not, I can't help but say respect to him. Danny sighed. Barristan frowned and thought for a moment before asking, Your Majesty, can you confirm whether John Clinton is real or not? Well, after discussing with the old man to no avail, Danny began to contact the White Knight on the Stone Steps archipelago. Mental projection. And Little White had also landed in the torture abyss. The Royal Navy Yaman. It was the wooden house that the King of Dimensional Water had built by the bay. I'm sure of that. John Clinton knows that you're my White Knight, and he even met me as your old friend, Danny said. If Sir Clinton is sure of little Aegon's identity, then he might really be Rhaega's child, Barristan said in a low voice. Why? Danny asked curiously. Because... Barristan's eyes drifted. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, John Clinton admires Prince Rhaega. He wouldn't lie about something like this. Are you kidding? Danny's mental projection flickered like a color TV with a bad signal. Actually, this kind of thing is very common among the upper echelons of Westeros, such as Duke Renly and Knight of Flowers Loras. Even in Slaver's Bay and Cayuan City, aren't there many beautiful boys? Barristan's tone was strained as he said something that even he found hard to accept. Indeed, it's time for Big Sparrow to clean up the Westeros. Danny sighed with a hand on her forehead. Danny, who said this, didn't know that her original body, Danny Rise, was also a little girl who liked both men and women. Barristan said awkwardly, Other than the White Knight, no one else knows about the matter between John Clinton and Prince Rhaega. For the sake of the prince's reputation, it's best that you don't spread it. You also know that this is bad for your reputation? Danny rolled her eyes. Well, it was normal for Westeros nobles to be gay, but the behavior itself wasn't accepted by public opinion. The Church of the Seven Gods explicitly forbade sex between people of the same sex. Committing the crime of homosexuality was almost as serious as selling slaves. But in the decades of brutal war against the armed forces of the Church, Targaryen had almost pulled out the backbone of the Church. Monarchical authority completely suppressed theocracy, and the Church of the Seven Gods became a potted plant in the hands of the king, where he could plant it wherever he wanted. Without a backbone, the Church began to rot from the inside. The Archbishop became a frequent visitor to the brothel, and deceiving beautiful little boys became their specialty. The dogma of the Seven Stars Bible was reduced to waste paper. From a neutral point of view, Danny had to praise Big Sparrow for what he did at King's Landing. Regardless of whether his actions had the purpose of pursuing power, he had finally cleaned up the evil trend that had pervaded the upper class of the Seven Nations. In short, with Sir Clinton's feelings for Prince Rhaega, he would never get a fake to pretend to be the prince's bloodline, Barristan emphasized again. Haha, no matter how stupid Varys is, he wouldn't conspire with John Clinton to fake it, Danny said with a faint smile. Sir Clinton and Robert could be said to be brilliant jade back in the day. With his intelligence and wisdom, it would be difficult to deceive him, Barristan said. Intelligence and wisdom. Danny smiled bitterly. Can I believe in the wisdom of a fool who could fight a terrible battle like the Battle of the Bell? The Battle of the Bell was terrible? Where did that come from? Sir Clinton's upholding of honor is worthy of praise from a true knight. Barristan was puzzled. Forget it, whether Clinton is smart or not, we have to investigate it ourselves. You immediately ride Whitey and go to Dragonstone Island to find Bronn, and let him personally go to King's Landing. Little Aegon's substitute is the son of a tanner in Stinkwater Bay, and the tanner is a big drunkard. He should have a few older brothers, and his mother died giving birth to him. This identity should be clear. King's Landing is not Volantis, where there are silver-haired, purple-eyed residents everywhere. Finally, Dany emphasized seriously, "Tell Bronn that only he, you, and I know about this." "I understand," Barristan said solemnly. On the other side, the Dragon Queen had all sorts of suspicions about little Aegon's identity. On the other side, Clinton and the others could not sleep at night, anxiously discussing the Dragon Queen's calm attitude after seeing her nephew. "I can feel that she's suspicious of me." Little Aegon was a little dissatisfied, a little resentful, and also a little helpless. "She's being cautious. It seems that Varys and Illyrio are not worthy of her trust," Clinton said in a low voice. Sister Lamore sighed. Varys and Illyrio miscalculated. They arranged all of this without considering how to dispel the Queen's suspicions. "Why should she be suspicious? I am the real Aegon Targaryen," little Aegon said excitedly. Clinton frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, "Tyrion, what do you think?" Tyrion was a little absent-minded, immersed in his own thoughts. He was slow to respond to Clinton's call. "Tyrion?" Clinton raised his voice. "It's me." "What's wrong?" Tyrion came back to his senses. "What are you thinking about?" Swordmaster Haldon asked, looking at him steadily. "I'm thinking about my sister. I'm thinking about her being paraded like a lowly prostitute. I'm still thinking about Jaime. He loves her so much. I don't know how much pain he must feel. Will he learn from Maregal the Cruel and burn down the great cathedral? No, perhaps Jaime should break Cersei's slender, delicate neck. That woman did it with the 3 brothers, and even made them do it with Tommen's wife. Jaime was never a generous person. That day, when Robert brought his family north to Winterfell, Robert got drunk and climbed into the Wheel Palace. When he climbed on top of Cersei and ravaged her like she was the cheapest prostitute by the roadside, Jaime had drawn his sword. If he hadn't stopped him, Robert would have followed in the footsteps of the Mad King. Cersei had many men, but Jaime had kept his chastity for her all his life. He had never touched any other woman except her. The stronger the love, the stronger the jealousy, the stronger the hatred. It would be good to let Jaime kill the foolish and crazy Cersei. Didn't you see how much the Dragon Queen hated Lannister and looked at Cersei in a different light? Oh, the Dragon Queen likes me too. She was right. A dwarf son piercing his father's genitals with a crossbow is something that all Lannister's enemies would love to see. The Dragon Queen was a ruthless person. So ruthless, so smart, so courageous, the Dragon Queen hated Lannister. Where would the future Lannister and Casterly Rock go from here? Smack! Clinton slapped the little devil's head, waking him up completely. "Have you drunk too much?" he scolded. "On the other side of the world, there's Green Pavilion Island golden wine. A cup costs at least a gold coin. Can't you drink more?" Tyrion rubbed his broken nose and laughed. After hearing everyone's questions, Tyrion didn't even think and immediately said, "It's obvious. Everyone has personally interacted with her. She is a wise ruler, a queen who looks down on the world. She is not a puppet in Varys' puppet show. She won't believe whatever Varys and Illyrio say." He met little Aegon's dissatisfied gaze and gave an example. "Think about it, if one day you climb to the Iron Throne, and then a silver-haired middle-aged man appears in front of you, calling himself Rhaegar Targaryen. He faked his death at Ruby Beach, and the person whose breastplate was shattered by Robert was a substitute he arranged beforehand. The real Prince Rhaegar has been hiding in the countryside learning how to rule the country. Now that his son has taken down the country, and he has made progress in his studies, he can achieve great things on the Iron Throne. So he comes back to inherit the throne. What do you think? My father is not a coward. he will not run away from his battle. Little Aegon was so angry that his nose was crooked. Clinton also frowned and scolded. This is a bad example. Prince Aegon is not running away from his responsibilities. He was just a baby back then. What do you want him to do? The words are crude, but the logic is not. The little devil shrugged indifferently. You should be glad. The Dragon Queen is fierce to her enemies, but she is not sinister. Look at her arrangements for you. The luxurious palace at the top of the pyramid. Even Scholar Sai and Sister Lamore have a single bedroom with matching maids. If it were my sister, hee. I am not here to beg for food. Little Aegon clenched his fists and growled. Oh, what other trump cards do you have? Tyrion was interested. It has nothing to do with you. Although little Aegon was a little impulsive, he was not stupid. The little devil thought for a moment and said seriously, the more serious a person's attitude towards something, the more important it is to her. In other words, if your identity is proven to be real, then your position in her heart will be very important. On the contrary, if she hugs you and cries the moment she sees you, then casually admits your identity, you should be worried. Because whether you are real or fake might not make a difference to her. So, the problem now is not the Queen's attitude towards you. In fact, her attitude is already very good. The key is, other than the silver hair and purple eyes, other than Varys who is not trusted by any Westeros, is there any other evidence? The dwarf guessed wrongly. The Dragon Queen placed great importance on the authenticity of Aegon's identity. He was right. But it was not because of her feelings. The main reason was that she did not want to be deceived and played by Varys. No matter if Aegon was real or fake, his influence on her was limited. If Aegon was really Liga's son, she would at most take care of his 3 meals a day. It was impossible for him to have her dragons or her soldiers. But if he was fake, you don't trust Varys? He saved you. Little Aegon asked curiously. I believe that the other ghosts will not trust him either. The little devil pouted at Clinton, who was deep in thought. Ask your foster father if he trusts Varys. Let me tell you, little prince, if you really go to the Westeros one day, please remember this proverb: the loyalty of an 8-clawed spider, the love words of a prostitute in the King's Landing. There is such a proverb? Clinton stared at him. Proverbs are always spoken by people. And I am the first person to say it. Tyrion pointed at his ugly nose and laughed. After thinking for a moment, Clinton asked, if it was you, what kind of evidence would you need to believe in Aegon's identity as prince? The dwarf only recognized your identity, and guessed my identity from my dyed blue hair. Little Aegon said, I'm a little smart, and I'm a simple person. I trust people easily, Tyrion said with a straight face. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, however, if there is something like a birthmark, an old acquaintance in the palace, or a letter from Princess Ilia, I will be more determined. Clinton looked at Sister Lamore and said in a deep voice, What do you think? Tyrion looked at the charming long-haired nun in surprise and asked, You also hid your true identity? Who are you? Lamore's beautiful purple eyes flashed with hesitation. She said uncertainly, Sir Barristan is not here. No one knows me. I don't know how much Her Majesty believes in my words. Chapter 428. The sky was dark and the rain was cold. 5 demonic dragons circled above King's Landing. Smoke billowed and fire burned everywhere. The dragon flames almost melted the Red Keep. Cersei hugged the crying Tommen and cried, Mother of Mercy, on the Iron Throne. Below King's Landing, a great battle was taking place that dyed the Blackwater River red. Tyrion was in the middle of the battlefield, holding an axe that was taller than himself. He fought side by side with Barristan the Fearless and Jorah Mormont in white armor. This Tyrion had 2 heads, and neither of them had noses. One of them squealed with excitement, wearing a dragon's helm and shouting kill, 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 kill. The other wore a golden lion's helm, and its eyes were closed and its head lolled, as if in a deep sleep. Duke Tywin was the commander of the enemy. He rode out of the formation on a tall horse, while Jaime and Sir Kevin were beside him. Behind him were Aunt Xena, Cousin Lancel, and the rest of the Lannister in full armor. Behind them were countless soldiers in golden robes and lion helmets. At this time, the unsullied and Dothraki centaurs rushed toward the gold-robed soldiers like a tide. "Hear my roar!" Duke Tywin pointed his sword at the enemy and shouted, "Kill all the dragons! Wash King's Landing with blood! Don't let a single Lannister go!" The queen on the demonic dragon replied coldly. Tyrion was unstoppable. He rushed to Duke Tywin and cut him and his horse in half with one swing of his axe. "Ha ha!" Tyrion held his blood-stained axe and laughed maniacally. "Bastard!" James, who was wearing golden armor and wielding a golden sword, roared as he rushed over. Tyrion was not afraid. Jaime in golden armor did not have a right hand and was no match for him. Tyrion used his axe to smash Jaime's iron armor, smashing his face into a pile of red paste. Every time he smashed his face, he would laugh loudly. Then, it was Aunt Xena, all his cousins and uncles. When the battle was over, Tyrion suddenly turned around and realized that his other head was sobbing. "Ha ha ha ha, kill kill kill, woo 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 woo." The warm morning light shone through the skylight, casting a golden beam of light in the bedroom. On the feather bed, Tyrion mumbled to himself as he tried to avoid the direct sunlight. Bang bang bang, Tyrion, little devil, get up! The sounds of knocking on the door and shouting were as distant as a folk song from the other side of the mountain. Tyrion did not react at all, until Duke Tywin's head, which had been split in half, fell to the ground. He looked over coldly and said, "Tyrion, get up." "Yes, father." Like a conditioned reflex, Tyrion sat up. Rubbing his sore and swollen eyes, the dwarf slowly came back to his senses. He looked around and realized that he was in a lavishly decorated palace. The heat of the sun was so real. "Damn it, disturbing my sleep!" The little devil cursed and said to Duckfield, who was knocking on the door, "Stop shouting, I'll get up now." Reaching out to support himself on the pillow, Tyrion's expression froze. He turned around and saw a wet patch on the white feather pillow. "Dad, you can only scare me in my dreams now." Tyrion cracked a smile that was uglier than crying. He pulled the blanket away and prepared to get off the bed. But just as he moved, his body froze again. He looked down and saw that his little brother was holding his head high. His pants were wet and sticky. "Sigh, it's been a few months and I only have Fenny by my side." Thinking of the beautiful female dwarf, his little brother immediately nodded in agreement. But Tyrion's deformed head shook with a complicated expression. It's a good opportunity to experience the exotic scenery of Slave Bay. When it came to treating his girlfriend, the little devil was still very principled. He lusted after Sansa's body, but he still resisted the urge to touch her. It was a great loss for him to let his little finger take advantage of his wife. He also had feelings for the female dwarf, Fenny. Fenny had sent him a silent invitation a few times, but he still resisted. "Why did you call me in such a hurry?" When the little devil yawned and walked out of the bedroom, only Duckfield was left in the living room. "Look at the sun. It's almost noon." Duckfield pointed at the window and shouted. "So?" Tyrion asked casually. He looked around and didn't even see the shadow of the female dwarf. He couldn't help but ask, "Where is she? Where's His Highness and Sir Clinton?" "Downstairs. Oh, in the lower level of the pyramid. The Queen is hearing the case of the Count of Broken Shackles. Do you want to take a look?" Tyrion was shocked and quickly asked, "The trial has already started? Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" "Didn't I wake you up?" Duck said unhappily. Tyrion didn't have time to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast brought by the maids. He took a piece of food called Ruggiamo and ate it as he went downstairs. Nobles had their privileges. Otherwise, why would they work so hard to climb up? Even if Tyrion came late, he could still easily find a place to watch. The trial process was not open to the public. Other than the nobles, there were no other spectators. The trial hall on the second floor was empty. The shackles on Clayton's hands were also removed, and his prison uniform was changed into a comfortable dark-colored sweater. The Count of Broken Shackles sat in the middle, surrounded by a ring of judges. There were a total of 27 judges, 9 nobles and 9 government officials. There were also 9 Gith judges who chose the most famous Gith scholars from the 3 cities of Slave Bay. Yes, they had to be scholars or other professions with the ability of scholars. Only scholars could understand the Codex and Clayton's case. "Where's the Queen?" Tyrion came to Clinton and asked softly. After announcing the start of the trial, the Queen left. Seeing Tyrion's confusion, Clinton pointed to the judges who were flipping through the case and explained, "The trial of the nobles is divided into 3 steps. The closed preliminary trial, the public trial, and the closed final trial. Now is the preliminary trial. The main point is to compare the Codex and pick out every violation of Clayton's. During the trial, Clayton can refute it himself or invite scholars who understand the law to help him." The audience discussed in low voices, but the atmosphere in the hall was tense. The judges kept picking out Clayton's mistakes in the case of the Son of the Harpy from the case, and the Butcher Count was not to be outdone and refuted loudly. If the judges accepted Clayton's explanation, then the accusation would be dismissed and the next round of accusations and arguments would proceed. If a judge didn't agree with Clayton's explanation, or if Clayton couldn't give an explanation, then the accusation would be officially filed and recorded. During the trial, it would be handed over to the chief judge to be heard in public. Because there were 9 highly respected Gith judges, it was difficult to miss obvious violations of the law during the preliminary trial. "It seems quite fair," Tyrion muttered after listening for a while. Then, he thought of himself in the purple wedding case. If it was according to the Dragon Queen's Codex, he probably wouldn't have a good outcome, because too many witnesses' testimonies were against him. "Let's go. After listening for so long, we've more or less understood the judicial process at Slaver's Bay." "Close to noon," Clinton said in a low voice. Tyrion listened with relish and shook his head. "You guys go first. I want to listen for a while more." "Don't you find it boring?" Little Aegon asked curiously. "Boring? No, it's very interesting." Tyrion held back his laughter. "Don't you understand? The Codex that the Dragon Queen created doesn't seem to target nobles, but the Targaryen family's unique Mad King. Are you crazy? How dare you say such things in front of me?" Little Aegon said angrily. "Your Highness, in terms of magnanimity, you should learn from your aunt." The little devil shook his head. "It's normal for the Queen to learn from her father," Clinton said with a frown. "Through the Codex and the judicial process, we can see the Queen's thoughts and personality. Forget it, you can leave if you don't want to listen," Tyrion said with a wave of his hand. Clinton was deep in thought as he turned to the dark-haired woman and said, "Sister Lamore, why don't you meet the Queen alone? Where's Fenny?" Seeing the woman's graceful back, Tyrion, who had not had sex for many days, felt his heart skip a beat. Then, the female dwarf's face appeared in his mind. Only then did he realize that Fenny wasn't in the courtroom. "Where did Fenny go?" he asked anxiously. "She went to the dock to perform the comical prop. The pig and the dog are also at the orange wine ship," Little Aegon said. Tyrion breathed a sigh of relief but still complained, "It's dangerous for her to go alone in a foreign country. She should have let Dukfai go with her. There's an Unsullied following her. And if you don't want to sleep in, you can go with her yourself. The Queen has always thought of her as your wife, ha ha." Scholar Sai laughed in a low voice. The Dragon Queen was not at the Great Pyramid. After breakfast, she went to the hall on the second floor to announce the official start of the trial. Then, she rode out of the city under the protection of the Bloodguard. Her Khalasar had been nomadic between Meereen and Astapor, and had recently come to the vicinity of the Worm River. The Dragon Queen wanted to get together with her people and reorganize a few thousand roaring warriors at the same time. After Lemore learned from the centaur maid that the queen would only return at night, she was curious about how the queen commanded the Dothraki. So, instead of waiting at the pyramid, she asked a 12-year-old Unsullied to take her outside the city to find the queen. The nun's riding skills were unexpectedly good. It only took her half an hour to run more than 10 kilometers northeast along the Yellow Road. The little Unsullied almost couldn't catch up. Finally, on a grassland, the mature woman whose cheeks were red from running saw the queen know, the Khaleesi's Khalasar. Countless yurts rose from the ground. Although there were many of them, they were arranged neatly. A man-made ravine separated the yurts where the centaurs lived from the pasture. The centaur women were busy between the tents and children were running and playing. On the other side of the ravine, there were old centaurs leisurely riding their horses and herding their cattle and sheep on the grassland. The herds were scattered across the vast land, and there was almost no end in sight. On the other side of the grassland where the cattle and horses had already eaten the pasture, thousands of knights galloped on their horses, shouting words that she could not understand. The ground also shook slightly. She could vaguely see that the leader was a white horse, carrying a valiant female knight. Her silver hair was braided and decorated with bells. She wore a Dothraki vest and was dressed like a female call. Chapter 429. In front of the roaring warriors, there were hundreds of carriages lined up together, and there were wooden puppets in armor on the carriages. They would act as the imaginary enemies of the centaurs. 3,000 cavalrymen were charging over. Light arrows ready. The female call Dany suddenly shouted. She let go of the reins and stood up from the saddle. She took out an arrow from the quiver hanging on the saddle, nocked it, and drew her bow. The little silver horse under her seemed to be connected to her mind. It changed direction without slowing down and streaked past 30 meters in front of the carriages. Shoot! Whoosh! Dany shot out an arrow without aiming at a specific target. It flew into the sky in a parabola and landed on a carriage. She then quickly took out a second arrow and shot it out. Shoot! The thousands of cavalrymen behind her shouted at the same time. Then, they did the same thing as her, riding their horses and shooting. Buzz! There was a muffled sound of bowstrings vibrating. In an instant, the sky darkened. Arrows rained down on the carriages that were used as target. Sister Lemore stood on a hill and saw the entire process. The centaur cavalrymen were like a flexible snake that slithered in front of the carriages. Their movements were smooth and fast. It was as if all the cavalrymen were controlled by a single will. Starting from Dragon Queen to the last cavalryman leaving in an arc in front of the carriages, it took about 2 minutes. Then, 2 minutes of continuous arrow rain fell from the sky above the carriages. What was terrifying was that the density of the arrow rain was uniform. There was no more and no less. This meant that the 3,000 cavalrymen were maintaining the same rhythm as Dragon Queen. Then, they shot 2 more times at high speed. They used a short arrow and a heavy arrow respectively. Then, the cavalrymen disbanded. Khaleesi brought the Blood Alliance into the carriages to check the effects of the attack. 3 different types of arrows were used for the 3 mounted archery missions: light arrows with bamboo shafts, heavy arrows with thickened arrowheads which were armor-piercing arrows, and short arrows made of thin brambles. The arrowheads were shorter, but heavier than the light arrows. The Blood Alliance guard Rakarov reported to Khaleesi, "The light arrows fly the furthest, and the armor-piercing arrows have the shortest range. But the light arrows have almost no killing power. They can only pierce through 1 layer of leather armor. Most of the short arrows could pierce through leather armor, and a few could even pierce through mail armor. Only the armor-piercing arrows are effective against plate armor and arc-shaped shields, but their range is limited. Over 50 meters, they have almost the same effect as short arrows. What suggestions do you have? Is there any practical use in using the 3 types of arrows together?" Dany asked. She was learning from the Mongols. The Mongolian cavalry was equipped with 2 bows and 3 types of arrows. The shape of the armor-piercing arrow changed according to the enemy's armor. One was a normal bow for the horse, and the other was a more accurate bow for the horse. However, the invincibility of the Mongolian cavalry did not only depend on 2 bows and 3 types of arrows. Dani could not just copy it mechanically. She had to consider the actual situation. Moreover, she only had a smattering of knowledge about the Mongolian army's formations and weapons. It was all written on television, so she couldn't be sure if it was true or false. Blood Alliance guard Xiao Gu said, "In the Sea of Grass and the other colossus of the Call, there is no strict categorization of arrows. We also have curved blades. If arrows can't solve the problem, then rush up and use a scimitar to solve it." "What if the scimitar can't handle it? Cut off the braid and surrender?" Dani asked. "If the scimitar can't handle it, 100 types of arrows can't either." Xiao Gu patted the steel scimitar at his waist. "The scimitar is the ultimate weapon. Think about the Battle of the Unsullied. 3,000 unsullied defended Kolar. If we were to equip armor-piercing arrows on a large scale and use the tactic of circling the enemy to wear them down, would we lose and become a laughingstock in history?" Dani said with a straight face. She felt that the reason why the Dothraki did not equip armor-piercing arrows was purely because they were poor and did not have enough fine iron to make armor-piercing arrows. "Khaleesi, I have an idea." Kuei Luo stepped forward and suggested, "We centaurs only have light cavalry. This is not right. I think we can use a mixture of light cavalry and heavy cavalry. The light cavalry will ride and shoot at the front to disrupt the enemy's formation. Then the light cavalry at the front will bypass the enemy's formation, just like what Khaleesi led us to do. This will give space for the heavy cavalry at the back to charge. The heavy cavalry will charge at the enemy's scattered formation. Finally, the light cavalry will circle around and follow behind the heavy cavalry. They will use their scimitars and bows to finish off the ground that has been plowed by our heavy cavalry." Dani looked in surprise at the centaur youth, who was beginning to grow a black beard on his upper lip. In just 2 short years, this youth, who was the same age as her, had not only grown taller and stronger, even his intelligence had begun to increase. "Centaurs are not cowards. They cannot hide in their armor," Rakalo muttered. Dani looked helplessly at her bloodrider and said, "Rakalo, if it were 2 years ago, I would have explained it to you. Now, 2 years later, you are still saying such things. Aren't you a little too stupid? You are the same age as Kuei Luo, and you are not as big as him. How can your intelligence be inferior to his?" Kuei Luo was nearly 2 meters tall, and his chest was as thick as a wall. He was 1 size larger than the 2 Bloodrider. "He eats dragon essence every day. Of course, he is tall. The people in the Megalosaurus Guard are all big," Rakalu said. "Really?" Dani looked at Kuei Luo in surprise. "It seems that dragon essence makes us stronger, and perhaps smarter. However, I have been learning mathematics and history from Scholar recently. It is more likely that learning has made me smarter," Kuei Luo said uncertainly. Dani looked at Rakalu and said, "Look at Kuei Luo. He is so self-aware, even knowing to learn from Scholar. Even if dragon essence is effective, it is far inferior to serious learning. Kuei Luo, you are the leader of the Kiliarch." With that, Dani promoted the Megalosaurus Guard. "Jogo, Rakalu, each of you lead a 1,000-man team." Currently, her Colossa had 5,000 people, barely able to gather 3,000 Srak roaring warriors. Before today, the entire Colossa only had 1 Chiliarch, Dani. Jogo and Rakalu helped Dani manage the Colossa as Bloodrider, but they were not Kiliarchs. Dani still had another Bloodrider. The most quick-witted and level-headed Adger was arranged by her to lead the militia and tens of thousands of Gislaus to farm. Adger did not need a 1,000-man team. He himself was the commander of the militia, Golden Dragon Banner. His official position was the same as the Guard's John Bolton, Red Dragon Banner, the unsullied Commander Grey Worm, White Banner, and the Wings of Liberty's Scarface Simon, Blue Banner with black wings. In addition, Kuei Luo was also the commander of the Wings of Liberty's heavy cavalry. He had 500 iron guards under him who were responsible for protecting the Queen on the battlefield. These were only the regular troops, numbering close to 50,000. However, in this period of great agricultural production, the regular troops also needed to farm. They did not have as heavy a task as ordinary farmers, but at least they had enough food to eat. Seeing that the Centaur Knights beside Danny had dispersed, Jichi rode over and reported, "Calixi, someone is looking for you." 15 minutes later, Sister Lemore and Danny rode side by side to the Worm River, with only Jogu and Jichi by their side. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. With every step the little silver horse took, the bells on Danny's braid rang crisply. "Your Majesty's achievements in battle are truly illustrious. I'm afraid that in the Dothraki Sea, there are few call bells that can compare to yours," Lemore complimented. "How can they be compared to Calixi?" Jichi's tone was disdainful. "Calixi crossed the Red Wastelands, defeated the Immortal, defeated the pirate King Yulun, conquered Astapor, and swept away more than 100,000 Gislaus. Other than Yulun, any one of her deeds is enough to become a legend in Horse King City. The alliance will bring more bells to Calixi," Jogu added. Looking at the confident faces of the two centaurs who seemed to regard the alliance as nothing, Lemore did not know what to say. "Calixi, you should go to Horse King City and let those Khals who betrayed you know the wrath of the true dragon," Jichi said agitatedly. "Yes, you should take back the troops that Khal Drogo left behind. Someone has 50,000 roaring warriors and 100,000 Khalasar. Taking care of the alliance will be as easy as killing a sheep," Jogu said. "Xiao Guyu." Danny sighed as she facebombed. This Jogu really has no foresight at all. In front of outsiders, he revealed more than half of her plan to deal with the alliance. There was another important reason why she chose to fight under Meereen City that she did not tell anyone. After she conquered Horse King City with her dragon, she could lead hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors to destroy the alliance's chrysanthemum. The north of Meereen was connected to the heart of the Dothraki Sea. "Sister Lemore, may I know why you are looking for me?" She immediately changed the topic. "For Prince Aegon." Lemore's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell if she had guessed the Dragon Queen's plan. "Oh, what about him?" Danny asked curiously. "Are you suspecting his identity?" Lemore asked. "I don't trust the eight-clawed spider." "It's right that you don't trust him. Prince Rhaegar also doesn't trust him." Sister Lemore nodded. "But Princess Elia is involved in Prince Aegon's matter." "Are you sure?" Danny frowned. "Lemore is not my real name. I am Princess Elia's female companion, and I grew up with her. Before King's Landing fell, Her Highness sent a request for help to Starfall City, asking me to help her raise Prince Aegon." Lemore's voice was calm, but her words were like a bomb in Danny's head. Her pupils contracted, and she said uncertainly, "You are Ashera Dane, the sister of Dawn Swordsman?" No wonder the simple grey nun's dress could not hide this woman's grace. No wonder she was still so beautiful even though she was almost 40. So she was Ashera Dane. She was the most dazzling woman in the Heron Castle tournament back then, a peerless beauty who attracted Barristan and eyed Stark's bootlickers. "Yes, I'm Ashera. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to hide my identity from you. It's just that other than Barristan, no one can prove my identity, and I'm not as famous as Sir Clinton." Ashera said apologetically. "No, you're far more famous than Clinton. Arthur Dane's sister. Barristan's crush. I'd Stark's rumored girlfriend. Prophesied child Jon Snow's rumored mother. When I passed by Dorne, I even went to Starfall City to pay my respects to the white stone sword pagoda that killed you. You're very famous. Everyone said that because of Sir Arthur Dane's death, you were heartbroken and jumped off the white stone sword pagoda to commit suicide." Danny probed. Your Majesty, Arthur's death indeed saddened me, but other than my second brother, I still have an older brother and a younger sister. The news was spread by the eight-clawed spider. He has the ability to make everyone believe his lies. Ashera smiled bitterly. That makes sense. Danny was deep in thought. Arthur was the second son, so he went to King's Landing to be a White Knight. Just like the White Bull, Gino Hightower, he was the uncle of the old man in Old Town, and also the second son. Barristan, on the other hand, really viewed glory as his life. As the only son, he would rather give up his title, territory, and fiancé to his cousin in order to pursue the path of a legendary White Knight. Since Arthur Dane was not Ashera's only relative, she did not need to be heartbroken. Chapter 430. Danny's contemplation was seen by Ashera, and she said solemnly, "Your Majesty, you don't have to doubt. Although I wasn't at King's Landing at the time, the letter was given to me by Varys's men. But I'm familiar with Princess Alia's notes and vocabulary, and I can confirm that it was the princess's handwritten letter." Danny came to her senses and asked, "Does Prince Dornmartel know about this?" She didn't ask to see the letter. It was useless to read it. She didn't recognize Princess Dornmartel's handwriting, and it could be imitated. Ashera shook her head and said, "Prince Dornmartel doesn't know of Prince Aegon's existence. That doesn't make sense. Why didn't Princess Elia ask her brother for help? Perhaps the princess was worried that there were too many people in Young Halberd City, and it would be easy to expose Prince Aegon's identity." Ashera thought for a moment and said, "Even I could only fake my death and leave the Westeros. Sir Clinton was the same. He pretended to be dead to escape everyone's sight." Danny really wanted to retort, "Then what are Viserys and I? Cannon fodder to divert Robert's attention?" Legally speaking, Liga had not yet ascended the throne, and he had violated the sacred marriage contract before, so he was not qualified to become king again. Refer to the first male generation who broke off the engagement, Prince Romfrey. Then, Viserys was the true and legitimate crown prince. And how did Varys and Illyrio deal with Viserys? They sold Dany and Lys as slaves to Horse King Drogo in exchange for the Dothraki invading the Westeros and taking the Iron Throne for second Brother Way. If second Brother Way didn't die, Drogo didn't die, and the 50,000 roaring warriors would successfully take King's Landing. Then who would the Iron Throne belong to? At that time, second Brother Way, Dany, Lys, and the Horse King would not have a good ending. To put it bluntly, second Brother Way and Dany, Lys were just chess pieces on Varys's chessboard, the vanguard of the king, paving the way for the true dragon. Dany didn't know where Varys got the courage to let little Aegon see her. Were he and Illyrio the only two smart people in the world, and everyone else was a fool? Couldn't she see through his sinister intentions? To tell the truth, before little Aegon had appeared, Dany had felt a pitifully small amount of gratitude toward Illyrio. Even if he had sold Dany and Rhys, even if he had the same intention as Lubuwe, he was still seriously helping the Long family restore their country. Selling Dany Rhys to the Horse King could be seen as him not being strong enough to restore the Targaryen Empire on his own. He needed to borrow external forces and find outside help. Even if he had selfish motives, it didn't matter. There was no such thing as love for no reason in this world. He had given so much, so he had to get something in return, right? But when little Aegon appeared, the situation was completely different. This meant that Illyrio and Varys had always harbored ill intentions towards Dany Rhys. They had never truly wanted to help second Brother Way and her onto the Iron Throne. Glancing at the silent Dragon Queen, Ashera gritted her teeth and said, "There's one more thing. Princess Illyrio wasn't sure if Aegon would restore the country. At that time shame appeared on her beautiful face. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, I got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to a stillborn girl. But outsiders didn't know about this. I only told Princess Illyrio. She wanted me to announce to the public that little Aegon was my child. Sir Barristan seems to Danny had a strange expression. Unexpectedly, old Bart really guessed right. Ashera wasn't John's mother. Danny already knew this, but for the people of this world, it wasn't easy for old Bart to know this 16 years ago. He knew that you gave birth to a stillborn daughter. Sir Barristan told you about me? Ashera was surprised. Of course, he didn't hide his admiration for you. Crush. You probably don't know. Danny emphasized. No, I know. I know his feelings for me. Sincere and passionate love, but always protected at a safe distance. Ashara's face had a hint of radiance. Her dark purple eyes, which were originally ordinary and boring, exuded a dazzling vitality in an instant. It was unforgettable. Yes, it was vitality. It seemed that old Bart's love for her had suddenly revived the deadwood nun whose heart was like dead ashes. Danny sighed in her heart. If it was a crush, then so be it. At least he wasn't a bootlicker. Obviously, the girl already knew that his love was so passionate. The more passionate it was, the less reciprocated it was, and the more inferior it seemed. It turned out that old Bart was also a pitiful bootlicker. The smile on Ashara's face disappeared, and there was a hint of bitterness. She said, "Having a stillborn child before marriage is very disgraceful to the Dane family. My elder brother strictly sealed this matter within Starfall City. Dorne was already very desolate, and Starfall City of Dorne rarely had outsiders. Therefore, at the very beginning, there was no news about me in the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, according to Princess Elia's idea, giving Prince Aegon to me could also be concealed. But before Varys brought the little prince to Starfall City, another person unexpectedly came to find me, a person I couldn't avoid. I'd Stark? He is the father of your daughter, so before Aegon was delivered to you, he already knew about your difficult labor, and knew that the baby was a girl." Danny said strangely. "Isn't this too melodramatic?" "It's Ide. Ide is carrying Arthur's sword, Dawn, the clan sword of Starfall City." Ashera nodded at first, then shook her head and said, "But Ide is not the child's father." Her expression was somewhat hesitant, as if she really didn't want to reveal her lover in public. But Danny was so shocked that she didn't notice her hesitation. Even if she saw it, she would pretend not to see and continue to ask. Because old Barth always thought that he was cuckolded by Ide, and he could tolerate being cuckolded. But Ide abandoned Ashera, whom he regarded as a goddess, and even made the goddess commit suicide with a broken heart. This somewhat challenged the bottom line of a loyal bootlicker. Therefore, every time Ide was mentioned, old Barth's resentment was almost as heavy as Big Bear's. Big Bear blamed Ide because he had worked for Ide for decades, but he wanted to chop off his head for a few poachers. But he didn't think that Ide, who he thought was a scumbag, was actually also a pitiful bootlicker. Yes, in that wrong spring, at the tournament in Hellenberg, Liga mistakenly fell in love with Lyanna, and Ide and Barristan also couldn't help but fall in love with the dazzling Ashera. Old Barth once recalled that at the banquet of the tournament, Ide blushed and peeked at Ashera many times, and the adoration in his eyes almost flowed out. At that time, old Barth was also peeking at Ashera. Ide's eldest brother, Brandon, saw his younger brother's love for Ashera, and repeatedly encouraged his younger brother to ask Ashera for a dance. Ide's face was so red that it was about to drip blood, but he was so nervous that he couldn't move. In the end, it was Brandon who walked to Ashera's side and told her that his younger brother admired her and wanted to dance with her. That night, old Barth saw with his own eyes how happy Ide was when he danced with Ashera in the crowd. Don't doubt that old Barth knew so much. A bootlicker who couldn't know every blade of grass and every tree around the goddess like the back of his hand wasn't a qualified bootlicker. Old Barth believed that Ide's love for Ashera was no less deep than his own. In this way, he could continue the lonely and glorious life of the White Knight, and give the true love of his heart to the simple and honest northern boy Ide. Who would have thought that the simple and honest boy would become a scumbag and kill the goddess? So he hated hated Ide's hypocrisy, hated himself for trusting the wrong person, hated himself for not taking the initiative to confess to the goddess, hated himself for not defeating Rhaegar and giving the crown of love and beauty to Asherah. Not only did he confess to the goddess, but he also helped the prince escape disaster. Whose child is it? I mean, the person you loved back then? Dany asked repeatedly. Hesitation flashed in Asherah's eyes, and she said in a low voice, Brandon? Which Brandon? Asherah lowered her eyes and said, Brandon Stark, Ide's eldest brother. The expression on Dany's face was wonderful. Never would she have thought, really never would she have thought. In the wrong spring, Cersei was not yet an adult, little Rose was just born, and Asherah was the #1 beauty of the Seven Kingdoms. It was normal to be admired by Brandon. But he clearly knew that his brother took her as his first love, and he himself was engaged to Catelyn Tully long ago. What a scumbag, to encourage his brother to confess to the goddess while secretly miserable, too miserable. The honest Ide and Barristan were miserable. No, Ide was even more miserable. Ide probably knew that his brother got the goddess pregnant. No, it was not necessarily Ide who was more miserable. After Brandon was killed by the Mad King, his fiancée, Catelyn Tully, was taken over by Ide. The elder brother made his younger brother's first love a cuckold. The younger brother made his dead elder brother's fiancée give birth to 5 children for him. The cycle of karma, retribution. Ide knew that you were pregnant with Brandon's child, so he came to visit his brother's illegitimate child? Then, when he found out that the child was having a difficult birth, Varys changed his mind and let you fake your death to leave the Westeros. Dany asked her questions skillfully, hiding the gossip she really wanted to know in the serious business. Varys and Princess Elia had different thoughts from the beginning. Elia hoped that the young prince would live a peaceful life, while Varys hoped that Prince Aegon could restore his kingdom. Whether Ide went to Starfall City or not, the result would not have changed much, Asherah said with a complicated tone. Oh right, did Ide go to Starfall City alone? He also brought back an illegitimate child from Dorne, Jon Snow. Many Westeros think that Jon is your child, Dany said. Ide wasn't alone. He had a knight named Holland Lyde, a lover named Vera, and a boy, the Jon Snow you mentioned. Lover? Dany's pupils contracted. Yes, Ide told me that the child was his blood. Before he left, he asked my brother to take Vera in. At that time, Ide had already married Duke Tully's daughter. Lady Catelyn was pregnant, and Ide was worried that Vera's appearance in Winterfell would agitate her. He left a large sum of gold royals and left with the child. Although Ide killed Arthur, we didn't hate him. On the contrary, my brother admired Ide's character and bravery. Not only did he take Vera in, but he also made her Ide's wet nurse. Ide. Oh, it's my brother's son, Idric. He was born 2 years after I left the Westeros. Ide defeated Arthur, showing his bravery. Ide followed the etiquette of a knight and personally returned Arthur's sword, proving his integrity and honor. My elder brother has always admired him, so he decided to name the child Ed a long time ago, Asherah explained. Idric and Ide were nicknamed Ned, just like Dany C and Dany Lees. Their nicknames were Dany. Chapter 431. Is Vela still in Starfall City? Dany asked again. If nothing unexpected happened, she should still be here. My elder brother is very good to her and arranged for her to marry a knight instructor under his command. I heard that she gave birth to several children. Dany could not help but admire Ide. To be able to think of settling Vela in the remote Starfall City, this was very smart. To keep this insider who knew the fatal secret, this was very benevolent. You have never suspected? She asked again. Suspected what? Asherah was puzzled. Ide is lying. Why would he lie? Moreover, Ide is an upright person. He is a true knight like Sir Barristan. He values honor and never lies. Asherah said with certainty. Sigh. Dany sighed. An honest person would never lie in his life. If he said it once, he could deceive the whole world. Lady Asherah, I understand what you mean. Since Princess Elia did plan this, then Aegon must be her and Liga's son, Dany said seriously. Hearing the Dragon Queen personally admit little Aegon's identity, Asherah finally let out a sigh of relief. It's getting late, it's time for lunch. Come with me to the camp to taste the Dothraki delicacies. The Great Wall, Commander's Tower. Jon, his face pale, pushed Gilly into a corner of the room, her face full of fear. Jon's gray eyes showed that he could not bear it, but he still hardened his heart and said, There is not much danger. When Sir Gerald Dane's fleet arrives, your son will go south with the freedmen. Ho ho ho! Gilly sobbed softly. Why not someone else? Why me? You are the barbarian prince's wet nurse. He and your son are inseparable. Stannis cannot tell who is who. Moreover, you are braver than the other freedmen. Gilly looked at Jon hopefully and said, The barbarian prince can rely on the Dragon Queen. You also said that the Queen's fleet is coming, so the King of Hearts doesn't dare to touch him. Jon let go of Gilly and paced back and forth in the room with an irritated expression. He worriedly said, You don't understand how much the Dragon Queen's dragon stimulates Stannis. If he wanted to summon the magic dragon, he needed the king's blood. He needed a large amount of the king's blood. He even told me what he thought without hiding it. Mance Rayder can balance the barbarians beyond the Great Wall, so he's not in danger for the time being. But his son might not be. Where's the Queen? Doesn't she care about this? She's at Slaver's Bay, too far away. Even if she wanted to interfere, it would be too late. Rest assured, when Stannis does indeed intend to sacrifice the little prince, I will tell him the truth. Your son doesn't have the royal bloodline. Even if you sacrifice him, you won't get Lalo's response. At most, Stannis will be angry with me, but he will not harm your son. I swear I didn't lie to you. Jon comforted her. Your oath is useless. I will only believe it if the Dragon Queen swears it, Gilly said. Jon's face twisted, and a layer of blood rushed to his pale cheeks. Why? He asked hoarsely. You are a Night's Watchman. The Night's Watchman violated the guest's rights, killed my father, and took his castle, food, and women. The Dragon Queen always keeps her word. Targaryen, her words are as heavy as a mountain. Everyone knows that, Gilly said. Well, Gilly was Cast's daughter and wife, one of them. Jon's chest was stuffy. He irritably rubbed his messy hair and said, My father is Stark. Haven't you heard of Stark's reputation in the north and beyond the Great Wall? No. The female barbarian said honestly. Jon choked and said, Sam is also a Night's Watchman. You don't believe Sam? I believe him, but you asked me not to tell Sam about the baby swap. Jon stared at the female barbarian's frightened but gentle blue eyes and said seriously, If you don't swap your son for the barbarian prince, Stannis will sacrifice him sooner or later. Then, Mons will go crazy. The freedmen were able to behave after the queen left because Mons was in charge. He sent batches of barbarians to Eastwatch and recruited batches of barbarians from beyond the Great Wall. Mons saved countless freedmen and maintained the peace of the north. If he sees his son burned to death, he will definitely lead the barbarians in rebellion. How many people will die then? Gilly, for the greater good, why can't you sacrifice a little? The tough walls in Gilly's eyes collapsed, leaving only fear. Then, she started crying again. After a while, the female barbarian said in a choked voice, Swear that my son will not be harmed. I swear. Jon sighed in relief. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after Gilly left, someone knocked on the wooden door of the office. Jon's dark eyes lit up as he recovered from his depressed self-blame. He asked, Who is it? Lord Commander, it's me. Sardine, come in. The door was pushed open, and a beautiful boy came in. He had a pair of watery black eyes, fair skin, and soft black curly hair. He was as pretty as a girl. Sardine came from a brothel in the old town. Lord Slint refused to leave Dark Castle, Sardine said. He refused. John's eyes flashed with excitement and coldness. He stood up, took down the sword belt on the wall, and walked out of the command tower. Considering that winter was coming and the snow would cover the houses and roads, the Dark Castle decided to use underground tunnels and cellars. The tunnels were densely packed and connected to all the storehouses and towers. The cellars were spacious and sturdy. The largest one could hold hundreds of people. At this time, Slint was in a cellar that was used as a dining room. Under the dim yellow light, he was drinking oatmeal while laughing and chatting with a few night watchers. The arrival of the commander made everyone in the hall quiet down. The sound of chewing, chatting, laughing, and the sound of spoons colliding with bowls suddenly disappeared. The night watchers, barbarians, and the knights of the deer party all opened their eyes wide and stared at John, who was walking in front of Slint. "Lord Janos, you refuse to go to Greyguard Castle?" John asked calmly. "You little brat, go yourself?" Slint did not take the commander seriously at all. He laughed and said, "You have the mark of a beast on you. The direwolf is the evidence. If you ask me, a piece of trash like you should go to Greyguard Castle. Stay away from us righteous people who worship the god. Get lost, bastard, ha ha ha." The coldness in John's eyes turned into murderous intent. He asked loudly, "You refuse to carry out the commander's order?" Slint's fat chin trembled a few times. He raised a finger and laughed contemptuously. "Bastard, fuck your ass." Hee. Eliza and a few of the dragon party's followers laughed softly. The cellar was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Very good." John nodded calmly and turned to his companions behind him. He ordered, "Take Lord Janos to the stable. Let me go, I have friends in King's Landing." "I am Duke Tywin's man," Slint threatened loudly, but he was still dragged by melancholy Eddie and stupid ox Guylan to the courtyard. At this time, everyone in Dark Castle came out to watch. Even Stannis was standing on the steps of the king's tower next to Melisandre. They were surrounded by a group of knights. Slint thought that John was going to tie him to a horse and forcibly send him to Greyguard Castle. He shouted, "I will not surrender, bastard. I will not go to Greyguard Castle even if I die." "You are wrong." From the stable door, John dragged out a thick oak plank covered with slash marks. It was used by the stablemen to cut the horse's grass. "Eddie, hold him down." He pulled out a long claw from his waist and pointed at the board. Everyone was shocked. Slint's face suddenly turned pale and he was scared out of his wits. In a daze, he was dragged to the entrance of the stable and pressed on the chopping board. Then, the cold and rough board on his face woke him up. Slint struggled like a carp out of water. He begged, "No mercy! My lord, I beg of you, please have mercy, I." John looked into his eyes, just like I'd had taught them since they were young. If you want to take someone's life, you should at least look into his eyes and listen to his last word. If you can't do that, then maybe he doesn't deserve to die. Father, he deserves to die. Not only can I look into his eyes, but I can also look into his eyes. Right now, I dare to look into the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Crack. The long claw didn't seem to be slowed down at all. Slint's head rolled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind. Go now." Sir Elisa's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He urged his younger brother, "Go to the East Sea now. If the Queen doesn't come back, I will never come to Dark Castle again." This guy, the red-nosed old professor on the crow's nest, was shocked. I can see some of her shadow in him. He is also a ruthless character. Friar Sileta, sew Slint's head back and burn it before it gets dark. John felt unprecedentedly happy, but he did not show it on his face. He wiped his claw clean with horse grass, walked past the crowd, and climbed up the crow's nest. "My lord, what are your orders?" Peristan immediately came up to him. His voice was softer, his waist was 4 degrees lower, and his attitude was 7 degrees more respectful. Seeing his expression and attitude, John sighed and said, "I want to send Sam to the City of Knowledge. Other than proving that there are deviant ghosts, I also want to recruit a group of scholars. At the very least, they must be able to read, write, and raise ravens. With the Queen providing us with a large amount of resources and loaning the young caveman, we have the ability to station people in all 17 castles of the Great Wall. The beacon towers can only send messages for emergencies, and daily communication depends on the ravens. When winter comes, the roads will be blocked by snow, and the ravens will be more important. So, I need at least 13 scholars." The ravens in this world were not normal ravens, and they were also different from pigeons. The knowledge required to manage them was no less than mathematics and literature. Other than scholars, ordinary people did not know how to raise them at all. For example, ordinary people used the same method as pigeons. They kept the ravens by their side and tied the letters to the ravens' legs when there was an emergency. The ravens would then fly back home. Scholars were different. They could tell where a raven had been and where it could go, and they could also tell them where to send the letters. "Commander, don't worry. As soon as the Queen left, I informed the City of Knowledge," Peristan said. "I don't want anything to happen to Sam." "Do you understand what I mean?" John looked directly into the eyes of the red-nosed old man. "I understand." The old professor smiled awkwardly. "My lord, don't worry. I know the tricks of the professors in the City of Knowledge. When I sent the letters for the first time, I clearly warned them that I would also write to Count Tully. If Sam did not reach the City of Knowledge safely, the consequences would be unpredictable. Well, Count Tully is a ruthless person. He even dared to bring soldiers to threaten the Great Sparrow Church and massacre the Great Cathedral." Chapter 432. Professor Peristan comforted the Commander-in-Chief. "Actually, you don't have to worry about the lack of scholars. With the Dragon Queen's temper, it would be strange if she let go of the City of Knowledge so easily. In less than half a year, there will definitely be a large number of professors and scholars exiled to the Great Wall. If you want, you can even build an elementary school in the Dark Castle, and I will be the manager, ha ha ha." At the end, the red-nosed old professor laughed proudly. John looked at the red-nosed old professor strangely for a while. His lips moved, but he did not say anything. Then, "Continue to ask the lords for help. Tell them that the long night is coming and to help the Great Wall as soon as possible." John emphasized with a complicated tone, "We need knights. There are too many loaned barbarians. We need honorable and capable knights to manage them." The old professor shook his head and cursed. "The nobles have no honor. They are all asking about the 50 gold royals. They said that if the Great Wall immediately fulfilled its promise, each night watchman would cost 50 gold royals, and they would send as many night watchmen as they wanted. Damn it, they are treating the honorable night watchers as slave traders. If they were really buying and selling slaves, a slave warrior would not be worth 50 silver deer at most. 50 gold royals is the reward given by the Dragon Queen to the night watchers after the long night. The nobles have no right to take it." John frowned. The old man spread his hands and said helplessly, "I said the same thing. Then they called me a fake Peristan. Speaking of which, I have to defend the City of Knowledge. The professors and I violated the rights of the guests. We are terrible. But no matter what, the integrity of the scholars is much higher than that of the nobles. The reason why we are terrible now is because the nobles of the 7 kingdoms are 10 times worse than us. They even pulled down the lower limit of the scholars." John glared at the red-nosed old professor and said, "When Sam brings the deviant ghosts to the south, the nobles will change their minds. Just like you said, the City of Hope has a higher bottom line than the night." After leaving the crow's nest, John saw Melisandre in the courtyard again. She seemed to have known that he was going to find her and was waiting there. John slowed down and walked over without hesitation, asking, Can you ensure that the deviant ghosts lose the ability to revive the dead and not melt? Perhaps, the red-robed woman said. Maybe? John was not satisfied with this answer. I've never met a deviant ghost before, and the little deviant ghost is still in the process of being studied, but you just had to send it away. The red-robed woman's tone was also somewhat resentful. Double insurance. If you can't seal the big deviant ghost's magic to resurrect the dead, you can only let Sam kill it and then show the little deviant ghost to the City of Knowledge and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Small deviant ghosts don't know magic and are far less shocking than big deviant ghosts. They can only be used as backups, John explained. I'll leave a seal on them and give Samuel a ruby. If the seal fails and the deviant ghost recovers its magic halfway, the ruby will flash red as a reminder, Melisandre said. All right. John heaved a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards the command tower. Melisandre walked a few steps closer to John and held his arm. Before he could break free, she said, John, as a newbie shadowbinder, don't reject my friendship. Even through the woolen sweater and leather jacket, John could feel the astonishing heat from her soft body. She pulled his rough hand up and pressed it against her heart. Yes, do you feel it? Magic as vast as the sea. John's hand was trembling. My body is completely made up of flames and shadows. I no longer need food, water, or air a long time ago. One day, when I complete the mission Lalo gave me, I will ascend to his kingdom. Do you understand what this means? Kings who have passed away, unborn children, I want to communicate, and there is no place I can't go. Time drifts, seasons change, I want to travel, and I can reach the end. John, do you understand this realm? The red-robed woman gently blew into John's ear. I am the god of shadowbinders. John pursed his lips and said indifferently, I'm not a shadowbinder. I specialize in the fire sorcery that Her Majesty Dany Rise taught me. It's a pity that she didn't receive the complete legacy of the great sorcerer. Why don't you let me guide you to grasp the secrets of the holy fire? Melisandre smiled. I'm not interested in the holy fire. As a night watcher, the secrets of the holy fire are useless to me, John said. Haha, how can it be useless? Melisandre smiled. The holy fire can reveal the truth. With the holy fire, you can see through rocks and earth, and see the darkest secrets in people's souls. John, I saw you in the holy fire. You can't escape. I'm at the Great Wall. I won't escape. No matter what happens in the future, I'm not afraid. You can't scare me. John retracted his right hand and broke free from the red-robed woman's arm. The red-robed woman smiled. Lord Snow, you're nervous? John didn't want to admit this, so he changed the topic. Why did you come to the Great Wall? Why did you come here from Asha? The red-robed woman raised her head, and the gem on her neck shone with red light. She said as if she was singing, A long time ago, I dreamed of the Great Wall. I know it better than you night watchers. It contains the knowledge and wisdom of our ancestors. It's the door to the world. What happens here will affect the entire world and decide the direction of the next era. The Great Wall is where you should come. It's where the Dragon Queen should come. It's also where I should come. I don't know what you're talking about. John ignored her and strode toward the top of the tower. You'll understand. Melisandre looked at his back and muttered. Passing through the ghost shadow forest and the ice plains with sparse ironwood, in the land of eternal winter in the extreme north, there was a tall hill covered with weirwood with red palm leaves. Weirwood as thick as a person's arm, as thick as a finger, as thick as a bowl, and countless white tree trunks were squeezed together. It was like the burial ground of the gods. Below the hill, it was a world, an underground world that belonged to the children of the forest. Under Sam's guidance, Bran left the Great Wall. He sat on the back of Ling Shou's huge elk and traveled dozens of miles, hundreds of miles a day. He walked north for almost a month. The sun rose and set, crossing mountains, rivers, and forests. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the hill that looked like the tomb of an old god. Countless ghouls surrounded the hill, like an army of millions surrounding a city. When Bran first arrived, the ghouls were buried in snow. He didn't even know how long they had been here. Ling Shou was right. The cave was covered by magic. The ghouls couldn't enter, and Ling Shou couldn't enter either. Only living people with warm bodies could enter. Bran saw many squirrel people. In a daze, he stepped into Old Nan's story. The children of the forest were like children, about 10 years old. Their eyes were large and clear, and there were all kinds of colors. They were long and narrow like cat's eyes. They wore cloaks woven from leaves, and their skin was like a dough's, covered in spots. So many squirrel people. Dozens, hundreds. Bran cheered. Many? No, we're only left with these people. The squirrel people had a clear girlish voice, but their tone was very sad. Squirrel people are like children, Mara Reed said. The ancestors called us children, and the giants called us squirrels. But we're neither squirrels nor children. The children of the forest's name means people who sing praises to the earth in the original language. Long before your ancient language was born, we've been singing in our own language for millions of years, the singer said. Mara said, but you're speaking the common language. This is for him. He can't understand me when I speak the original language, the singer pointed at Bran and said. I was born in the era of the demon dragon. I wandered the human world for 200 years, observing, listening, and learning. I can even speak the Valeglia language. I've seen the human King Rue. I've seen the blood dragon dance wildly and the demon dragon wither. I originally wanted to continue my travels, but my legs were sore. Everything in the human world made me mentally exhausted, so I turned around and went home. The singer's voice was full of vicissitudes, and his eyes were deep. Heavens, 200 years! Mara and Bran cried out in surprise. The singer smiled and said, perhaps I can tell your story to the guests I meet in the next 200 years. The story of Bran and the story of the Dragon Queen. Who's the Dragon Queen? Bran asked doubtfully. When you become the three-eyed crow, you can see for yourself. Her story has already been engraved on the leaves and the roots of the trees, forever and ever, the singer said with a sigh. Do you have a name? Bran asked. Enai Bu Dong. The singer opened his mouth and uttered a strange sound. If you use the original language to express it, it's just a symbol, he said. What if you use the common language? Bran continued asking. It's very long. There are thousands of words. You can call me Leaf, the singer said. The singer held a torch and led the way in front. They crossed a row of fishwood roots that were as thick and long as pythons, crossed a few underground rivers, and crossed a narrow bridge that spanned the two ends of a canyon. In the end, Bran, Adu, and Lida followed the singer to a cave filled with fishwood roots. At the center of the cave, fishwood was woven into a throne, and there was a skeleton king on it. His body was thin and weak, and his black clothes were tattered and decayed. The tree roots wrapped around his body like wooden pythons. One of them went through his pants, into his withered thigh, and protruded out of his shoulder. Specks of dark red leaves grew on his skull, and countless gray mushrooms occupied his forehead. There was only a small piece of skin left on his face, and it was tight and hard like white leather. Even this piece of skin was cracking, and brown or yellow bones protruded from it. One of his eyes was as red as a pool of blood, while a thin white tree root crawled down his cheek from the other eye socket and pierced into his neck. This was a person who grew together with fishwood. The three-eyed crow? Bran asked uncertainly. Yes, the three-eyed crow, Blinden, River Text, the Duke of Blood Crow, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers. I'm all of them. The corpse's red eyes glowed. Bran, you finally came. I observed you for a long time, and I witnessed your birth with my 1001 eyes. I saw you take your first step, speak your first word, and enter your first dream. I saw you fall from the tower with my own eyes. Bran looked at his leg and said expectantly, My leg is broken. Can you heal it? Blinden replied, I can't do it. Tears welled up in Bran's eyes as he wept weakly. But you've entered my dreams so many times, asking me to come to you, and I've come all the way here to heal my legs. Be strong, child. You didn't come here to heal your leg, but to inherit my position and become the three-eyed crow, Blinden said. Inherit your position? When the 9-year-old Bran saw Blinden, whose body grew together with the tree roots, and whose head had a mushroom, his body shivered, and he cried even harder. Chapter 433. You will never be able to walk again, Bran, but you can fly. Blinden sighed. I want to recover my health. I want to become a knight like the fearless Barristan. Bran cried. The heavens have destined that you will never become a knight. Bran, becoming a three-eyed crow is your destiny. Blinden comforted him. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bran cried very sadly. Beside him, Mara also felt sad for him. Bran, when you learn how to fly, you will no longer miss the feeling of walking, Jiujien said. Jiujien and Mara were the children of the Neck Marsh Lord, Holland lied. When they pledged their loyalty to Stark in Winterfell during the harvest season, they became friends with Bran. However, the two Lides did not simply pledge their loyalty to the Lord. They both had a mission, to help Brandon become a three-eyed crow. Jiujien was also half a green prophet. He had the ability of green vision, which meant that he could make prophecies in dreams. However, he was not a wolf spirit, nor was he a shapeshifter. Jiujian's condition was similar to Dany C, who prophesied Valeglia's destruction. Dany C had the ability of a dragon's dream, but she was not a dragon spirit. How should I fly? Bran sobbed as he asked. If you want to fly, you have to hurry up and learn. She has already changed your destiny. The future is shrouded in fog. You do not have many days left, Blinden said. Who is she? Bran asked. Storm-born Dany Liz Targaryen, the mother of dragons, the dragon queen of Slave Bay, and Calixi of the Great Grass Sea, Blinden said. Ah, Targaryen. Bran was shocked. I thought that Robert had killed all the Targaryens. Humph, I am also a Targaryen, Blinden said. Bran was stunned. Old Nan had also told him the story of the three-eyed crow. The Blood Crow Duke, who had 1,001 eyes, was Targaryen's illegitimate son. Why is that Dany Rise called the Mother of Dragons and the Dragon Queen? Does she have a dragon? Mara asked. Yes, bringing back dragons to this world is one of her missions. Unfortunately, she did not follow her fate. The future has become uncertain. Westeros are shrouded in a layer of cold fog, making me no longer omniscient. The long night could not be ended according to the trajectory of fate. Bran, your mission is very heavy. Blinden said helplessly. Why can she go against fate, but I'm destined to be a cripple just like you? Bran shouted. Because she broke free from fate. I also want to break free from fate, Bran announced loudly. Blinden looked at Bran, who was full of fighting spirit, with his blood-red eyes and said, You can. If you study hard and get all of my legacy, you will have the ability to change your fate. Just like Gwanin Bodhisattva said to Joker, you want to change your fate? Yes, with power you can change your fate. Joker asked, Then how can I have power? Gwanin Bodhisattva said, If you wear the golden circlet, you will become Sun Wukong and have the power of the great sage equal to heaven. If you protect Tang Sanzang and complete the mission of Journey to the West, you will become the victorious fighting Buddha and have the same status as me and Tathagata. Joker was overjoyed. Where is the golden circlet? Where is Monk Tang? I will go now. Bran was overjoyed. Teach me, I will study hard. Brinden did not respond. Sir Blinden, the three-eyed crow? Bran shouted in confusion. He is too tired. After talking so much, he needs to rest, Singer Yi said. Talking so much? Bran was even more confused. Singer Yi explained, He has already surpassed the lifespan of a mortal, but he is still on his deathbed. This is for us, for you, and for the human kingdom. His body only has a little bit of strength left, but his spirit will never die. You can communicate with him through other methods. What methods? Trees. You are the green prophet, and you can know everything through trees, Jiujin said. What trees? Weirwood? Bran asked. Jiujin said, not only weirwood, but also oak trees, iron trees, elm trees. Even after you become the three-eyed crow, the earth and rivers, the land and the mountains, the wind and the rain will all be mediums for you to observe the world. They are eternal, and they have experienced the past and seen the past. They will also experience the future, and they will be evergreen forever. Compared to them, our life is like a shooting star, bright but short. After I die, they will still be there, recording the story of time, your story, and my story. And my story. I will also die. Bran, you will see my past. What is the past to you may be the future to me, Mara said with a smile. Bran wanted to cry. He felt an indescribable sadness. He looked at the short 16-year-old girl in front of him and wanted to say loudly, I don't want you to die. If you die, I won't live either. He swallowed the words that almost came out of his mouth. Just like many times along the way, when he wanted to say, I love you to her when he possessed Adu. Only when he was in Adu's beast-like strong body did he have the confidence to say, I love you to her. He liked to see her valiant figure when she held the three-pronged frog spear to catch fish. He liked her optimism and cheerfulness. He liked her liveliness, just like how he used to be. He liked her loyalty and fearlessness. He liked her beauty, even though Mara was thin, short, and flat-chested like a little boy. He liked the smile in her green eyes when she looked at him the most. Unfortunately, he could not say it. Scholar Lewin had told him that not only could he not walk, he could not marry and have children, but he could become a scholar. He could not become the fearless Barristan, could not marry and have children. He looked forward to the three-eyed crow being able to do what Scholar Lewin could not. After all, it was the three-eyed crow. But now the 9-year-old Bran seemed to have become an adult overnight, because he already tasted the hardships and helplessness that only adults had. In the end, Bran looked at Mara expectantly and said, You should also learn from Sir Blinden and become a green prophet with me. If she also became a green prophet, they could be together forever. Mara seemed to have seen something in his eyes. She turned her head away sadly and said, I can't. Jiujin sighed and said, The gods only let a small number of mortals drink the green spring water so that they can listen to the whispers of the leaves like gods and see the world through the eyes of the trees. Bran, you are one of the lucky ones who drank the green spring water. I am slightly luckier than Mara. I drank a small mouthful of the green spring water and obtained the ability of the green dream. But in your story, my part is already finished. Bringing you here was my destiny, and it has already been completed. Bran, Bran, Bran. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a breeze reached Bran's ears. He wanted to listen carefully, but his eyes rolled back and he collapsed on the blanket. Don't worry, he has entered the green dream. This was the last voice that reached his ears. It was the singer, Leaf, who spoke. Where is this? Why is it so dark? Bran was engulfed by the abyss-like darkness, and he cried out in fear. You are going down along the roots, and further down. Blinden's voice echoed in his ears. It was stronger and clearer than before. Bran, don't be afraid of the dark. The strongest tree will plant its roots in the darkest abyss of the earth, and you will be the roots. Darkness will become your cloak, your shield, and your mother's milk that nourishes you. Darkness will make you strong. From today onwards, I will be your teacher, and I will teach you how to grow quickly from the darkness. Yes, teacher, Bran replied. Black Castle. Hiss, 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 hiss. The flames in the fireplace danced like dancers, and the flames reflected Melisandre's eyes. To outsiders, the flames in the fireplace were just flames, but in the eyes of the red-robed woman, she saw something different. A corpse-like pale wooden face rose from the flames, with 1,001 blood-red eyes on it, staring at the red-robed woman. The red-robed woman did not dodge, and she faced him head-on. Suddenly, a wolf-faced boy rose from the flames. He turned his head and roared at her. Ah! Melisandre cried out softly, covering her eyes and taking a step back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! There seemed to be a gust of wind in the fireplace, the flames swayed, and ashes flew. After a while, the tingling in her eyes disappeared. Melisandre put down her hands, and her face was solemn. Almost at the same time, in the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, under the candlelight, a small banquet was going on. Suddenly, a salty sea breeze blew from the dock, lifting the hair by Dany's ear, and transmitted a faint, dreamy voice into her ear. Looking at the Dragon Queen, who suddenly stopped talking, Clinton and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Old Ymont called softly. Dany came back to her senses, put down her fork, stood up, and walked to the thick parapet that was as high as her waist. She looked to the west, far away, with a complicated expression. "If I said that I just heard the sound of leaves rustling outside the Great Wall, would you believe me?" she said softly. Everyone was stunned. "Dany, what did you hear?" Ymont was puzzled. Another green prophet was born, and the weirwood was overjoyed, and the trees and mountains of Westeros were singing for him. "Then, the wind brought this news to me," Dany said with a strange expression. To be honest, it was not the first time she heard news from other places through the wind. But the distance was not far, and it was close to her. And only when she entered the state of listening to the Song of Wind, there was a very low chance that she would hear it randomly. "Your Majesty, can you hear what my sister is doing now?" Tyrion was chewing on a piece of delicious roast beef as he asked vaguely. "I don't need to hear. I know that she is cursing 3 people now." Dany sat back in her chair and continued with her dinner. "Who?" "The Great Sparrow, you and your Uncle Kevin." My uncle? He can be compared to me and the Great Sparrow?" Tyrion said in disbelief. "Kevin took her Iron Throne. Sir Kevin became the regent? He is 10 times, no, 100 times smarter than Cersei. With him, the King's Landing will definitely be stabilized." Clinton was shocked. The imp smiled bitterly. "That's the problem. How can my sister tolerate others taking her things? Her things will always be hers, and if she takes a fancy to someone else's things, they will still be hers. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Cersei has been accused of many crimes by the Church. Even if she escapes in the end, it will be difficult for her to reach the peak of power. The people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms will not tolerate the Queen Regent who is guilty of murdering her husband, committing adultery, and blasphemy," old Ymont said slowly. "Haha, if Cersei can admit defeat in peace, then it's my loss. Let's wait and see what she will do." "It will be very exciting," Dany sneered. "Your Majesty really knows my sister." Tyrion sighed and asked curiously, "Why not you?" "I have already sworn to the nobles of the 7 kingdoms that I will not be a threat to her before the long night ends," Dany said to little Aegon on her right. Chapter 434. "Eldest nephew, what plans do you have for the future?" Dany asked as she stared at the youth whose eyes were drifting. "Illyrio's letter to you." Little Aegon averted his gaze and said in an unnatural tone. "Haha, eldest nephew, who are you and who am I?" Dany smiled playfully. "As a king, you should humbly listen to the advice of others. But if you follow the script laid out by others, would you still be a king?" Little Aegon saw the mockery on her face and felt anger rise in his heart. He turned to look at her and asked, "Dany, what do you think of Illyrio's advice?" "Dany?" The smile on Dany's face widened. "Kid, keep this anger in you, it will make you work harder." Then, she retracted her smile and said seriously, "Aegon, I don't have much trust in Varys, but Sir Clinton and Sister Ashera are true people with honor. I trust their words 100%. I'll admit that you are the son of Prince Rhaegar and Princess Illyrio, but there are some things that I have to make clear. Aegon said with a tense face. Dany raised a finger and said, First, I believe in the 7 gods, and I'm the Archbishop of Slavers Bay. Starting from me, the Targaryen tradition of marriage between close relatives will be abolished. Everyone couldn't help but cry out in surprise, looking at Dany with eyes full of disbelief. Clinton looked worriedly at the pale Aegon and advised, Your Majesty, you and Aegon's descendants will have a nobler bloodline. Dany waved her hand and said disapprovingly, The only thing that is truly noble is one's character. Our lifespans will end one day, and only our souls will meet the 7 gods. What does a person do to decide the nobility of their soul? Believe it or not, my father Illyrio and brother Rhaegar are suffering in the 7 hells. Their bloodline is noble enough. The 7 hells. Clinton and little Aegon looked at the Dragon Queen in horror, as if she had become a stranger who had brought them to the 7th level of hell. On the other hand, Tyrion was looking at the Queen with even more interest. Your Eminence, do you think my father is in the same level of hell as King Aerys and Prince Rhaegar? He asked with a grin. Well, Dany scratched her chin and pondered. My dad only burned the old Stark to death and tortured the old Stark to death. Come to think of it, his main sin was his insanity. However, insanity was only an illness and not a major sin. Stranger might have him stay in the 2nd level of hell. Then, it was my brother, going against the holy marriage. This sin is quite big, at least in the 4th level of hell. Lastly, your father, who betrayed his oath by deceiving the King's Landing into opening the gates and pillaging the people. He murdered the innocent Princess Lelia. He was also responsible for Waldfrey's violation of the rights of the guests. It's probably in the 6th layer of hell. That makes sense. Tyrion nodded in agreement with a serious expression. The 7 hells. What are you talking about? Clinton and the others looked at the 2 people who were talking as if they were lunatics. I'm talking about something that everyone knows. Just because you don't say it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Dany said indifferently. You're insulting my father. Little Aegon clenched his fists, the veins on his neck popping out. Your father is her elder brother, the little prince, the little devil said with a grin. Little Aegon turned around and said coldly, You killed your father. You should go to the 7th level of hell. There are benefits to the 7th level. The little devil shrugged indifferently. When you go down, you can go through the 4th and 6th levels and meet your father and my father. Aegon, don't blame your aunt. She swore that she would not start a war before the long night. Ymont comforted him gently. The anger on Aegon's face disappeared. He looked calmly at Dany and asked, The long night is not certain. If the next summer comes as usual, between the 2 of us, who will have the highest priority to inherit the Iron Throne? The moment he said this, everyone fell silent. Clinton looked at his adopted son in a daze. His mouth opened, but he could not say a word. What do you think? Dany asked with interest. After the mad dance of the Blood Dragon, the Great Council established the inheritance system where men have priority over women, Aegon said solemnly. Eldest nephew, do you know that the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will only acknowledge your identity if I acknowledge it? No one in the 7 kingdoms will believe Varys' words. Sir Clinton and Sister Ashera are upright people, but integrity and honor are not as useful as a rusted sword in the 7 kingdoms today, Dany said with a smile. You? Aegon's face paled. He said in shock and anger, You want to use this method to force me to withdraw from the fight for the Iron Throne? No, no, no. Dany waved her hand. The rule I set is the one who ends the long night is king. The goal is to reduce the chaos of war and preserve strength to deal with the other ghosts. If I acknowledge your identity, and let you use my declaration to recruit soldiers in the 7 kingdoms, won't my plan to preserve the vitality of the 7 kingdoms be ruined? Also, what will the others think? Ant will take down Dragonstone Island, use the oath to numb the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, and then arrange for me to attack the Iron Throne? Aegon, the long night is real. Old Ymont frowned, his voice no longer gentle. Aegon tugged at his cool silk clothes and said, "Look at the weather in Astapor, it's almost melting, people. Does it look like the long night is coming? How about this?" Dany's eyes flashed, and she suggested, "If you follow my rules and wait for the long night to come, Ant will bring you to kill the other ghost. If we meet the other Ghost King, I will give you the head and let you become the prophesied child to end the long night, becoming the ruler of the 7 kingdoms. If you want to do it alone, you are not my son. I can't control you, and I can't be bothered to. You can do whatever you want, but I won't endorse your actions, and I won't break the oath for you. Which option do you choose?" Aegon's lips moved. He struggled for a moment before turning his gaze to his adoptive father, Clinton. Clinton frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Her Majesty is not wrong. Since you have made a holy oath, you must strictly abide by it. The problem now is whether the long night will come or not. Her Majesty trusts all of you." With just one sentence, she recognized Prince Aegon as her nephew, "But you don't believe her?" The centaur maid Jichi said angrily. Oh, she and Iri both trusted Calixi. When Calixi said that the long night was coming, they immediately began to worry. Would the world turn dark after the long night? Should they prepare more candles? How cold would the winter be? How much blankets and firewood should they prepare? Dany's Blood Alliance guards and Kars also immediately believed her. They began to suggest slaughtering the southern horses that could not withstand the cold, and going to the Horse King city to purchase a batch of northern long-haired horses. The north and south of the centaurs were divided by the Dothraki plains. Jichi's question made Clinton and the others feel awkward and ashamed. The long night is a little too sensational. It's not that we don't trust the Queen, it's just that we find it hard to accept. Tyrion said something fair. Ashia's eyes swept across the dwarf's ugly face, and finally landed on the Dragon Queen's beautiful face. She asked, "If we don't immediately depart for the Westeros, how will Her Majesty arrange for Prince Aegon?" "Eldest nephew, what do you know?" Dany asked. Aegon swept his gaze across everyone's faces and said confidently and proudly, "Sir Duckfy taught me martial arts. Sir Clinton taught me the spirit of chivalry and the skills of commanding an army. Halden is my mentor, he taught me literature, history, mathematics and etiquette. Lemore. Sister Ashia taught me pious faith and the principles of being a person, she is my spiritual mentor." Tyrion supported his forehead with his hand, and secretly observed the Dragon Queen's expression with one of his blue eyes. Fortunately, she didn't explode in anger, and her eyes didn't become gloomy, just a little calm. Varys is really looking for death. Sending Aegon to the Queen, wasn't it to deliberately provoke her, to make her compare her experience with Aegon? Tyrion raised his hand and said with a smile, "Me too, I'll play chess with the prince." Dany glanced at the dwarf and said to little Aegon, "Tomorrow, as the Archbishop, I'll confer you the title of Honorary Knight, and then arrange a position for you in Slave Bay." "Honorary Knight? The Church's armed forces?" Aegon asked excitedly. He wasn't a knight yet. "You'll understand when you take the oath tomorrow. Just in time, the Allied army has begun to enter Materis. I estimate that they will follow the Valeglia Avenue straight to Borash. They will use the ruins of the Valeglia era as a stronghold, and cooperate with the fleet to launch an attack on Meereen in the east. The war is about to begin. I can arrange for you to go to Meereen, go to the front lines to gain experience, and master your knowledge." Aunt Dany kindly made career plans for her nephew. "Will it be dangerous?" Ashera asked worriedly. "He doesn't have to participate in the battle, and doesn't have to lead the charge, so he'll definitely be safer than me. Of course, he can also do nothing, and just live in the Great Pyramid, and when the long night comes, he'll go to the Great Wall to fight the other ghosts." At this point, Dany asked curiously, Nephew, your father also said that you're the child of prophecy. What do you think about the other ghosts and the long night? Do you want to fulfill your duty as the child of prophecy and deal with the other ghosts? I'm the child of prophecy? I don't know. And I haven't even taken back the Iron Throne. Why should I help the Night Watchers fight the other ghosts? Little Aegon said blankly. Sigh. Old Ymont sighed and turned his head away. Dany looked at Clinton and asked, What plans do you have for his future? Tell us, and we can consult each other and try to reach a consensus. The wrinkles at the corner of Clinton's eyes deepened, and he sighed. Her Majesty won't marry Prince Aegon, and doesn't plan to immediately send troops to the Westeros and the other ghosts beyond the Great Wall. This is too different from our original plan. What plans did you have, or rather, what did Varys arrange? Tyrion asked. He was not trusted by Clinton, and at first, he did not even know the true identities of Aegon and Clinton. Her Majesty will marry Prince Aegon, and let the prince become a dragon knight and… Clinton hesitantly glanced at the Dragon Queen, Cora, Missandei, Grey Worm, the Centaur Maid, and the others, and his expression was very awkward. What are we waiting for? Dany asked with a frown. When Slavers Bay is defeated by the Alliance army, immediately lead the remaining Unsullied to Pentos, and then use Dragonstone Island as a base to quickly take down the King's Landing, the weathered middle-aged man said awkwardly. We won't be defeated by the Alliance army. As expected, the officials and generals at Slavers Bay were filled with righteous indignation. Varys and Illyrio don't think that I can defeat the Alliance army, and that's fine. But if I really fail, how many subordinates will I have left? Can I quickly take down the King's Landing? Dany asked doubtfully. I also have a trump card. Aunt Dany, I didn't come to you empty-handed, Aegon said proudly. Chapter 435. Tell me, what trump card did Illyrio prepare for you? Dany asked with interest. This. Little Aegon immediately regretted revealing his trump card on impulse. Now that he heard his aunt's question, he could not help but look at his godfather for help. There is no need for your highness to hide anything from Her Majesty, Clinton said without hesitation. In just 2 short days of contact, Clinton had already seen the Queen's character. Like himself and Barristan, she cherished her personal honor and was a true knight with the classical spirit of a knight. The heiress period before Robert was only 16 years ago, but it had become the classical era of knights that could only be recalled. The Westeros nowadays were too lousy, there were almost no true knight. It's the Golden Group, little Aegon said. The Golden Group? Cora, who had been silent all this while, exclaimed for the first time. Because he clearly remembered that the Golden Group had clearly rejected Dany, Rise, and Second Brother Way. In order to treat the Golden Group, Second Brother Way had even sold Queen Layla's crown. In the end, the Golden Group ate and drank heartily while loudly mocking the beggar king. Is the Golden Group reliable? What about their employment contract with Myr? Dany frowned. She remembered that in Game of Thrones, the Golden Group had been hired by Cersei to deal with Dany and Rise. Clinton explained, the Golden Group's contract with Myr is signed once a year. There are less than 2 months until the end of the year, they will not be renewing the contract. As for their loyalty, you probably don't have to worry too much. The Golden Group was formed by the exiled nobles of the Westeros, the backbone of which are mostly the descendants of those nobles. They all want to follow the true dragon to take back their family's land and titles. Old Ymont said doubtfully, the Golden Group was formed by Cold Iron, those nobles' descendants and knights all belong to the Black Dragon, while Dany, Aegon, and I are the Red Dragon. The Blackfyre's rebellion has been going on for nearly 100 years. Can the enmity between the two sides be easily resolved? During the first Blackfyre rebellion, the 3 illegitimate sons of the mediocre King Aegon IV were divided into 2 factions. Daemon Blackfyre plus Cold Iron Igor Riverwind versus Blood Crow Blinden Riverwind. The Targaryen flag was a red dragon on a black background. As a bastard, Demon Blackfire changed his personal emblem to a black dragon on a red background. Therefore, the Blackfire Rebellion was a red dragon versus black dragon. In the end, Daemon Blackfire died at the hands of Blynden, the Blood Crow. Cold Iron Igor Riverman fled the Westeros and established the Golden Regiment on the other side of the Narrow Sea. The will of the Black Dragon had been circulating among the Knights of the Golden Legion. Their battle cry was, "Gold above, cold iron below." Therefore, Dany was not too surprised that the Golden Regiment rejected Second Brotherway. Instead, she was shocked that the Golden Regiment was willing to support Aegon. How did Illyrio convince the Golden Regiment? Dany asked. Tyrion beat Clinton to it and said with a smile, "Regardless of whether it's black or red, a dragon is a dragon." Bullshit. If the Golden Regiment had this kind of awareness, they would not have mocked Second Brother way back then. This is what the spice merchant told me. Facing Dany's mocking gaze, Tyrion explained. He also said that some contracts are written in blood and cannot be changed, he added. A contract written in blood? Ymont secretly glanced at little Aegon with a puzzled expression. Illyrio thinks highly of you. He even told you this kind of secret. Dany smiled faintly. Of course. The spice merchant is greedy and lustful, but he is definitely a smart person. He knows my value to your majesty. The little devil said proudly. The value of chopping off your big head to make me feel a little happy? No, no, no. Tyrion shook his big head. My big head contains a lot of useful things. Chopping it off is a complete waste. Dany leaned forward, her right hand supporting her chin. She smiled and asked, "What are the things inside?" Intelligence, wisdom, knowledge as vast as the sea, monstrous strategy, and the key to governing a country. He puffed out his chest and proudly said, "I have been on the battlefield, and I have been the king's hand. I have done well. Someone like me who can be a general on horseback and a prime minister off horseback, there is almost no one in Slave Bay, right? I heard that Her Majesty's hand of the king's position is still empty. Sorry, you are not useful." Dany held back her laughter and shook her head. "In my opinion, you are one of the rare big idiots in Westeros, the kind that helps people count money after being sold." The little devil's expression froze. He pointed at his noseless nostril and said, "I'm stupid? Let me ask you, how did the lion and the wolf start fighting?" Dany asked. "Don't tell me it was because of me?" Tyrion laughed. "Is it not? I did not send anyone to kill little Stark, that Bran. Lady Catelyn went crazy, what could I do?" Tyrion argued. "Yes, it was definitely not you. But you still did not find the person who framed you. Why are you so sure it was not me?" Tyrion asked curiously. "I will tell you the truth. Don't be angry." Dany laughed. "Yes, I am not angry." Tyrion nodded. He was getting more and more curious. Dany looked at the dwarf from head to toe. She held back her laughter and said, "You can't beat Bran." "What?" Tyrion opened his eyes wide. "You might be stronger than Bran, but your head is big, your legs are short, your waist is thick, and your hands are thin. In terms of agility, you are not a match for Bran who climbs walls every day. In other words, you can't throw him off the tower even if you wanted to. Since you did not throw Bran off the tower, you naturally did not hire someone to kill him. There is no need for that." Cora, Clinton, and the others looked at the little devil carefully. Their expressions were blank. "You are right. This is too obvious a flaw. Why?" Tyrion looked down at his deformed legs. His ugly face turned green and red. He knew his condition the best. His legs would be sore and weak after walking a few steps, let alone running and climbing walls. "I really hope Lady Catelyn still has the chance to hear this." He smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, there will be a chance. Catelyn Tully is not dead. She was revived by the red-robed monk. I even chatted with her for most of the night. When you see her, you have to be mentally prepared," Dany said strangely. Caitlin is not dead? Tyrion was shocked. The dead can be revived? Have you not heard of the story of the Lightning King? The Brotherhood without flags of the Three River Basin. I thought it was a rumor. I don't know if it can revive my father, Tyrion muttered. It can, Dany said firmly. It can? My father has been dead for more than half a year. Bring the deviant ghost to your father's tomb. I guarantee that no coffin can hold it down. Tyrion's mouth twitched. He returned to the original topic and said, Your Majesty, you guessed wrong. The person who threw Bran Stark off the tower is not the same person who sent someone to assassinate him. I know. Your brother threw Bran. It was either Littlefinger or your sister who sent the assassin, Dany said confidently. She had watched Game of Thrones, so she should not be wrong. Unfortunately, she did not see the expected shock on the little devil's face. There was only confusion. Confusion? What are you confused about? How do you know it was Jaime, your Majesty? Tyrion asked. Bran must have seen something he should not have. At that time in Winterfell, other than your brother and sister having an affair, what else could second young Master Stark not have seen? Dany said proudly. Tyrion was stunned again. Your Majesty, you are so smart. Dany was even more pleased with herself, but her expression was even more indifferent. However, the assassin was not sent by Littlefinger. If it was not Littlefinger, then was it Cersei? Dany was a little anxious. No. Tyrion shook his head again and gave an answer that shocked Dany. It was my nephew. Joffrey? Why would he kill Bran? It doesn't make sense. The dagger was Robert's. Joffrey stole the dagger and found a random assassin among the royal knights. As for the reason, Tyrion smiled bitterly. The title of Second Mad King is not just for show. What reason would he have for changing his mind and killing Ide at the last minute? Little devil, you have guts, little Aegon said coldly. Sigh, your highness, I apologize. Tyrion smiled and bowed. Dany said thoughtfully, It seems that I misunderstood you. You were not ignorant about the Bran assassination incident. It's not really a misunderstanding. I was indeed framed by Littlefinger. When Lady Catelyn confronted me with the dagger, she claimed that Littlefinger told her that the Dragonbone dagger belonged to me. Isn't that nonsense? How can I not know that it belongs to me? Tyrion sighed. Since you knew, why didn't you kill Littlefinger? Dany asked curiously. Kill? Weren't you the leader of the kings for a period of time? Isn't it easy to kill a small noble with no background? Sigh, at that time, I didn't even have the confidence to defend King's Landing. How would I dare to have internal strife? I even had to beg him to help me talk to Tyrell because he was eloquent and liked to talk. When the situation was set and we could cook the hound after it served its purpose, I was killed ahead of time. That guy went one step further and became the Duke of Hellenberg, Tyrion said helplessly. You didn't tell your father about Littlefinger instigating the lion and the wolf? Tyrion smiled strangely. I'm not targeting anyone. All of Lannister's enemies should be grateful to me. My father's cunning and ruthlessness are something you can never imagine. While I was unconscious and recuperating, my father quietly made a move against him. What did Tywin do? Dany asked in surprise. Give Hellenberg to Littlefinger, Tyrion said with a smile. What's that supposed to mean? Little Aegon was confused. My father believed that the curse of Hellenberg was real. Even if it was fake, it would become real sooner or later. Unfortunately, before the curse of Hellenberg took effect, you and your father were weakened by him, Dany mocked. What do you mean? Suddenly, Tyrion's pupils shrank and he cried out, Did he kill Joffrey? Oh, you're not too stupid. Maybe Littlefinger has the ability to do that. But that doesn't make sense. What benefit would he get by framing me or killing Joffrey? Tyrion said in disbelief. Dany stared at him for a long time, causing the dwarf to squirm uncomfortably. Then she held back her laughter and said, The chaotic situation, and he has your wife. Sansa? Tyrion's expression changed drastically and started to turn green. Do you know about Littlefinger's relationship with Catelyn? He used Sansa as a substitute for his first love, Catelyn? Damn it. Tyrion's face turned completely green. The surrounding onlookers looked at Tyrion with sympathy. Especially the female dwarf, Fanny. She was so sad that she almost cried for him. Don't you think you're miserable? You've been tricked by the same person so many times. Your wife is lying in his bed. Maybe she even has a child now, but you still don't know anything. Dany had no sympathy at all. She was still gloating over his misfortune. Who told you to betray Dany Rise? You deserve it. The dwarf's face was pale, and he was about to collapse. Chapter 436. It was dawn, and the sun had yet to rise. It was the coolest time of the day in Astapo, which was only about 15 degrees Celsius. Astapo Peninsula, 5 kilometers west of the city, in a brickyard by the sea. With the encouragement of the Dragon Queen, Pogba, the skinny man, pushed out a handcart used by workers to transport mud bricks from the factory. There was a thick layer of yellow and dry rice straw piled on the handcart. Among the straw there were 8 jars the size of pineapples, 4 brown clay jars, and 4 transparent glass jars. Of the 4 glass jars, 2 were half filled with a green liquid, while the other 2 were full without a single bubble. Wildfire. Pogba slowly pushed the handcart out of the factory and came to the red brick steps where the mud bricks were being dried. Well, the process of baking red bricks was rather complicated. One had to first dig out sticky mud, then mix coal ash in the mud. After pressing the mud into the mold and cutting it into mud bricks, they couldn't immediately be sent into the kiln. The mud bricks must be dried in an open, ventilated area. They must not be exposed to the sun. They must be covered with a layer of waterproof linoleum, and then covered with a layer of sunscreen grass curtains over the linoleum. The mud bricks couldn't be casually placed on the ground. Red bricks had to be used to build steps that were a palm's width above the ground to prevent the bottom layer of bricks from being soaked by water when it rained. Because of this, there were rows of red brick steps that were a meter wide and 100 meters long outside the brickyard. When the mud bricks were dried and hardened, they would be transported into the kiln and stacked together. A layer of coal would be sprinkled on top of them, and the kiln door would be sealed. The kiln would then be lit up from the coal filler above. At this moment, a portion of the mud bricks had been transported away, leaving a long row of red brick steps outside the factory. Well, it wasn't all empty. There were 7 1-meter wide and 2-meter long mud brick walls that separated them into single rooms that were 10 meters apart. Under everyone's gazes, Pogba had the solemn expression of a bomb disposal expert. He moved gently, but his movements were swift as he moved the jars out of the handcart and placed them on the red brick step. Perhaps it was because Pogba often practiced his ultimate skill of protection, fire walk, but he was very fast. In just half a minute, he had placed 8 jars on the separated step. However, this was not the end. Instead, the expression on Pogba's face became even more serious. It was as though he had reached the critical moment of cutting the red line or the blue line. He took out a 30-centimeter tall bronze tripod from the handcart. There was a net under the tripod. At the entrance of the factory, under the eaves, Master Wood looked at the sky and saw a red sun rising in the east. He was very anxious and could not help but shout, "Hurry up, the sun is coming out!" Pogba also raised his head and looked towards the east. A layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. His movements became even faster, and at the same time, he became more cautious. He first put the jar in the net and then gently hung the net under the tripod. There were a total of 4 tripods, 4 jars, 2 glass jars, and 2 clay jars. Then, he connected a long rope to the jar and led the rope to the side, the mud brick wall 2 meters away. Yes, there were rows of steps made of dry mud bricks, with a distance of 2 meters between each other, making it convenient for handcarts to move in and out. On the stairs next to where the jars were placed, there was still a 3-meter-tall brick wall that had not been moved away. However, the flammable linoleum and straw curtain on the mud brick wall had been lifted and thrown aside. 4 fire mages with brown ointment on their faces, plate armor on their bodies, and iron helmets on their heads stood behind the mud brick wall. They took the rope from Master Pogba's hands with an expression of facing death with equanimity. Phew, this time, Pogba breathed a sigh of relief. The solemn expression on his face became relaxed. Your Majesty, it's done. He ran under the eaves and reported to the Dragon Queen on the armchair with a smile. Then let's get started. Dany waved her hand, and the fire mages hiding behind the mud brick wall began to pull the rope rhythmically. On the red brick stairs across the mud path, 4 jars hanging under the tripod swayed gently. There were people standing on both sides of the Queen's chair. In addition to the 50 fire mages, there were also a dozen scholars. Even White Knight, Old Ymont, Larissa, Tyrion, Little Aegon, Clinton, and others were looking up. The red sun gradually rose, and the red morning glow turned into golden morning light. The temperature slowly rose. Tyrion's nose was sweating. He said nervously, "Isn't it a little too much? 1 jar can hold 4 to 5 pounds of wildfire." "What's too much?" "This kind of small jar is already the smallest kerosene bomb of the Megalosaurus bomber. You haven't seen the giant bomb I used when I took over Dragonstone Island. It was about the size of a water tank. It could even be used as a bathtub for you," Dany said casually. "Wildfire is not kerosene. It's dozens of times stronger than kerosene," Tyrion emphasized. "If it's not stronger than kerosene, why would I waste so much effort to torment it? If I reduce the amount of wildfire and let the wildfire jar burn with the same effect as the kerosene jar, I might as well use kerosene directly. At least it's safer." Tyrion was speechless. At this time, the little devil changed her clothes. She was wearing a gold-framed t-shirt with a black dragon embroidered on the chest. In the past few days, although Dragon Queen did not participate in Klein's trial, she was not idle either. She formed the Royal Megalosaurus Mage Guild and built wildfire refinery bases in Astapor and Meereen. She also went to Meereen, Kayuan, and Astapor to participate in a few great leap forward in agricultural production. She reformed the centaur tactics and changed the breed of cattle and horses. She also made adjustments to the government at Slave Bay. She was very busy, so busy that she did not have time to interact with Nephew Gu. While optimizing the authority of the government, Dany also made changes to the official titles. She established a 7th-rank official title system and unified the government's uniforms. The black dragon pattern on the Little Devil's t-shirt was actually a patch. Just like the beast in human clothing of the ancient officials in China, the civil officials' uniforms used birds as patches to show their virtue. The military officials' uniforms used ferocious beasts as patches to show the military officials' prestige. She had to admit that compared to the beast in human clothing court meetings, the Western country's casual wear of the government meetings was a few levels lower in class. It looked more like the grandpas and aunties in a street mahjong house. Furthermore, the king did not even have an exclusive dragon robe. In the future, Dany, who became the Empress of the world, would collect a gold coin, a copper pot, and an iron sword from various cities and melt them to create a throne. She hoped that when she sat on the throne, it would not be a messy market below, but a solemn, well-dressed, orderly civil and military officials. Therefore, she first unified the officials' uniforms. The 7th-rank officials had a red dragon, the 6th-rank officials had a golden dragon, the 5th-rank officials had a green dragon, the 4th-rank officials had a white dragon, the 3rd-rank officials had a black dragon, the 2nd-rank officials had a dark red 3-headed dragon, Targaryen's previous clan emblem, and the 1st-rank officials had a 5-colored dragon with its head and tail connected. Originally, Little Green and Little White were neck and neck. However, after following Dany to the Westeros, there were thrills and rewards. Little White became a magic dragon. As such, Little Green became the 3rd. Little Gold was the fourth, and Little Red was the fifth. Of course, Dragon Queen did not forbid the civilians from wearing clothes with the Megalosaurus pattern, but they were not allowed to completely imitate the government officials. At least, they were not allowed to add a 7-pointed star embroidered with gold borders around the Megalosaurus pattern. The little demon was wearing a t-shirt with a black dragon embroidered on it, which meant that he had become the Dragon Queen's subordinate. He had even recommended himself to the Queen that day. He had professional experience in the hand of the king, and Slave Bay was currently lacking a prime minister, so why not just put up with it? Then, he was mocked by the Dragon Queen and had a miserable life. Although he failed to apply for the hand of the king, the Dragon Queen also took pity on his talent. The little demon had used wildfire to turn the tables in the Battle of Blackwater Bay and defeated the second most famous general of the Seven Kingdoms, Stannis, with an absolute disadvantage. It could be said that Tyrion was the only person in the world who had used wildfire on a large scale in war and won. After the Megalosaurus became extinct, Targaryen had also funded the Alchemy Guild to create a steel Megalosaurus that could shoot wildfire, preparing to use the Iron Dragon to deal with the Dornies. In the end, the Iron Dragon that was equipped with wildfire self-destructed midway. Therefore, in the field of wildfire, Tyrion was really a rare talent in the world. Emperor Dany knew how to make use of people and specially created an official position for him, General of Wildfire, responsible for supervising the refinement, storage, and transportation of wildfire. Today, General of Wildfire Tyrion accompanied the Dragon Queen and began to test the stability of wildfire. Look, the wildfire in the bottle is boiling. Suddenly, little Aegon pointed at the shaking bottle of water in the distance and shouted in horror. "Be careful, the wildfire is about to explode." Tyrion's pupils contracted as he shouted at the fire mage behind the mud wall. Glug glug glug, under the sunlight, the glass bottle that was being pulled by a rope released green bubbles. The bubbles grew from the size of a rice grain to the size of a broad bean, then rapidly expanded to the size of an egg. Boom! From the sound of it, it sounded like a grenade had been detonated. Looking at the fire, green flames that were 4 to 5 meters tall suddenly rose under the bright sunlight. The ground and brick walls nearby were covered in green flames. The effect was like a barrel of oil that weighed hundreds of kilograms suddenly exploding. The enchanting green flames were clearly extremely hot, setting off waves of heat, but in the eyes of the crowd, it did not make them feel warm. They only felt a chill in their hearts. "This is magic fire." Little Aegon's face turned pale. "Targaryen is afraid of fire?" Dany glanced at him and said calmly. Little Aegon was stunned. He stood up straight, puffed out his chest, and said firmly, "I'm not afraid." Looking at the panic in his eyes, then looking at Tyrion's deeply hidden excitement, Dany had a strange expression. "Targaryens are not afraid of fire, but they should be rational when dealing with wildfire," old Ymont said justly. His gaze was complicated. When he saw the wildfire, he could not help but think of his elder brother who drank the wildfire, Devil Aaron. "What's the temperature?" Dany looked at the ironclad fire mage who ran back and asked. Yes, the shock wave from the explosion of the wildfire bottle was very strong. It caused the thick mud bricks 2 meters away to shake a few times, but they did not collapse. The fire mage who was pulling the rope had completed his task and ran back. 25 draconic degrees. The fire mage's face was filled with fear. "Your Majesty, it's too scary." It exploded at 25 draconic degrees. The highest temperature in Astapor is 45 draconic degrees. 45 draconic degrees is the ground temperature. The highest temperature is only about 32 draconic degrees, a scholar said. Remember, intense shaking, direct sunlight, 25 draconic degrees is the critical point, Dany instructed. Immediately, a scholar picked up a pen and started writing on the document. A thermometer was not difficult to make. Back in the Ming Dynasty, Galileo had invented the first thermometer. It was very simple. It was a glass tube connected to a glass ball at the bottom. It was also open, so the error was relatively large. Not long after the first thermometer appeared, an accurate thermometer that could measure the temperature of the human body was invented. Simply put, the invention of a thermometer required a flash of inspiration, not technology. As long as they could forge a glass tube, technology was enough. Chapter 437. In this world, even stargazing mirrors could be made. Measuring cylinders and measuring cups were standard equipment for scholars. The technology to make thermometers was already sufficient. Therefore, when Dani needed it, she only needed to ask the glassmaker to experiment a few times to make a very accurate mercury thermometer. In fact, not long after she took down Astapor, she invented the thermometer. Because she knew that the long night was coming, she needed to know when the long night would come. She arranged for scholars to record the temperature for 24 hours in a day and draw 24 curves on the x-axis time, y-axis temperature coordinate chart. She could roughly calculate the trend of temperature change. If the data changed linearly, she could even predict the arrival of the long night in advance when the lowest temperature was below zero. It was a perfect plan. However, the temperature recording team had been established for 2 years. The 24 curves fluctuated almost on a horizontal line, which meant that the temperature in Slave Bay did not change much. Of course, it was not completely ineffective. In the past 2 months, the lowest temperature had been decreasing. There was only one point. According to the current rate of temperature decrease, it would be difficult to see snow in Slave Bay in the next 2 years. Well, in the past few thousand years, it had never snowed in Slave Bay. As for the dragon degrees, the temperature was calibrated with Celsius because the first scientist who proposed the standard temperature was surnamed Celsius. Obviously, Dani did not need to use Celsius in this world. Otherwise, she would be annoyed to death just by explaining who Celsius was. The calibrating temperature was also very simple. Mixing ice and water was 0 degrees, boiling water was 100 degrees. Boom! About half an hour later, the second green flame rose. This time, it was the glass bottle that exploded. It was the half bottle of wildfire placed on the red brick step. 28 degrees, no violent shaking, but it receives direct sunlight. The third jar that exploded was a shaking clay pot. It was half a bottle of wildfire, 30 degrees. The fourth was a clay pot placed on the stone step. It was half a bottle of wildfire, 39 degrees. Fortunately, the critical temperature is 39 degrees, and the highest temperature in the cellar is only 31 dragon degrees. Wizardwood breathed a sigh of relief. 39 degrees, very close to human body temperature. It won't explode when the person is not in the cellar. But if the wizard stays in there for too long. Tyrion sneered. Are you stupid? Hang a thermometer on the wall. When the temperature rises to 25 degrees, stop making wildfire. When the temperature approaches 30 degrees, everyone evacuates the cellar. What danger can there be? Dani asked. If there's no danger, why don't you become the wildfire general yourself? Motherfucker, general of the wildfire, it sounded scary. This was probably the scariest position in the history of the human kingdoms, right? Tyrion glanced at the Dragon Queen from the corner of his eye, cursing in his heart. At this point, all that was left were full of wildfire without oxygen, 2 clay pots and 2 glass bottles. 1 clay pot and 1 glass bottle were still shaking, and the other 2 were quietly placed on the red brick step. The glass bottle was directly hit by the sunlight, while the clay pot blocked the sunlight, but it did not explode. It's already past noon. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. It's almost the hottest time of the day. The outdoor temperature is 39 degrees Fahrenheit, the indoor temperature is 30 degrees, and the ground temperature is 45 degrees. The wildfire is still stable. Pogba cheered loudly. Ah, we've finally found the perfect way to transport the wildfire. The other fire mages were also very excited. The effect of isolating the air is so good. The wildfire can really be used on a large scale in the war with the Allies, Tyrion said in surprise. Isn't that natural? Dany's expression was calm, but there was an obvious sense of superiority in her tone. The wildfire is also a kind of fuel. Any fuel needs air to burn. After saying that, she stood up, clapped her hands and said, "The test is over. Let's go back to the city and celebrate." Boom. It was as if a Tomahawk cruise missile had exploded in their ears. No, not one, but 4 in a very short period of time. The nearest glass bottle was 30 meters away from the factory, but the shock wave not only blew the tiles on the roof into a mess, it also sent everyone tumbling a few times. The silk clothes on their bodies exploded in the shock wave. Especially Tyrion, his legs were deformed and weak. Like a rubber ball, he rolled a few times on the ground. The black dragon t-shirt that represented a rank 3 official was tattered. The loose silk pants on his lower body were nowhere to be seen, revealing 2 short, fluffy legs that were disproportionately short. Even the burly Mormont, who was fully armored, had his cloak torn. He took 3 steps back and supported the old man Ymont, whose grey robe had fallen apart. On the other hand, Dragon Queen's performance shocked everyone. The violent shockwave was like a river that met a reef, and it split into 2 sides of her body. Other than her hair flying in the wind, she, who was only wearing light leather armor and chain mail, did not move in the wind. This is not scientific. Tyrion was lying on top of a fire mage when he heard Dragon Queen's exasperated shout. He did not know what science was. At this moment, he only wanted to curse. "I'm going to resign and let the deviant ghost be this stupid wildfire general exclamation point. How can it burn without air? It's not magic. There are no strong magic waves under the sun. Why did it suddenly explode?" Dragon Queen's voice was getting farther and farther away. She quickly ran towards the center of the explosion. In the strange green flames, there were still 2 fire mages struggling in it. Tyrion struggled to turn over, but there was someone below him, and he did not know who was above him. There were also people on both sides. He could not move even if he wanted to. His consciousness gradually returned. His nerves became sensitive again, and the feeling on his skin became clearer. His squirming body suddenly froze. Little Tyrion was being held in someone's hand. There were only 2 women at the scene, the Dragon Queen and her mage apprentice. The queen had run away, then it had to be that black girl. Tyrion turned his head in anticipation. In the next moment, a basin of ice water was poured over his heart. It was cold, and his body felt uncomfortable as if caterpillars were crawling all over it. He did not see the short-haired Larissa's black face. It was a face that had seen the vicissitudes of life, with her eyes tightly shut and a few deep crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. John Clinton. That's right, he had always been standing with Clinton and little Aegon. He was still far away from the black girl. Hey, Sir Clinton, wake up! Tyrion's face was red. He twisted his body with all his might, and with great effort, he finally broke free from the other party's rough hands. Little Aegon, who was on top of Tyrion, heard the little devil's cry. He turned his head and saw the back of Clinton's head bleeding profusely. It seemed like he had hit a brick. Sir Clinton, Godfather, Aegon shouted in panic. Ugh! Clinton was a tough guy after all. He quickly opened his eyes in a daze. Suddenly, he felt the warmth on his right hand. The confusion in his eyes instantly disappeared, and was replaced by panic and anxiety. Don't pinch, sir, it's me!" Tyrion screamed. 7 levels of hell! Clinton shouted in horror, and immediately broke free from the pile of limbs with his right hand. As expected, the deerskin glove that he had been wearing was gone. Ouch, get up, you're crushing me! The skinny Pogba's groan came from under Tyrion's butt. Oh! Little Aegon woke up with a start. He quickly got up and wanted to help his godfather up first. Don't worry about me. Clinton avoided his godson's pull with his right hand as if he was avoiding the plague. He struggled to sit up and found the glove that had fallen off not far away. He staggered over, picked it up and put it on. Damn it! My clothes are torn. The little devil covered his crotch and wailed. He was still all right. There were only a few holes in his t-shirt, and there were still a few pieces of fabric clinging to his body, covering his private parts. A few of the fire mages with loose robes were naked, not a single piece of clothing was on them. The shock wave was too strong. Other than Mormont, who was wearing armor, Clinton and Aegon, who were wearing light leather armor, almost none of their clothes were intact. 7 gods above, the explosion of wildfire is so powerful? The ragged Ymont said in horror. Fortunately, Jorah Mormont was in front of him and helped to resist most of the impact. Otherwise, the old man would not have felt good. Looking at the roof that had been blown away by more than half of the tiles, looking at the people who were in a complete mess, and then looking at the flames that had almost formed a sea of green dozens of meters away, not even the shadow of the dragon girl could be seen. Tyrion shuddered. 4 jars, he hissed. 4 jars, he said. 1 full jar must have weighed at least 8 pounds of wildfire. 4 jars would have weighed 32 pounds, and they were exposed to the sun for so long. Damn it! I should have thought of it. When I was at the King's Landing, the alchemist kept warning me not to throw more than 10 pounds of wildfire jars. I loaded a small boat with 300 pounds of wildfire, and from a dozen meters away, it overturned 2 of Stannis's warships and ignited a river that was hundreds of meters wide. Look, the flames are extinguishing! Little Aegon exclaimed. Wildfire can't burn, it won't extinguish. Tyrion was a little uncertain. The sea of green flames that stretched for dozens of meters was really disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's the Queen! Archmage shouted in realization. The Queen has entered the sea of flames and is controlling the flames. Ah, the wildfire is so fierce, but it can be controlled? The mages were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Originally, the wildfire burned with green flames that were 4 to 5 meters high, blocking everyone's sight. Now, the rampant green flames were like the water in a swimming pool that had its valve opened, returning to the sea and returning to the Dragon Queen's right hand. The flames gradually decreased, and everyone saw the Dragon Queen's expression was calm as she raised her right hand. Like Moses parting the sea, wherever he went, the demonic green flames automatically avoided him. Strands of green flames were pulled away from the flames and merged into the green fireball that was the size of a basketball in her right hand. Come quickly, a few neatly dressed people, dig out Archmage Tim and Archmage Duncan, Dany said. Even the roof that was dozens of meters away was blown away, and the mud brick wall that acted as a firewall naturally collapsed. The 2 fire mages who were hiding behind the mud brick wall and pulling the rope were crushed inside by the broken bricks, and even the green wildfire splashed onto their armor. If Dany hadn't come quickly, they would have been burned to ashes. In reality, even if they weren't burned to death, their organs were injured in the explosion and they spat out blood. Archmage walked over while holding his pants and said with a respectful expression, Her Majesty the Queen's magic power is monstrous. To be able to control such a crazy wildfire, I wonder if you have any tricks? Save them first, I'll give a magic lecture in 2 days and teach you the truth of fire witchcraft. Dany said with the aura of a big boss. Your Majesty, can I learn? Tyrion heard from afar and was about to run over to ask, but was stopped by Clinton. Wait, let me see your dick, he said seriously. Chapter 438. Magic and the power of the gods were real. For those with extraordinary talents, magic was the blessing of the world, giving them the possibility to see the truth. But extraordinary magic was too high for ordinary people, more like a curse than a blessing. Comparison of power levels. The magic of ordinary people, extraordinary people, and the divine power of gods. The magic of extraordinary people could curse ordinary people. But in the face of the divine power of gods, even extraordinary people could not resist being contaminated. In this world, there were 5 places suspected to be contaminated by high-energy divine power: Asia, Thunder Island, the land of long summer, Valeglia, Sosrose, and the heartache of the Lone River. Among them, Valeglia and the heartache of the Lone River were the most famous curses. During the cataclysm of Valeglia, the magic of gods and fire witchcraft wreaked havoc. Humans and dragons close to the center of the cataclysm were directly swallowed by the high-energy heat, and those far away were also distorted and deformed by the subsequent magic radiation. Chaillon of the Lone River, known as the capital of festivals, was the richest and the greatest city along the Lone River. It was also the center of the Lone civilization. In the battle between Prince Jaren and the 250,000 Lone people against the Valeglia Dragon King, the Lone River was evaporated by hundreds of megalosaurus, and the prosperous city was turned into ruins. Prince Jaren was captured alive by the Valeglia people and locked in a golden cage. The Lone civilization was destroyed. The mother goddess of the Loiner people, the Loiner Mother River, made a final stand against the invaders for her people. A sudden flood in the middle of the night dragged Cheyenne and the invaders to the bottom of the river. Mutual destruction. The former capital of the Golden Plains faded from its glory and summer colors. Surrounded by fog all year round, it became a gray and damp heartache. It also became the source of the gray-scale disease and the hometown of the Stone people, victims of the disease. Gray-scale disease caused the patient's skin to harden and lose the sense of pain and touch. It was covered with black and gray spots and was as hard as stone to the touch. In the late stage, the patient's tongue and lips first turned to stone and lost the ability to speak. As the day of their death approached, the other parts of their body would slowly turn to stone. In the end, they would become stone people. It was a very magical infectious disease. Well, gray-scale disease was contagious and could be transmitted through touch. When they passed by the heartache, Clinton jumped into the river to save Tyrion, but unfortunately, he was scratched by the Stone people, and a finger on his right hand was infected with gray-scale disease. The most effective way to check if he was infected with gray-scale disease was to stab the Stone people. So Clinton took Tyrion's arm and said solemnly, "Let me see your dick." "What did you say?" Tyrion thought he was hallucinating. "Take off your pants and let me check your dick," Clinton said seriously. Tyrion shuddered violently and broke free from the other party's grip. With a pale face, he said, "You hit your head on a brick. Are you crazy?" Clinton noticed the strange looks from Aegon, Ymont, and the others. His expression froze as he reached out and pulled Tyrion to the side. "I'm not crazy. This is a serious matter. You have to tell me the truth. Do you feel anything?" Noticing the seriousness in Clinton's eyes, Tyrion forced himself not to break free again. "How do you feel?" he asked in a low voice. "Do you still feel anything when I touch that part of your body?" Clinton asked seriously. Tyrion's back broke out in a cold sweat. He widened his eyes and looked at Clinton's bold and square face in horror. His calves were trembling. What do you mean?" he asked weakly. "Let me ask you. Do you still feel anything after I touched your dick?" Clinton had just explained when Tyrion retracted his arm in horror. Clinton was anxious. He walked over impatiently and pressed Tyrion's head with his right hand. His left hand reached out to, "Don't struggle. Let me pinch you again. See if you still feel anything," he said in a low voice. Suddenly, Tyrion remembered a rumor he had heard at King's Landing. Renly and the Night of Flowers were nothing. Back then, John Clinton and Riga, 7 levels of hell. Go pinch the balls of the other ghosts. Tyrion was furious. He pulled back his hand and kicked Clinton's right hand that was reaching for his crotch. "Get lost. I'd rather cut off my dick and sell it to a wizard. I won't let you pinch it." Clinton looked thoughtful when he heard that. If he immediately cut off his wrist after noticing the abnormality and cut off the infected limb, there was a very low possibility of stopping the Gray Plague from spreading to other parts of his body. Thinking of this, he nodded with a complicated expression. Very well. Since you have such courage, I won't force you. He was not without courage. In fact, he could still save his life by cutting off his right hand. He would definitely die if he kept his right hand. Obviously, Clinton was not even afraid of death. Why would he be afraid of cutting off his hand? If it was his left hand, he would have cut it off immediately. But the infected hand was his right hand. It was his dominant hand. 80% of Clinton's power was in his right hand. He still had to lead troops to war and help little Aegon restore his country. Looking at Jaime's miserable fate after his right hand was cut off, he understood how important a dominant hand was to a swordsman. After being intimidated by Clinton, Tyrion's passion to learn fire magic decreased by half. When he walked to the front of the Dragon Queen, he saw a fire mage being dragged out of the rubble by Maul. His arm and face were charred black. He was still vomiting blood. It was very miserable. Looking at this pitiful fire mage, the little devil could not help but put himself in the other party's shoes. He shuddered and took half a step closer to Dany. He probed, "Your Majesty, it seems like you have failed. The temperature in Slave Bay is too hot. There is no future in starting a wildfire. Why don't we break up?" Break up? This word was very familiar. Dany looked at the little devil with the corner of her eye. She said, "It is because you have failed that you have the chance to show off your skills as a wildfire general. If you really succeeded in one try, how could you show off your ability? When we return to the city, I will give you a sum of money. Walk 5 kilometers to the west and find a deserted place to build a wildfire shooting range. The kind that you can mess around with and explode at will." The second fire mage was also dragged out. One of his legs was broken, the bone fragments poking out. Blood was gushing out. The other leg was charred black by the wildfire. The charred bones gave off the smell of barbecued pork ribs. Tyrion felt his teeth ache. It seemed like his calf was also hurting. "Why don't you replace me? My ability." "No." He was almost begging. "Fuck, I can mess around with and explode at will. Who am I going to explode? Who am I going to mess around with?" "You can do it. You have to have confidence." Dany patted his deformed head and encouraged him. "You can chop people up on a horse. You are a good security guard. You are a good manager. You have the most experience in storing and using wildfire in the world. You are a good technician. Wildfire general, who else but you?" Tyrion wanted to cry. "Right, you said that you want to learn fire magic from me?" Dany patted his head 3 more times. She praised him. "You are very motivated. After learning fire witchcraft, you can also personally create wildfire. It seems like you have the potential to become a scientist. Maybe you can develop a type of extremely stable wildfire." "Improve wildfire? Do you think that I don't die quickly and miserably enough?" Tyrion's eyes were red. "Improving wildfire is equivalent to changing the world. If the wildfire maintains its current burning value, but has the stability of kerosene, there is hope for a steam engine. You can even directly develop a wildfire engine and advance the world's civilization by 1,000 years. No, with the speed of this world's technological development, it can be advanced by 1,000,000 years. Moreover, with the efficiency and power of wildfire, it can even be used as a space fuel. If you can create a wildfire in a space vehicle, you are small, eat less, drink less, and keep flying to the moon. Maybe you can even become the first person to land on the moon." Dany became more and more excited as she spoke. Originally, she wanted to tease Tyrion. But in the end, she was moved by the great scene she imagined. Wildfire is created through magic. If you can develop a magic formation that can create wildfire and inlay the magic formation into a wildfire engine made of steel, if the magic formation can automatically absorb the magic elements in the universe, Danny's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Seven gods above, wildfire might really be the hope for this world to transcend." Looking at the fanatical Dragon Queen, Tyrion took a few steps back in fear. Seven gods above, to be so crazy about wildfire, as expected of the Mad King's daughter. Sigh, the chance to be immortalized in history is yours. If it wasn't for the fact that I am busy with work and have such a large country to manage, I would want to become a wildfire scientist myself. Danny looked at the terrified dwarf and sighed. Why don't we switch? The little devil really wanted to say that. I can share your burden, he said tactfully. Very good, Danny said emotionally. There are too few officials as responsible as you. General Wildfire, I know that you are responsible for this accident. Dragon Queen suddenly raised her voice and immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. Tyrion's strange eyes were filled with confusion. As the General Wildfire, you underestimated the explosive power of wildfire after being exposed to direct sunlight for a long time. You mistakenly assigned a dangerous mission to the fire mage. Sigh, you should have arranged a sheep to pull the rope. But even if you made many mistakes, you can't ask to take all the responsibility. I am also at fault, we are all at fault. Dragon Queen sighed. When did I ask to take all the blame on myself? Tyrion was stunned. The fire mage's fire-repelling ointment couldn't resist the wildfire. I was a little far from the scene of the accident and couldn't rescue him in time. The mages didn't study the properties of wildfire thoroughly enough. We are all at fault. General Wildfire, you only have 60% of the responsibility at most. I just took office, Tyrion argued. Yes, you shouldn't have made such a big mistake when you just took office. But you can redeem yourself by doing good deeds. There's no need to ask to be whipped, is there? Dragon Queen looked down at him and pressed his head. You are right. Tyrion closed his eyes and said with a sigh. And so, Dragon Queen made the final judgment for this accident. General Wildfire's salary will be deducted for half a year. The two mages, Tim and Duncan, will be compensated with 5,000 gold radiance each. The rest of the mages will be compensated with 100 gold radiance for mental damage. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will recover as soon as possible and return to work as soon as possible. Tim and Duncan, who were being treated by the doctors, spat out blood and struggled to say. Chapter 439. Since the Green Saint came to complain, Klein's case had been tossed around for more than a month. Finally, it was the day of the public trial. The Hall of Justice and Mercy on the first floor of the pyramid was not big enough. There were too many citizens gathering around. Scholar Bao was on trial. How could they not be excited and concerned? To be honest, the idea of packaging Klein as Scholar Bao was not a brilliant one. The masses were not blind, nor were they fools. Even if they were blind, they could see the difference between the extravagant and lecherous Count Butcher and the impartial Myrine. Let's change the scene. For example, the person who assassinated John Bolton was not a Gith, and there was no son of the Harpy who formed a society to remind the new freedmen of their nightmarish slave experience. Klein dared to declare to the public that he was upright and plain-spoken, pleading for the people, but framing a villain. He would probably only be met with the ridicule of bards, singers, and the common people. But the case of the son of the Harpy was too special. It concerned the vital interests of all the freed slaves in Slaver's Bay. The son of the invisible woman of the Gith targeted the Dragon Queen. He was a high-ranking member of the Mother of Dragons Guard of Myrine and the representative of the new freedmen of Myrine. His organization's program was to overthrow the current master of the new freedmen and restore the cruel slave rule of the Gith. To put it bluntly, Klein's brutal suppression of the son of the Harpy could be seen as a continuation of the class struggle. The former ruling class, the slave owners of the Gith. The former oppressed slaves, now the new freedmen. The revolutionaries, the revolutionaries. These two were too distinct and too typical of opposing classes. After taking down Myrine and Kaiyuan, the Dragon Queen's War of Liberation came to an end, and the class struggle began halfway. To mobilize public opinion, to use plays and songs to describe the injustice of slavery and the suffering of the slaves. In other words, to arouse the people's hatred of the former ruling class. The more they hated the slave countries of the past, the more they cherished the free countries of the present. The more they hated the slave owners of the past, the more they supported the current Dragon Queen. This kind of emotion aroused by public opinion could turn the onlookers into revolutionaries, thus strengthening the Dragon Queen's resistance to the Allied forces and the stability of her rule. Logically speaking, once the hatred was triggered, the next step would be to settle the score. The revolutionaries had both hatred and hostility in their hearts. While they were settling the score, they were also venting the hostility in their hearts. Killing many birds with one stone. Everyone did the same. However, Dragon Queen could not do it. First, her enemies were not only the Guise people of Slave Bay, but also the slave owners of the whole world. In other words, the Dragon Queen was still at the stage of establishing a united front against slavery. Weak slave owners, big slave owners who sympathized with slaves, and neutral forces who only wanted to make money were all targets of the united front, just like everyone did. If the entire world was a country, then the Dragon Queen only occupied a small county as the base of her revolution. When she really completed the unification, the united front would no longer be needed. Those who had cooperated with her before, the weak slave owners, the big slave owners who sympathized with slaves, became class enemies. The neutral forces who only wanted to make money, the free people who did not have their own opinions, became XX doctrine. In short, the Dragon Queen could not be too ruthless to the Guise people. Otherwise, the slave owners of other city-states would not surrender again. Instead, they would erupt with great energy to survive when they thought they had no way out. The second reason was that when the long night came and the Guise people were settled, who would come to farm for the Dragon Queen? Therefore, the Dragon Queen stopped abruptly halfway through the class war, leaving the hearts of the newly liberated free people in a state of uncertainty. At this time, Cleon came out of nowhere. Standing in the wind, pigs could also fly. Cleon stood in the wind with a pair of invisible wings. A hero met the times. In another way, he continued the next step of the class struggle. He overfulfilled the settlement of the Guise people and helped the new free people vent the hostility in their hearts. Therefore, he became the righteous master in the hearts of singers, poets, and the free people of the Guise people. The so-called righteous master, wasn't it just asking for the people's orders? Cleon did so well, why couldn't he be considered a righteous master? There was only one point: his methods were too cruel. But for the people, corrupt officials are treacherous, and honest officials are even more treacherous was a matter of course. Corrupt officials were hateful, honest officials were cute. The people were so simple. Even if Cleon did break the law, they could forgive him. It was because Dani understood this that she came up with the bad idea of, come to the scholar and wear the scholar's vest. Facts proved that the effect was not bad. Cleon, the impartial and impartial. Cleon, the loyal and righteous. Myrine's clear sky Cleon. Cleon, the nemesis of evil. On the first day of the public trial, from inside the hall to the square outside the hall, thousands of people crowded together and slogans were endless. They kept putting pressure on the 15 jurors in the courtroom. In the preliminary trial, there were 27 legal experts who examined Cleon's criminal act. In the public trial, there were 15 jurors, 5 nobles, 5 representatives of the new free people, and 5 representatives of the Guise people. It's about time, Missandei reminded the Dragon Queen. Yes, Dani was the chief judge, sitting under the plaque that said, "Justice is above, benevolence is below." This was also the queen's throne. Pah! The dragon queen slammed the gavel, and the unsullied holding the fire and water staff below hit the floor rhythmically. Bam, 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 they shouted, Wei Wu. There were also 10 unsullied holding up the silence sign. 2 were in the hall, and the remaining 8 were scattered on the second step of the pyramid, facing the free people in the square. The Dragon Queen's power was extraordinary. In the next moment, the slogans suddenly stopped, and everyone in and out of the hall quieted down. With just a sign, you did what Circe's 3,007 swords couldn't do, the Wildfire General said with emotion. Little Aegon looked enviously at Aunt Dany on the throne and sighed. When I ascend the Iron Throne, will the people of King's Landing be so obedient? That depends on whether your 3,007 swords are sharp or not. There are only unruly people in King's Landing. Unless you can fill everyone's stomach and let everyone live in a clean and spacious house, they won't love any king like the free people of Slavers Bay love Dragon Queen, the Wildfire General said as he took off his green helmet. Yes, after the last incident, Tyrion had to wear leather armor, and helmet during work. The iron helmet became a safety helmet, and the armor was a work uniform. The leather armor, helmet, armor, and even the cloak behind him were all green, like a burning wildfire. This was the Wildfire General's exclusive equipment, and no one else had the right to wear it. Why 3,007 swords? Little Aegon asked. 3,000 golden robes, 7 Kingsguard, this is all the power the king has. Sigh, compared to the Dragon Queen, it's too far away. Tyrion sighed. The Dragon Queen's dignified voice echoed in the quiet hall. The law is the law. The jurors can take the opinions of the crowd into consideration, but don't be completely influenced by them. You are the jury, and you know the law, so you should act according to the law. Yes, Your Majesty. The 15 jurors bowed respectfully to Judge Dany and took their seat. Smack! The Dragon Queen slammed the gavel again and stared with her beautiful eyes. She shouted at the prisoner below, Cleon, you imprisoned the Green Saint and her family for no reason, and even raided the Temple of Divine Grace. The first charge against you is harming a religious leader and threatening the freedom of religion of the people of Meereen. Do you admit it? Your Majesty, jurors. Cleon's face was clean and tidy, and his expression was calm as he spoke. I admit that I detained the Green Saint and most of the saints of the Temple of Divine Grace, and I also admit that I locked up their families. But before convicting me, please confirm one thing. He raised his index finger, looked around at the people around him, and said loudly, Should the Green Saint be arrested? She is the spiritual leader of the Sons of the Harpies, one of the initiators of the rebel group, and the biggest enemy of all the free people of Slave Bay. I dare to swear to the 7 gods, she deserves it. Swear to the 7 gods? Tyrion looked at the brown-skinned, black-haired butcher of Gith, and then looked at the approving expressions of the people around him, and felt that it was very absurd. It's strange to hear the name of the 7 gods in Slave Bay, tens of thousands of miles away from the 7 kingdoms. He muttered. What's so strange about that? You have never been to the great Cathedral of Divine Grace, and you don't know how many believers of the 7 gods come to pray every day. Especially to the Free Light Maiden, the believers here are thousands of times more devout than the 7 kingdoms. If you walk around the city more, you will find that the teachings of the 7 gods have penetrated into every household in Astapor. Now, the marriages and funerals of the people are all presided over by the White Nun. Sister Asherah said disapprovingly. But I heard that the great Cathedral of Divine Grace has holy prostitute. Is this in line with the teachings of the 7 gods? Duckfield said awkwardly. The church needs money to survive, and not all women are determined to serve the 7 gods. Also, the Red Saint and the Garden of Desire are a cultural tradition of the city of Ursus. Asherah's face turned red and she explained calmly. Tyrion's eyes lit up. I have heard of the name of the Red Saint in the Garden of Desire, and I thought that this profession was taken away by the Dragon Queen. As he said that, he punched the Duck Knight's thigh, and scolded in a low voice, "Duck, you are too disloyal, you didn't even tell me when you went to find the holy prostitute." "A nun, that's so exciting. I also accidentally found out about it when I was drinking at the dock. Also, you are busy experimenting with wildfire bullets all day long, I often don't see you," Duck said. Clinton's heart skipped a beat, and he pulled Tyrion aside and asked, "Can you do it?" "Do what?" Tyrion was confused. "The day before yesterday, after I touched you, your dick," and before he could finish, Tyrion's expression changed, and he growled, "I said it clearly. Unless you are as beautiful as the Knight of Flowers, and wear women's clothes, it is impossible between you and me. Don't harass me again." Clinton's stiff square face turned white and red, and he gritted his teeth. "You never look in the mirror? That's right, normal people, including yourself, would be so disgusted that they wouldn't be able to eat if they didn't have nightmares when they saw your deformed face. Then I'm really relieved. I was worried that your taste was so unique that you would ignore my appearance and take a fancy to my noble and rich soul," Tyrion said. "You?" Little Aegon and Duckfield took a few steps back, looking terrified. Smack! The shock block interrupted Tyrion and Clinton's explanation, and they heard the Dragon Queen say, "The Green Saint, Graz Dan Callel." Chapter 440. Graz Dan Callel, more than 80 years old, the Green Saintess of Meereen. In the original history, Graz Dan was Dany Rise's advisor, an elder who guided her growth, and a very close friend. Dany Rise was almost fooled by her. She listened to her and completely integrated herself into the guy's slave culture, even marrying a slave owner. Now, this was the first time Dany saw Graz Dan. She was an old woman with snow-white hair and wrinkled skin. There were large gray age spots on her exposed skin, but time did not dim the spirit in her eyes. Her eyes were a soul-stirring green, filled with wisdom and experience that could see through human nature. She still maintained her dignity as the Green Saintess. She wore the green robe of the Green Saintess, and wore a green veil on her face. She held a walking stick, and seemed to be surrounded by a halo that symbolized wisdom and nobility. She walked in with the help of the two white saintesses. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Green Saintess' voice was gentle and kind, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Facing the Green Saintess' clear green eyes, Dany wanted to hide for a moment, as if the darkness in her heart had been seen through by the wise priest. "No, I'm not wrong. My goal is noble and great. My methods, compared to other ambitious and ruthless emperors, are gentler and more benevolent." As she comforted herself, her violet eyes looked straight into the pair of emerald green eyes, grandly and righteously against the profound and wise. Dany smiled and said, "Give her a seat." Immediately, an unsullied brought a high-backed chair with fur for the Green Saintess. There was a hint of understanding in the breathtaking green eyes, but also a hint of sadness. The Green Saintess looked away and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Green Saintess, Count Shattered Shackles accuses you of participating in the formation of the Sons of Harpies." At this time, the Dragon Queen's clear voice did not have any extra majesty, but was very calm and indifferent, as if she was chatting with an old person. "Yes, I joined forces with some like-minded people to form the Sons of Harpies." The Green Saintess nodded. "What? Ah, she admitted it?" The audience was in an uproar. They never thought that the big boss would be defeated as soon as he appeared. "Sir Graz Dan, do you know what you are saying?" In the jury seat, the Green Saint of Astapor, Grazda, exclaimed in disbelief. "My Lord Grazdan," cried another of the guy's jurymen, "this is the great court, and no one can force you, and the Queen is here, and no one can lynch you. Your Excellency Green Saintess, please believe us. We will strictly abide by the code," the free people said seriously. "Lady Green Saintess, if you are not familiar with the public trial process, you can invite a defender or multiple defenders who know the code. This is the privilege of the nobles, Bruce Wayne suggested. The captain of the guards, Bruce, was a knight and also a knight. He joined the jury as a representative of the nobles. Pa! Dragon Queen slammed the gavel again. Silence. Wei Wu, unsullied one, struck his staff. The entire hall was silent. Sigh, the things passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years are still somewhat useful. Pa! Dragon Queen slammed the gavel again. Seeing the people below tremble unconsciously, she felt a bit better. Your Excellency Green Saintess, think carefully. This is the public trial court. In front of me and the other jurymen, you cannot go back on your words, and will even be used as evidence to convict you. I am very clear-headed. The Count of Shattered Shackles did not catch the wrong person. I am the leader of the Sons of Harpies, the Harpy, Green Saintess said calmly. Klein could not help but ask, in Myrene, I used the cruelest water torture on you, and you insisted that you were innocent. Why did you admit it now? How can I, the Butcher Count, endure this? Water torture? There was a suppressed cry from the audience. Why are the people of Slave Bay so honest, saying what they want to say? Tyrion said strangely. Danny glared at the butcher, who did not keep his mouth shut, and announced, Count Klein admitted to lynching a religious leader, and is found guilty of the 13th charge. A fine of 5,000, 20 lashes in the Freedom Square, and half a year of imprisonment. The punishments for all crimes can be stacked and finally executed together. Klein was dumbfounded. Pa! The gavel slammed again. Dragon Queen scolded. Everything the court says can be used as evidence to convict you. Do you not agree? I agree, I plead guilty. Lord Bow of Myrene lamented. Your Excellency Green Saintess, why did you form a terrorist organization like the Sons of Harpies? Danny asked. Terrorist organization? Green Saintess smiled and nodded. That's right. We do not dare to face the Dragon King directly, but we do not want to lose the last glory of being the Sons of Harpies. We can only use assassinations and terrorist activities to overthrow your rule. Can terrorist activities in Myrene hurt my rule? Danny was a little amused. Green Saintess' eyes flashed with sadness. She shook her head and said, We thought we could, but reality has proven that we cannot. Your household registration system is perfect, almost locking out the possibility of us secretly causing trouble. Even if there was no assassination of Commander John Bolton, no Count Shackle, as long as we start our activities, as long as the Lord of Myrene is not a fool, we can unearth the Sons of Harpies sooner or later. Tell me, what are you dissatisfied with about me and the current Slavers' Bay? Danny said. Green Saintess looked at the eyes around her, which were as many as stars, and hesitated. Here, I am upright, and there is nothing I cannot do that I cannot tell others. Danny said firmly. After staring at the Dragon Queen for a long time, Green Saintess sighed. Well, you are so confident and proud, and you have the ability to maintain your pride. The Guy's race did not die unjustly in the hands of your Majesty. As soon as this was said, the 5 Guy's race jurors and the Guy's race in the crowd all changed their expressions and exclaimed in a low voice. Danny's eyes were sharp, and she said lightly, I did not exterminate the Guy's race. The sadness in Green Saintess's green eyes grew stronger, and she said in a sad tone, A race is not made up of people. If the spiritual backbone is broken, the cultural and religious inheritance is also over, and the race does not exist. You changed the Divine Grace Temple to the Church of the 7 Gods, and made my race give up the faith of the Harpies, and convert to the Free Maiden of Light. You closed the Colosseum that represented the Guy's race's tradition of martial arts, and made some drama clubs and troupes that aroused hatred between the new free people and the Guy's race. You never wore toga robes, but wantonly promoted the sleeveless linen of the dock workers. You changed the Guy's race's tradition of eating dog meat and persimmons, and promoted strange foods such as chopped hot pepper fish head, blood sausage, tofu, fried dough sticks, meat buns, and other strange foods. You changed the Giscali language, and unified the learning of the standard Valeglia language. You also forced the guys' race to shave their heads, keep their hair but not their heads. Dani's eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. Keep their hair but not their heads? When had she ever said such valiant words? She wanted to immediately interrupt the old saintess and ask, but the other party's series of questions seemed to have gotten to her head. She was so agitated that she could not stop, and quickly scolded the Dragon Queen for her sins of destroying the guys' race. You have never relied on the noble Gith people in politics and military affairs. You have allowed your slaves to rise to the top in one step, surpassing their former masters. The Gith people have been marginalized in all aspects of politics, economy, and military affairs in your kingdom. You also moved the noble guys' race out of their ancestral pyramids that had been passed down for thousands of years, and let them live in ordinary brick houses like the civilians. You showed no mercy to the guys' race nobles, killing them without mercy. Countless innocent people who were only interested in learning had their properties confiscated, and their families sent to labor camp. What you did was to strip the guys' race of slave bay away step by step. The guys' race's culture, traditions, beliefs, and spirit were all destroyed one by one. If we did not resist, one day, the guys' race would merge with the slaves from all over the world, and their bloodlines would be mixed up, their civilization would be tampered with, and their land would be taken over. The last trace of the guys' empire's existence would completely disappear. The Green Saintess spoke for a long time, and many of the guys' race people were deeply moved after hearing it. They looked at the Saintess with complicated eyes. The 5 guys' race jurors could not help but cry. Her Majesty the Queen is so ruthless. If the old woman is not lying, then she really intends to wipe out the guys' race. Tyrion said in shock. Your Excellency Green Saintess, I wonder what I should do to be a qualified queen of Slave Bay in your heart? Without waiting for the old Saintess to answer, she asked herself, should I wear a toka robe and learn the dialect of Slave Bay? Live according to the guys' race noble's way of life, open the arena, or even buy one yourself, and raise a group of gladiators like horses? It would be best to find a marriage alliance with a noble guy's bloodline, and completely integrate yourself into Slave Bay? The old Saintess' eyes flashed with wisdom, and she sighed, isn't that good? If you are willing to integrate into the guys' culture of Slave Bay, the other free cities will not be so hostile to you. With the help of a royal husband of a noble guy's bloodline, the new guys would no longer attack Slave Bay. Your ancestors, Aegon and his sisters, didn't they also give up Valeglia's beliefs and traditions, convert to the Church of the Seven Gods, and completely integrate into the culture of the Undulls? There are also the 14 Fire Peak nobles of Valeglia. After their bloodline descendants left Valeglia, they entered Slave Bay, Quills, Kor, Norfos, and the various coastal cities. They brought advanced technology and culture to the local area, and they also integrated into the local culture. They married the local noble women and worshipped the local gods. The most typical example was the marriage between Nymeria and Dornmartel. She led the remaining Loener people and took the initiative to give up some of the Loener traditions, integrating herself and her people into Dorne. From bloodline to culture, Loener had integrated into Dorne. At the same time, Dorne had also absorbed some of the culture and traditions of the Loener people. The two races lived in harmony, without conquering or being conquered, and there would be no disputes or conflicts. Are these seniors not worthy of learning from you? You can reform the old Slave Bay, but you can't completely throw the previous owners of Slave Bay into the trash can. That makes sense. Tyrion was deep in thought. What makes sense? Clinton glared at him and said, the Queen promoted the great culture of knights in Slave Bay, and used the 7 gods to reform the suffering and confused slaves. What's wrong with that? Yes, I swear, Her Majesty feels that she is worthy of the title Saint Danny. Sister Asherah looked at the queen on the throne with a look of worship in her eyes. Sigh, Saintess, you are mistaken about something. The dragon queen smiled. Chapter 441. Dany stood up from the throne and looked down at the green Saintess. I am different from Aegon and Valeglia's Dragon King. I am not a conqueror. I am also different from Nymeria. I am not a refugee. I am a reformer. I am a revolutionary. I am the nightmare of evil slavery. I am the Misha of all the oppressed slaves in the world. I am not targeting the Gith tribe in Slaver's Bay. My enemy is the entire rotten slave world. I want to build a new world without slaves where everyone is free. I will not compromise. I am not afraid of fighting. When I decide to become the enemy of the world, there is nothing in this world that can make me feel afraid. I will come, I will see, I will burn everything of the old society. I do not need to conquer you, nor will I integrate with you. I am a flood that will rush past you. Either you wash away the filth and join me, or you sink to the bottom of the river. Do you understand? This is your choice, not mine. I grant you the choice. The green Saintess' body trembled, her eyes filled with fear. This is the true Targaryen, the true queen. Tyrion felt an unprecedented shock. At this moment, he even wanted to kneel down to the queen who looked down on everyone. Dany has surpassed Aegon. She has surpassed all the ancestors of the Targaryens. In the crowd, old Ymont was proud. I am not as good as her, little Aegon said with a defeated expression. You are still young. Clinton retracted her admiring gaze from the Dragon Queen and comforted him gently. I am 1 year older than her. To be able to serve such a queen is also an honor, Duckfield muttered. Misha, Misha, Misha. Torrent, torrent, torrent. The new freedmen in the hall were stunned for a moment. Then, as if they had gone mad, they shouted themselves hoarse and hysterically. Many people's eyes turned red and tears flowed down. Dany smiled in relief. But she slapped the gavel. Silence. Wei Wu, the Unsullied, began to strike with his staff. Your Excellency Green Saintess, other than my personal will, I can also explain the policies you propose. After all, this is a court. As a judge, I have to abide by the laws of the Codex. I can't use my own will to sentence you. He picked up the wolfberry tea on the table and moistened his throat. She began to blabber. First, I advocate religious freedom. Astapor and Cayuan's Church of Divine Grace voluntarily carried out religious reforms, so the temple became the Church of the Seven Gods with the characteristics of Slave Bay. For example, the Red Saintess was considered blasphemous in the doctrine of the Seven Gods. The temples of Meereen insist on believing in the Harpies. I didn't force you to change your faith, did I? More importantly, everyone knew that the Harpies' claws were holding the slave shackles, which represented the slave master's enslavement of the people. Could it be that you want the new freedmen to believe in the Harpies who represent slavery? You can ask the people in the city if I have ever forced them. Force them to believe in the seven gods instead of the Harpy. We are willing. We believe in the Maiden of Freedom. We believe in light and freedom. Immediately, a new freedman said excitedly, We are not idiot. As the new freedmen, why would we believe in the Harpy? Before the temple was reformed into the Church of the Seven Gods, I never went there. The Green Saintess looked at the excited audience and sighed. The light in her eyes dimmed. Second, the Colosseum. The Colosseum needs gladiators. Gladiators are mostly slaves. I even abolished slavery. Why would I allow gladiators to exist? Moreover, I didn't close the Colosseum. Don't you see that every evening hundreds and thousands of people enter the Colosseum to do square dance? That's right. The Colosseum that occupied a large area in the city became a place for uncles, aunties, and young ladies to do square dance. As for how the people of the other world learned to do square dance, a certain queen firmly denied that she knew how to do square dance. Third, the toca robe. Other than slave masters who don't need to work, who would wear that? Now that the rotten vampire slave masters have been defeated, the working people have become masters. It is difficult to even walk in that kind of clothing. Of course, I have to promote simpler clothing. Fourth, eating habit. Dogs are humans' friends. They can even prevent faceless people. I don't forbid eating them, but you can eat yours. You can't force me to eat, right? Moreover, the food I promote is popular. Not only is it more nutritious, but it also saves on ingredient. Fifth, standard Valeglia is the world's language. I really can't find a reason to refuse it. Sixth, shaving. Speaking of this, the Dragon Queen's expression became strange. She wondered, when did I say keep hair? The Green Saintess looked at Klein. I said it. The Count of Broken Shackles raised his right hand and said embarrassedly, upright long hair is the same as the toca robe. It is the symbol of a fallen slave master. There are thousands of slave masters in the labor camp. They still have strange upright long hair. It is very inconvenient for them to work. No matter what, they are not willing to shave their hair. In desperation, I can only use keep hair to scare them. Prisoners have no political power and can be forced to shave their hair. When they complete the labor camp and regain their freedom, they can continue to grow their hair. Danny nodded. Continue. Seventh, don't use the Gith people. Isn't Klein a Gith? He is the first city lord under my command, the first count. Klein, do you think I am deliberately suppressing the Gith people? No, absolutely not. You are like a second parent to me, changing my life. Butcher Count solemnly vowed. His bloodline is low. The Green Saintess said. No, at Slaver's Bay, he is the Gith with the highest bloodline. In the future, he will become the noblest Gith in the world. Danny shook her head. Your Majesty, Klein received some kind of implicit promise. He was so moved and grateful that his eyes turned red. Eighth, the pyramid. Of course I will move them out. The families with the pyramid are all great slave masters. They all bear endless sins. I only pursue the evil, and forgive their children and women. This is already merciful. Danny pointed at herself. Take me as an example. The usurper took my father's kingdom, still killed my brother's wife and children, and wants to kill me. I am not dead. Little Aegon muttered unhappily. At this moment, everyone was listening to the Dragon Queen's speech. Even Clinton did not pay attention to his muttering. Ninth, I am not merciful to the great nobles of Gith. Because they are all slave masters, none of them are innocent. I will say it here today. Unless they surrender to me in advance and contribute greatly to the liberation of the slaves. Otherwise, not only the slave masters of Slaver's Bay, but all the great slave masters in the world will not be spared. Finally, you think I am erasing Gith culture. Let me ask you, do the Gith people of this time have the same traditions and culture as the Gith people of Gith? The Green Saintess was silent. All the Gith people in the hall were silent. The Dragon Queen smiled faintly. After the last long night, 3 of the most powerful ancient civilizations appeared. Gith, Loina, and Valeglia. But they all disappeared in the long river of history. Times are changing, and no culture can be strong forever unless it is good enough to be accepted by everyone. Obviously, the culture and traditions of Gith built on slavery are not only weak, but also decayed. As a liberator of slaves, most of my people are new freedmen. How can we support your traditions? The Green Saintess Grazidan pleaded guilty as soon as she appeared. New freedmen, Gith jurors, the Gith people of Meereen who asked the Green Saintess of Astapor for help, and even the Dragon Queen. Everyone was surprised and puzzled. After the trial ended that day, the Green Saintess of Astapor, Grazidan, took 2 Gith representatives from Meereen and walked into the basement of the Great Pyramid with a grim expression. They met the old Saintess of Meereen in the dungeon. A 40-square-meter room with bookshelves, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a small reception room. This was a high-level prison for high-level prisoners. The old saintess in her 80s was reading a thick book by the yellow light of the candle, the new 7 Stars Bible written by the Dragon Queen. Graziden's face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, and her eyes were as cold as ice. Especially after seeing the calm and indifferent look on the old saintess's face, her body seemed to begin to emit a burning anger that was the opposite of ice. "Why?" the green saintess asked the old saintess of Myrene. "Why what?" The old saintess said. "Why did you form that useless son of the harpy?" The green saintess asked. "Why did you admit the crime directly and give up all your companions?" The old Myrene immediately asked. The old saintess stared into the eyes of the green saintess and said, "The son of the harpy is the last resistance of the Gith people, the last backbone of the Gith Empire. The reason why I resisted the rule of the Dragon Queen has been explained clearly in the public trial hall. I don't want the civilization of the Gith people to be destroyed. I did what a green saintess and a religious leader should do." Although the green saintess did not avoid the green eyes of the old saintess, the coldness on her face and the anger on her body dissipated. She said sadly and helplessly, "You also heard the answer given by the queen in front of everyone." "Well, what she said is very reasonable." The old saintess nodded gently, and then shook her head firmly. There was deep wisdom in her green eyes. "But so what? No matter how decadent and decaying the civilization is, it is still the mother civilization of the Gith people, the legacy of our ancestors for thousands of years. Our civilization can die, because it is indeed not suitable for this era, the new era created by the Dragon Queen. But we Gith people can't do without a little resistance, because we are Gith people with ancient Jiskali blood. Once, when the great lord died, slaves were buried with him. Now, a country, a race, a civilization is dying, and we can't do without sacrifices. My children and I are willing to be buried with the Gith civilization," the old saintess said in a flat voice. The 3 Gith people were silent and sighed. After a while, an old saintess asked, "Since you have such a fearless spirit of sacrifice, why did you plead guilty directly without even a trial and betray the members of the entire organization?" Chapter 442. Is there any point in hiding it? The moment I saw the Dragon Queen, I suddenly understood that being honest is the only way out. I am not afraid of death. We should not be afraid of death. From the moment they became the sons of the Harpies, they should be like me and have the resolve to be buried with the Gith race. The old saintess smiled faintly. In the court, the queen also has to abide by the code. As long as one lives, it's one life. The elder said woodenly. The old saintess smiled bitterly and said, "That's the problem. We first violated the laws of the code. Assassinating John Bolton caused the sons of the Harpies to be completely exposed. As long as the Queen has the will to adhere to the code, none of us can escape." In her eyes, I saw a will stronger than steel. So, I simply surrendered. At the very least, the innocent among the 80,000 people who were arrested would be able to escape imprisonment. As you said, as long as one lives, it's one life. The 2 elders had nothing to say. They did not join the sons of the Harpies, nor did they think of rebelling against the Dragon Queen. To put it bluntly, they even hated and feared the sons of the Harpies from the bottom of their hearts. If not for the fact that they were all Gith race, they would have shouted incorruptible Klein. Because the targets of the sons of the Harpies were 3 types of people: the outstanding representatives of the new freedmen, the officials and generals of the Dragon Queen, and the traitors. It was because of the arrival of the Dragon Queen that these commoners with talent but no bloodline had the chance to become the representatives of the Gith race and become famous. Like Klein, they were the beneficiaries of the new country. In the eyes of those with noble bloodlines who had lost their power and wealth, they were the traitors of the Gith race. The kings of the Westeros are also called the kings of the Undulls, Loinars, and the Ancestors. The 7 countries are a mixed country of many races. The Gith race of the Slave Bay are not pure Gith race. I believe that Her Majesty will bring a glorious future to the Slave Bay. I believe that Her Majesty will lead the Gith race of the Slave Bay and the new freedmen to the light and glory. Before leaving, the Green Saintess of Astapor said to the Old Saintess, I sincerely wish that she can do everything you say. The Old Saintess said. The sudden confession of the Green Saintess, Grazdan, stole the limelight of the impartial Clyde and disrupted the trial of Lord Bow of Mirene. Because with her confession, the case of the son of the Harpy was almost immediately concluded. Even the 5 Guys jurors voted unanimously to convict the son of the Harpy of treason. In other words, Cleon did not frame the loyal. He was only sentenced too harshly, but he didn't make any fundamental mistakes. As such, the entire trial process was greatly simplified. Originally, Danny thought that it would take 1 or 2 months. In the end, Klein would use public opinion to blackmail the jurors and come up with a verdict that the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be avoided. Perhaps he would be stripped of his position as Lord of Mirene, and his title would be downgraded from Earl to Knight. Now that the Green Saintess had confessed, of the remaining 20,000 Guys death row prisoners, although a large number of them were wrongly accused, more than 90%, there were also many sons of the Harpy of treason who had committed treason. In the final closed-door closing process, the jury voted unanimously in favor of the Dragon Queen's verdict. Count Shackle solved the case of the son of the Harpy of the Harpy of the Harpy of Mirene and made outstanding contributions. He was honorably promoted to Marquis Shackle and awarded 100,000 gold. However, Cleon Shackle was too cruel in the trial process and ignored many of the laws in the Code of Law. He was beaten into a confession. He was demoted by 1 rank, fined 80,000, and given 48 lashes. He was changed from Lord of Mirene to Great General of the West. Cleon was promoted and demoted, but his title did not change. His position was changed from Lord of Mirene to General. He earned 20,000 gold radiance coins and received 48 lashes from the Devil's Tail Hattar. There were also 60,000 prisoners arrested by Cleon and 20,000 death row prisoners. About 73,000 people were innocent. Perhaps they were dissatisfied with the Dragon Queen's rule, but they did not participate in the son of the Harpy of the Harpy. After all, this reactionary organization was just established not long ago and did not have the time to absorb members on a large scale. However, Danny did not directly declare those people innocent, because she realized one thing: Cleon was cruel, but he would never blindly frame the loyal. Those who were wrongly accused were all relatives of the son of the Harpy. When Danny asked Cleon about the trial process, she was confused. There was no on-the-spot investigation, no intricate reasoning, no suspicious or perfect evidence. He simply opened the household register and brought in the relatives of the first batch of people arrested, then the relatives of their relatives, and finally the relatives of the relatives of their relatives. There was a theory of 6 degrees of separation. You could know any stranger through at most 5 people. Relatives were different from people you knew. But if Cleon arrested people like this, round after round, dozens of rounds, he might be able to arrest the Dragon Queen and put her in prison. In fact, he only caught 3 rounds before he could not catch any more. Because if he caught another round, there would be no more Gith in Mirene. Cleon's method was crude, but the reason he gave was somewhat reasonable. The son of the Harpy was a major case of rebellion, intending to subvert the rule of the Dragon Queen. The son of the Harpy and the Dragon Queen were 2 completely opposite sides. The people of Slave Bay could only choose sides, either the Dragon Queen or the son of the Harpy. There was no doubt that in the face of this choice, their relatives would not stand on the Dragon Queen's side no matter what. Of course, being reasonable did not mean it was legal. Just like being inclined to commit a crime did not mean committing a crime. Danny could not convict them, but letting them go for nothing would be a waste of Lord Bow of Mirene's painstaking efforts. Well, the Dragon Queen admitted that she herself was not satisfied. Apart from the innocent, there were more than 7,000 people left, and only 200 or 300 people directly participated in the case of the son of the Harpy. The other 6,000 were their family members, and those who could not prove their innocence. They knew of the existence of the son of the Harpy and were willing to help them, but they did not personally join. Then, Danny came up with a bad idea. According to the law of the code, the crime of rebellion is unforgivable, and the person involved will be beheaded immediately, and the immediate family members will be sentenced to death or life imprisonment. But the Dragon Queen pointed at the plaque on the throne. It didn't say Mirror of Eminence, but Righteousness above, Benevolence below. I am willing to grant them mercy. The Dragon Queen said compassionately, the 80,000 people arrested are all relatives and friends, so it is better to share the blame. There will be no more death sentences, no more life imprisonment, and everyone will enter the labor camp. Innocent relatives and friends can work during the day and go home at night, and only need 2 years to leave the labor camp. The guilty son of the Harpy cannot go home, but as long as he works for 5 years, he can regain his freedom and be a new man. Unfortunately, the Queen's mercy did not receive the gratitude of the sinners. I am not afraid of death, kill me, I don't want to implicate my family. A son of the Harpy shouted. I'm not guilty. I'm a cousin 2 generations removed from Graz, and I don't want to be a convict for him, cried an innocent relative. Bastard, the Queen's mercy is not to be rejected. The Dragon Queen angrily roared and made an arbitrary decision. After completing the trial of the case, the Dragon Queen found the bedridden Klein. Yes, he suffered 48 lashes and was lying on the bed recuperating. Klein's face was pale, and he lay on the bed with his eyes closed, as if he wanted to use silence to express his protest against the Dragon Queen's injustice. After working for a few months in vain, he only received 48 lashes from the Devil's Tail and lost the super-lucrative position of Myrene City Lord. Lord Bao of Myrene was bitter. Sigh, do you understand the significance of the Western General? There was once a great King Chao who was willing to give up the throne to become the Western General. The Dragon Queen sighed. Klein's attention was attracted by the King Chao, and he could not help but ask, what is the significance of the Western General? Western General, as the name suggests, is to conquer the West. The Allied army is divided into sea and land, the navy is gathered at New Guise, and the army is gathered at Materis. They came with great momentum, but they can't do it again. If we can't take down Slavers Bay in one wave, it will be my turn to conquer them next time. Where will we go? Of course, we will follow the Allied army's invasion route, starting from Myrene, heading west, Toros, Materis. Finally, we will pass through the land of long summer, enter the western plains, and enter Volantis. The Dragon Queen looked at the Count of Broken Shackles meaningfully. So, do you understand? I will become the city lord of Volantis? Klein was surprised. Danny gave him an encouraging look and said, no, you will become the Grand Seneschal of the West, the Lord of Volantis, the Lord of Kal, the Lords of Pentos, Mir, Tarosai, Lis, and the other cities. They will all be under the jurisdiction of the great General of the West. The light maiden above. Klein's sickly white face instantly flushed red, and he said excitedly, no wonder King Chao would rather not be a king and want to be the Western General. Then, he asked suspiciously, Your Majesty, why don't you become the Western General yourself? Are you really going to let me manage such a large piece of land? Do you think I will let New Guys and Queers go? Danny asked back. Of course not. Klein said angrily. So, not only will there be the Western General, there will also be the Eastern General, Northern General, and Southern General. And I will sit at Slavers Bay and lead all of you generals. I see. Klein suddenly understood. As the saying went, once the rabbit was caught, the hound would be cooked. If the hunting ground was big enough and there was enough prey, the hound would die of old age before it was cooked. Klein was far luckier than Scholar Lie. The Queen's vision was far, and there was a vast and boundless hunting ground waiting for her to conquer. The Dragon Queen conquered the hunting ground, and Scholar Lie helped her tame the prey, cooperating well. And in this magical world, with the Megalosaurus, extraordinary magic, and long lifespan, the Queen would never have to worry about not being able to suppress him. As long as his brain wasn't damaged, he wouldn't be disloyal. This way, the friendship between ruler and subject would continue, and Klein would have a 99% chance of having a good ending. The case of Klein and the Harpy was solved, and the conversation between the Dragon Queen and the Green Saintess in the court was spread, known by the freedmen and the Guise people. Strangely, Slavers Bay became peaceful. Yes, it was very peaceful before, but after this, the restless people completely settled down. The fact that Slavers Bay was the Dragon Queen's kingdom began to be accepted by everyone, whether it was the freedmen or the Guise people. The Guise people no longer thought about fighting the Qing and restoring the Ming, and the freedmen no longer thought about settling the remaining evil. Chapter 443. To the south of Astapor there was a stretch of green peak. Dani chose a straight mountain 150 kilometers away from the city as her training ground. Big Black and Little Green transported a group of unsullied people up there. It took them a week to build a garden called Five Dragon Cave on the peak. The 3,000-meter-high mountain was almost vertical among the mountains, as if a god had left his sword in the human world. The gray granite stones were dotted with green pine trees and green vines. At the peak, under a huge rock, there was a wooden house facing north. It had 2 rooms and 1 living room, covering an area of about 80 square meters. In front of the wooden house, there was a 50-square-meter flower bed planted with figs, tomatoes, potatoes, strawberries, and other fruits and vegetables. There was a 30-square-meter pool beside the flower bed. The pool was cut out of the huge rock and half filled with green water. It was the place where the Dragon Queen cultivated the fire ladder technique. Outside the flower bed there were piles of rock. Some were as big as a human head, some as big as a water tank, some were as tall as a person, and some were even 4 or 5 meters wide. The rocks surrounded the flower bed, pool, and wooden house, blocking the storm outside. Outside the pile of rocks, a platform 25 meters wide and 30 meters long was cleared out. The platform was not flat, but it was paved with a thick layer of gravel and a layer of green stone brick. It was very flat. Outside the platform was a cliff. Standing at the edge of the platform and looking into the distance, there were green mountains, green trees, and a trickling river reflecting the silver light. From time to time there would be the cries of apes and birds. At the edge of the platform there was a piece of blue jade bigger than a millstone. It was polished smooth and warm to the touch. Beside the jade a thunderous voice said, "Autumn is here. The weather is cold. Yellow leaves fall from the trees. A flock of big." He was stuck. Dani was wearing a thin green dress, with a small braid on both sides of her head. Her silver hair was fixed at the back of her head, and when the breeze blew, her hair and green dress swayed gently. At this time, she was sitting cross-legged on the blue jade. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she was facing the mountains. Her white and delicate cheeks shone with a transparent halo under the sunlight. "Geese Ian Yen, wild geese," she said. Then, the coarse and loud voice continued, "A flock of wild geese is flying south. One moment they're arranged in a figure 8, the next moment they're arranged in a." Dani's eyes widened. "Eh? You can't even recognize a person. Are you still human?" No, it's a human, a dragon," Blackie stammered. "You are a dragon, but you have to have humanity. You are a dragon with humanity," Mother Dragon corrected. Well, ever since he ate the rat chef, Dani had been teaching him language and writing every day for more than a month. She really couldn't understand Big Black's dragon language, which was actually the original language, nor could she learn it. Her vocal cords didn't support that kind of pronunciation. Unable to teach the Western dragon language, Mother Dragon had no choice but to teach her child the Eastern dragon language. The descendants of Yen and Huang were the descendants of the dragon. The language spoken by the descendants of the dragon was naturally the dragon language. After that, it was simple. Starting from the first grade of primary school, the radicals, initial consonants, final consonants, then, Danny was shocked. Blackie, this baby dragon, was actually smarter than humans. Well, she used to think he was stupid because if she taught him words directly, he would learn them today and forget them tomorrow. Now, she thought he was smart because he was learning step by step according to the Celestial Primary School textbook. His learning progress was faster than hers in the past. Dragon Queen had spent a year in the first grade. Moreover, she was in the first grade at the age of 7. Before that, she had 3 years of primary, secondary, and senior classes. But Dahe could now recite the text, "Autumn is coming." Maybe in a few months, Blackie would be able to become a qualified primary school student. Primary school students sounded low, but primary school students could also speak fluent Chinese. Hiss, the dark green dragon rushed up with a black wild boar in its mouth and flew up from the bottom of the cliff to the sky. Hiss, little gold, who was less than 10 meters long, followed behind third brother with a thick spotted forest python in its claws. Hiss, hiss, the 2 dragons flapped their wings and circled in front of Danny. There was obvious flattery in their cries. Unfortunately, their behavior didn't win their mother's favor. "You 2 idiots only know how to eat all day long. You've been in seclusion for more than half a month, but you still can't communicate with my dragon spirit. If you continue to be so stupid, you'll be kidnapped by the Green Prophet sooner or later. At that time, you'll know why a child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Look at your eldest brother. He's about the same age as you, but now he can read autumn is coming." As she spoke, she turned around and said to Blackie, "You have to continue to work hard. Don't be as playful as your 2 stupid brothers. If you perform well, I'll give you a red scarf later." The red scarf was naturally not a red cloth. In view of the upcoming war, and Blackie's strength was increasing day by day, Danny considered giving him a layer of fish scale armor. He didn't have to wear armor all over his body. That was unrealistic. He couldn't fly even if he wore it, but at least it could cover the area from his throat to his chest. It seemed to be more like a belly band than a red scarf? "Ah, stupid brothers," Hiss, Blackie roared at his 2 brothers. Immediately, Little Green and Little Gold flew over and landed beside him, sending the wild boar and python in their claws to him. Boom! Dark red dragon flames spurted out from Blackie's mouth, burning the 2 prey into charcoal before he began to chew. It was very strange. When Blackie couldn't speak, he couldn't order his brothers by roaring. Now that he had learned to speak, his words were not even complete, but Little Green and Little Gold actually understood. The 2 illiterate dragons understood the Eastern dragon language? Alright, let's take a break after class. With a helpless sigh, Danny stood up and returned to the small study on the left side of the wooden house. She picked up her pen and wrote a series of runes. Just as Tam said, no meditation technique was perfect. There was always the possibility of evolution. Every time she entered the state of wind song, she could obtain some information from the wind. More accurately, wind song helped her understand the universe. The new understanding allowed her to improve her 2 major meditation techniques little by little. She improved some runes and formed new runes. She would record the newly obtained runes and analyze their meaning and functions. During this period of time, with the help of wind song, her Green Prophet meditation technique had changed by almost 10%. Danny thought that this was an optimization. With this optimization at its peak, could it help her control a few more dragons? Danny wasn't sure. However, the new meditation technique was more compatible with wind song, allowing her to enter the state of wind song more easily and maintain it for longer. Compared to the Green Prophet meditation technique, The change in the Grand Wizard meditation technique was less than 4%. However, she could clearly feel that her ability to control flames was improving. For example, she could control the wildfire last time. When she was in the City of Knowledge, it was difficult for her to even control the burning bonfire. Now, she could twist the wildfire into a large fireball. Even if she wasn't as skilled as the dragon flames, it was enough for the group of fire mages to worship her like a god. This meant that Danny wouldn't be hurt by the wildfire. In addition to the 9-colored whirlpool and green prophet meditation technique, Danny also spent a lot of energy on necromancy and deviant ghost meditation runes. When she parted with Bo Ching that day, Prince Edie gave her 5 necromancy scrolls to repay Layla for saving his life, the development of necromancers, the Encyclopedia of Basic Incantations, Chai Jin's notes, Bo Yi's travels, and Bo Cheng's notes. Basic Incantations was a secret of the Necromancy Association. Bo Ching gave it to her at a great risk. Bo Ching was worried that Layla would learn the meditation techniques of wild necromancers and enter the evil path, becoming neither human nor ghost. Therefore, he taught her the orthodox necromancy spells. Chai Jin was the strongest necromancer in Huang Dynasty. He had broken the limit of life and lived for 150 years. Bo Yi was Bo Cheng's ancestor. In the process of exploring the easternmost land, he had seen all kinds of extraordinary professions and evil witchcraft. Bo Cheng was studying the possibility of strengthening a necromancer's witchcraft with a positive spirit. The 5 necromancy scrolls were very useful, especially in the study of the meditation runes of deviant ghosts. When she was at the Great Wall, Danny could only sense that the meditation of deviant ghosts came from the same source as the Green Prophet. However, she could not analyze it in detail like how she analyzed fire witchcraft. However, after studying necromancy, Danny was shocked to find that deviant ghosts and necromancers were somewhat similar. Spirit was divided into yin and yang. The spirit in a living person's body was all yang spirit. After a person died, part of the yang spirit would turn into yin spirit, and the yin spirit and yang spirit would mix. The necromancy spells of the barbarians broke the balance by artificially extracting the yang spirit from a corpse. Then, the corpse would become an obedient zombie that could move freely. Cersei's White Knight, Robert Strong, was a zombie created by Coborn from the corpse of the Magic Mountain. The demonized version of the Magic Mountain was known as the strongest soldier in the world of ice and fire. He had infinite strength and energy, and his body had no fatal weakness. The meditation techniques of deviant ghosts also seemed to have the effect of transforming spirit. The yang spirit in the body turned into yin spirit. A living person was made up of yang spirit, and a dead person was a mixture of yin and yang. A dead person with all yin spirit was a zombie, and a living person with all yin spirit was a deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts were not only related to the Green Prophet, they were also involved in necromancy. This discovery frightened Danny, and also gave her a good idea to deal with the Faceless. The barbarians all agreed that the Bloodstone Emperor's necromancy had attracted the Long Night. Last time, the Bloodstone Emperor took the blame for the Long Night, and this time, the Long Night was coming. Why not let the Faceless be the scapegoat? So, she entered the state of Wind Song and studied necromancy and the meditation techniques she obtained from the deviant ghosts in depth. Was it possible to create a ghost cultivation meditation technique and let a living person cultivate into a half-human, half-ghost? It was not a deviant ghost, as long as it looked like one. Then, the long night came, the house of black and white, for my good boy Jia Kuan. Mother Danny had been working hard. Now it was fruitful. You won't have to wait too long. After taking notes, Danny took out the glass candle from the drawer. Silver-gray light filled the wooden house, and Danny sent a trace of her spiritual power into it. Stone Steps Archipelago, Torture Abyss Bay. In the captain's room of Princess Elia, Barristan was sitting upright with his eyes closed, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Queen. Before that, Little White had already flown over to remind him. Just like teleportation, in an instant, a pretty girl in a green dress appeared in front of White Knight. "How is it? Half a month has passed. Did Bronn find anything?" Dany asked. Barristan opened his eyes, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He said, "Your Majesty, you should wear more skirts. You are very beautiful. If you can make a skirt like this with Valeglia steel, I can wear it every day." Dany laughed. The old knight sighed, put this aside, and said seriously, "The results are out. Prince Aegon should be real." Chapter 444. Barristan said slowly, "There was a leathersmith named Yale in the Stinky Water Bay, and he died 5 years ago. He had black hair and grey eyes, but he married a lazy prostitute, who had silver hair and blue eyes. His wife died in childbirth during the War of the Usurpers. The leathersmith had 2 sons. The eldest had black hair and blue eyes, and he died in the rebellion of the 4 princes. The second had silver hair and blue eyes, and he inherited his father's business. He is now a leathersmith in the Steel Street of King's Landing." Bronn asked the second son about little Yale in detail, but he didn't know that he had a younger brother, and he believed that his younger brother died with his mother. Dany's eyes flickered, and she asked, "Do you think that this is a flaw?" "Your Majesty, little Yale is only 19 years old this year, and he was only 2 or 3 years old at that time. It is very likely that he was too young to remember," Barristan said. Dany nodded and asked, "Did you ask witnesses such as midwives and scholars?" "Asking scholars to deliver a child requires money, and the women of King's Landing's commoners aren't as delicate as the noble ladies, and they all work while giving birth to their children. Well, it's easier to ask the 3-eyed crow about this, but I don't dare to go to him now. I won't dare to believe his words unless I cripple him and put a knife to his neck," Dany said with a sigh. "Why do you always doubt Prince Aegon's identity?" Barristan asked in confusion. "Do you believe in Varys?" Dany asked. After a long silence, Barristan shook his head and said, "Reason and reality tell me that Varys can't be trusted." "It's a bit strange." Dany's expression became strange. "Almost everyone thinks that Varys can't be trusted, but you are willing to believe him." "We don't trust Varys, but we trust the 8-clawed spider's ability and intelligence. Let's just say that he is real." Dany smiled weirdly. "Having a nephew is just having another pair of chopsticks and another bowl. I can't afford it. But having an aunt like me, who countless people want to get rid of but can't do anything about, little Aegon will have a hard time in the future. The allies, Faceless One, Lannister, and other enemies would all regard Aegon as Dragon Queen's fatal flaw. Perhaps within Aegon's giant shield, he could bring his cheap son back. Ugh. White Knight also thought of Aegon's future situation, and her face could not help but contort. "By the way, Knight, are you still passionate?" "Passion?" The old knight was puzzled. "Your goddess, Ashera Dane, is not dead." "What? Ashera isn't dead?" The old knight suddenly stood up, looking excited. Seeing his expression, Dany could not bear to see him like this. The result was too cruel, and old Bart might not be able to accept it. Like John Clinton, she faked her death to avoid everyone's attention, and raised little Aegon in the Little Rhone River. Then, Dany told him everything, from when Ashera received Princess Elia's letter to when she went to Astapor with Clinton. But in the end, she looked hesitant. The old knight did not notice Dany's expression. His eyes were watery, and he said with joy and sadness, "It's good that she's not dead. That's great, it's been hard on her all these years." The old knight seemed to want to continue being a bootlicker. Dany gritted her teeth and told him the secret of the past. "The child in Ashara's belly is Stark's illegitimate daughter, but it's not Id Stark, but Brandon Stark." The nostalgic and sad expression on the old knight's face froze. After a while, he said uncertainly, "What did you say? Brandon Stark, Id's big brother?" "Ashera was Brandon's lover for a while. But, But Brandon was engaged to Caitlin Tully for a long time, a sacred marriage contract. Ashera knew about it, everyone knew about it, the White Knight said blankly. Before Danny could answer, his expression changed again, and he said in shock and anger, "Did Brandon use force? He couldn't have used force. After all, he's the heir to the Duke of the Northern Territory, and he has a good upbringing. And Ashara's brother is Daybreak Swordsman, everyone knows that." A trace of pity appeared in Danny's eyes. The Great Wall was relatively close to Winterfell, and the men in black were very close to Stark, so old Ymont knew Brandon very well. The previous young Wolf Master was a typical dissolute young master of a noble family. He was not an ordinary lecherous man, but he liked to conquer unmarried ladies. He had a famous saying that was widely spread in the Northern Territory: "A blood-stained sword is the most beautiful sword." Many daughters of noble families in the Northern Territory had affairs with him, and they could not forget it even now. Just like when Targaryen traveled through the Seven Kingdoms, many nobles gave their daughters to him as lovers. When Brandon was a guest in a noble family in the Northern Territory, the nobles were very happy to see their daughters being fucked by him. It was worth mentioning that a noble lady who lost her chastity to a lord would not be looked down upon. It seemed that it was natural to serve a lord, and even an honor. For example, Count Riswell of the Stream had once used his daughter Barbara to curry favor with Stark. But after Brandon and Tully got engaged, Barbara was still very popular with Count Lone Moon next door. For example, on the night of Stannis's wedding, Robert had sex with the bridesmaid Delena on his wedding bed. Delena had given birth to an illegitimate son, Rick, and this was known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. But Delena was still married to the heir of the Norcos family, without any discrimination. Even Duke Tywin took a fancy to her and proposed marriage to her father on behalf of his son, Tyrion. In the end, her father did not like the little devil. "Even if my daughter was sent to the Silent Sisters, she would not marry a half-human." In Westeros, when a woman did not have the right to inherit, her status was really low. In front of the commoners, they were high and mighty, honorable ladies. In front of a nobleman of a higher rank, the only difference between them and the prostitutes in the brothel was that they could marry, while the prostitutes could not. That was a digression. As for Ashera Dane, the brightest pearl in the tournament at Hellenberg, she had also dyed Brandon's sword red. This time, Brandon had relied entirely on his strength to pick up girls. Stark's identity was not useful in front of Dane. Why would Ashera like him? Barristan's eyes were filled with confusion and pain. Obviously, he would rather Ashara's secret lover be Ide. But Ide was like Barristan, an honest child, a true gentleman. Since ancient times, goddesses have loved scumbags. An honest person was not even qualified to be a spare tire. "Sir, the long night is coming. We should devote all our energy to the great cause of saving the world." Danny's words were unusually childish, but it re-energized the sad old knight. He sighed, his blue eyes shrouded in pain became sharp again, and solemnly said, "You are right. You are so young, you should be at the age to enjoy the most beautiful love. Now, for the people of the Seven Kingdoms, for the hungry and cold savages beyond the Great Wall, for the suffering slaves of the world, you put your best years into work. I should learn from you and devote all my energy to serving you. The rest of my life will be the most glorious path of a white knight in history." Sigh, the old knight's words were always so honest. Danny nodded calmly and asked, "Is the blacksmith, Tobu Mott, willing to tell us the secret method of recasting Valeglia's steel?" In order to strengthen and improve the dragon crystal weapon industry, Bronn and his subordinates kidnapped a large number of master blacksmiths in Blacksmith Street when Cersei was parading the street. One of them, Tobu Mott, was the best blacksmith. He had studied in Khal and knew two skills that Danny coveted: coloring metal and recasting steel. House of Stark's Frost Greatsword was smelted and recast by Tobu into Joffrey's Widow's Howl and Bren's Oathkeeper. The most amazing thing was that he had colored the steel swords. Danny's exclusive armor and weapons were most likely with him. Beristan temporarily put aside the matter of Asherah and began to get into work mode. He said solemnly, "He agreed to serve you and recast your steel weapons, but he refused to divulge the secret method of the Call Blacksmith Guild." "Did you beat him?" Danny asked with a frown. "Beat him?" The old knight's eyes widened. "Your Majesty, Master Mott is a master blacksmith, not a prisoner. We shouldn't have kidnapped him. How can we torture him? Didn't you hear? He wants to keep the secret for Call. Call has joined the United Nations and forged dragon-slaying crossbows for the Allied army. He is our enemy." This, seeing the old knight hesitating and not being straightforward at all, Danny sighed and said, "Forget it, leave him to me. Let Blackie go to Dragonstone Island and bring Tobu to Bravos. Devil's Tail Hattar can't deal with a faceless, but can't he deal with a blacksmith? Your Majesty, I have to remind you that a master blacksmith has a very high status and is widely respected by the nobles all over the world. If outsiders know, the long night is coming, who cares about such a small matter? You can just ask him to recast the steel swords for you. Why do you need his secret method?" Beristan was puzzled. Danny said helplessly, "I also want a set of strong and light steel armor, but the dozens of swords are not enough to kill the deviants. How can they melt the swords to make armor for me? I want to try and see if I can deduce the technology of making steel through the magic spell of melting steel. If I succeed, we will all be wearing steel armor and holding steel swords, not to mention deviant ghosts. Even Frost God and El Hiller could be killed if hundreds of armored knights charged at them together." Danny was so excited that her cheeks flushed. There was one more thing Beristan told Danny before he ended the conversation. "Your Majesty, Blackie's words were too shocking. The people of King's Landing were shocked by the Megalosaurus's magic, and they all believed his words. Only people will lie. As the great guardian of light of the Church of the Seven Gods, the holy Megalosaurus will not lie. Everyone thinks so, and the sparrows also spread the news. As a result, the news that the Great Sparrow was the holy son of the Church of the Seven Gods spread wildly in the Seven Kingdoms, and the Church of the Seven Gods became more and more popular. Every day, a large number of productive knights, and the second sons of earls rushed to King's Landing, put on the seven-pointed cloak, and swore to the seven gods to become the children of war. Because of this, the Great Sparrow's position in King's Landing became more and more popular. The Church not only obtained the logging rights of the imperial forest, but also recently intercepted one-third of the customs duties of the Blackwater Bay Pier. The Great Sparrow also accepted your proposal to request the Iron Throne to increase the number of seats in the Imperial Conference by 2. One belongs to the nuns, responsible for educating the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms and regulating the behavior of women. The other belongs to the monks, representing the seven gods, and the archbishop to listen to the court and correct the parts that violate the teachings of the seven gods. If the Iron Throne does not act, it will lose control of King's Landing sooner or later. Wow, the Great Sparrow humbly accepted the advice. Well done. Danny smiled happily. Well done? Beristan raised his voice and said worriedly, Lannister is willing to lose his authority? Sooner or later, there will be a big conflict between the two sides. The Church seems to be prosperous, but in the end, its foundation is weak. When Lannister pacifies Hajien and moves the main forces back to King's Landing, I'm afraid the great cathedral will be filled with blood. Cersei dares to jump? Does she really think that Blackie, the great guardian of light, is a freeloader? Tell the Great Sparrow, don't be afraid, I will support him at Slave Bay. Chapter 445. Beristan touched his nose and said helplessly, in addition, the Great Sparrow also officially announced the Girl of the Seven Gods as the Light Freedom Maiden. The holy light symbolizes purity and freedom. The Seven Gods Church has always been against slavery, so of course it is freedom. Even the Church of the Seven Gods had added the prefix light. The Seven Gods as one is the Church of Light. Very good, very good. Danny clapped her hands and sighed. The Great Sparrow is a good church member. By the way, did he promote my idea of the glorious night? She asked again. No, I don't think he will promote the glorious night for you, unless you have to be anointed with holy oil before being promoted to a glorious night. However, the last time you conferred more than 1,000 glorious nights, the royal cities near Dragonstone Island gradually learned about the glorious night. Many wandering warriors, free knights, and even bards and tavern singers declared themselves as glorious knights. Barristan said, "Ha ha, this is the effect I want." Danny smiled proudly. "Your Majesty, you have to be careful. The Great Sparrow saw the influence of the talking Megalosaurus on the believers, and he is planning to bind Blackie to the Seven Gods Church." Barristan reminded, "Blackie is not in the Westeros. What can he do? Promote Blackie's identity as the Great Guardian of Light?" Danny asked curiously. "He is recently gathering stonemasons to build a statue of the Great Guardian of Light in the Great Cathedral of Baylor. Blackie's statue will be below the Seven Gods. The Great Sparrow even wrote a letter to ask if the White Dragon can also join the Seven Gods Church, and form a black and white left messenger with Blackie. This way, the left and right statues will be more symmetrical." Black and white left messenger. Danny's mouth twitched, only he can think of it. "Your Majesty, don't you see? The Great Sparrow wants to use the name of the Megalosaurus to establish the sanctity of the Seven Gods Church of Light." Barristan emphasized, "It's just a name, it's not bad for me. Promise him, you can let Little White become the right messenger of light. When he can speak, let the Great Sparrow baptize him." Danny held back her laughter. "Your Majesty, you must understand that this is a sacred oath. You let Big Black and Little White join the church today, which is equivalent to a knight swearing allegiance to a lord. However, Megalosaurus' allegiance is not to humans, but to the Seven Gods." This matter was too shocking. It was the first time something like this had happened since ancient times. There were countless churches in the world, but only the Church of Light had a Megalosaurus that could speak as a guardian. It would definitely be known by everyone and become a legend. If you were to ascend to the Iron Throne in the future, you would no longer be able to use the Megalosaurus against the Church. Barristan reminded with a serious expression. "Hee, do you think I'm cruel Meg, who would ride a dragon and burn down the great cathedral?" Danny smiled strangely. Barristan said seriously, "You are not Meg. But I know that no monarch can tolerate theocracy suppressing monarchical power. You are no different." "I'm different. I'm both the Queen and the Pope." Danny laughed. Barristan was stunned and said hesitantly, "What about your children?" If she really ended the long night and ascended to the Iron Throne, the person who inherited the throne of the Seven Kingdoms would also be the most disliked descendant of Danny's grandmother. Let him do whatever he wants. If every grandson was cute, Danny's grandmother would reluctantly go to the Westeros to help steer the ship and turn the Church of the Seven Gods around again. The Big Sparrow was not the real Holy Son of Light. It was a miracle that he could live through the long night. After his death, the Church of the Seven Gods would still be controlled by Saint Danny. However, this could not be said to old Bart. Danny only said confidently, "Do you think there are many archbishops who are as tenacious and capable as the Big Sparrow? I'm younger than the Big Sparrow and destined to live longer than him. As long as I'm willing, it's not too difficult to restore the supreme monarchical power." Well, living long is also a kind of ability. Barristan had nothing to say. After ending the conversation with old Bart, Danny found that her magic power was only half consumed, so she began to contact Kuei-shi again. Since the three-eyed crow incident, every day before going to bed, Danny would send a soul-shaking true dragon roar to Kuei-shi through the soul fragment on her wrist every night. It was not an offensive soul attack, but a soul-calming sound to cleanse evil. In the same dark and cramped stone room, Kuei-shi sat cross-legged on the soft couch. The glass candles were shining brightly. "What's the matter?" she asked. "I want to see how you are doing." "I'm fine. Recently, I'm considering whether to go deeper into the underground palace," Kuei-shi said. "I don't understand. You should know the limit of your power. Even if you really find the evil god in the underground palace, are you sure you can deal with him?" Danny asked. Kuei-shi said helplessly, "The evil god of the underground palace has existed for tens of thousands of years. No one has ever been able to destroy him. I know my limits. I only plan to leave a magic seal in the depths of the underground palace to block the evil aura overflowing from the ground. The deeper you go into the underground palace, the closer you are to the demon god, the better the seal will be. A few thousand years before me, countless wizards have done the same thing." Danny's heart skipped a beat. He said, "What do you think of the Great Wall's magic formation that suppresses evil forces? Is it as effective as yours? City Builder Brandon's evil-warding magic formation? Where did you find it?" Kuei-shi asked curiously. "I'm surprised that you know about City Builder Brandon," Danny said with a strange expression. "Of course I know him. He's the founder of the evil-suppressing magic. Wizards with ancient legacies all know about him," Kuei-shi said. "Are you sure? The Westeros Brandon is the ancestor of the Asian wizards?" "It's only limited to the evil-suppressing magic." After a pause, Kuei-shi said, "Besides the Great Wall, Winterfell and the Storm Stop Fort have the power to suppress gods and demons. If you have the chance, go to the Storm Stop Fort or Winterfell and try it out. Standing outside the walls, you won't be able to use magic to attack people inside the walls unless you enter the castle. There's no need to go to the Storm Stop Fort. If it's really effective, I'll refurbish my Great Pyramid," Danny said. "Where did you find Brandon's legacy?" Kuei-shi asked. "I crossed the River of Time in the Song of Wind and saw him leading a group of green prophet to carve the magic formation stroke by stroke. I know the magic formations inside the Great Wall very well, so I can help the collapsed Great Wall to recharge quickly." Danny could not help but sigh as she recalled what she had seen. "What song is the Song of Wind? How can you cross the River of Time?" Kuei-shi asked in surprise. "It seems that you don't know everything, ha ha ha." Danny laughed proudly. "I never said that I know everything," Kuei-shi said coldly. "All right, it was my assumption. I thought you were a big shot and knew everything. Sigh, unknowingly, I've become a big shot. A real big shot, a real big shot," Danny said with a smile. All of a sudden, Kuei-shi felt like punching that smug, smiling face. "Why are you looking for me?" she asked in a muffled voice. "If there's nothing, leave quickly." Danny couldn't see her expression and didn't seem to understand the meaning behind her words. The smile on her face grew wider and she said, "I've recently formed a royal mage group, with 50 famous grandmasters both in and out of the country. With your ability and reputation, you're completely qualified to be the leader of the group. How about it? I can send a megalosaurus to pick you up from Thunder Island. It'll only take a day or two." "I'm not going. I've said a long time ago that I won't interfere too deeply in your life. Moreover, you were very afraid of me back then, weren't you?" Kuei-shi said stiffly. Danny didn't deny it and said confidently, "That was then and this is now. A person's tolerance will grow along with their strength." "Then," she said in a tempting tone, "the Westeros did encounter a lot of danger, but my gains were even greater. The City of Knowledge's secret arts of Valeglia, the Green Prophet's meditation, the foundation of deviant ghost spells, and even the Barren Land's necromancy spells, I've made some breakthroughs. Come here, we'll talk, study secret arts together, and explore the truth of the universe. What do you think?" This time, Kuei-shi was a little tempted. In just 2 years, the Dragon Queen had turned from a muggle into a rare great wizard. This talent and opportunity made people envious and impressed. If they could sit down and discuss with her, they would definitely gain a lot. The Thunder Island's Empress is not in a good state. I must fulfill my promise to Emperor Bogon. Kuei said. How long will it take? Danny asked. 1.5 years is not short, 3 to 5 years is not long either. Danny licked her lips and said thoughtfully, The evil god of the underground palace, is it a demigod or a true god? Theoretically, true gods can't exist in the human world. Kuei said hesitantly. The astral plane is just a legend, no one has ever been there, no one knows what it's like. Maybe the astral plane is just a dimensional dimension connected to the human world. Danny guessed. What's a dimensional dimension? Another world, a small world. Danny's guess was well-founded. When the door god was still alive, his original body was in Hejian. When the Great Wall was built, 100 ancient royal girls were sacrificed. Royal blood had power to transfer the will and divine power of the weirwood into a branch. Maybe, after the door god became a god, his spiritual will lived in another space, which was the divine kingdom. His weirwood body was a coordinate and channel that connected to the real world? Whether he's a true god or a demigod, you and I can't afford to offend him. No matter how powerful your megalosaurus is, can it enter a narrow underground palace that's 1,000 meters underground? Kuei said. Are you sure it's 1,000 meters deep? How did the ancient people build this kind of project? Danny was surprised. The underground palace I'm in now is at least 1,200 meters from the surface. Did you notice that I'm in the underground palace every time I see you recently? If it's not too deep and too far from the exit, why don't I rest in the luxurious palace at night and work during the day? Do you know where there are demigods? Don't be too powerful, like an immortal. Danny asked. Why? Kuei asked curiously. Danny thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. My dragon likes to eat demigods. In quarrels, Blackie ate an immortal and grew tall and strong. In the Great Wall, Blackie ate the rat chef and became smart. I don't have to worry about his studies anymore. So I was thinking, can I let little white, little green, little gold, and little red grow taller and smarter? Danny said with an expectant expression. You Kuei, she pointed at Danny, her voice and arms trembling. Eat gods? You're crazy. Is your Targaryen mad blood acting up? Sigh, you don't know how hard it is for a mother to raise her children. She has to worry about their meals, teach them not to be bad, and be constantly on guard against dragon traders who might kidnap them. Then, when they grow up, she has to worry about their studies and worry about them getting shot on the battlefield. Mother Dragon said helplessly. Kuei-shi's face turned pale behind the wooden mask. After a while, she recovered and sighed. I've told you before that with a dragon by your side, you'll be immune to any curse or magical damage. But there's no shield in the world that can't be broken. When I said any, it obviously doesn't include the gods. If magic power is divided into levels, there's no doubt that the gods are of a higher level than the Megalosaurus. Not to mention the true gods, even the Megalosaurus can't handle some powerful demigods, such as the three-eyed crow. Danny smiled confidently and said loudly, In the past, I could only rely on the dragons to protect me. Now I can protect them. If the Megalosaurus can't handle the gods, I'll handle them. I have 3 blood guards, 7 half-white knights, and more than 20 steel swords. What kind of gods can't I kill? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.